little bit of upside here so far this morning as far as the S&P is concerned. NASDAQ trying to hold on to positive territory as we head into the weekend, coming off pretty important but also impressive performance yesterday into the close. Was the NASDAQ, if you remember, tech specifically, that led all afternoon right into the close. Google, Microsoft, Apple, all among the leaders. We'll have a look at all coming up here once again this morning. A few minor headlines in that group this morning, but no real significant news to worry about. Tesla making some headlines as well, coming out saying they are in fact looking at India as far as the production facility is concerned. So we'll talk about Tesla. Kathy Wood in there buying up Palantir over the past couple of days to the tune of 1.2 million shares for PLTR. What a move it's had over the past 3 days. Google as well, just an absolutely impressive daily chart back to the upside for all of those. We'll talk some Disney here under a little bit of pressure on a downgrade this morning coming off that headline. More escalation as far as the lawsuit is concerned between Disney and Florida State Governor DeSantis as well. Will we get some deal-making headlines, some debt ceiling deal-making headlines, maybe even over the weekend? We did that, or we saw that last week as well. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the overall market. Going to be all about 11 o'clock this morning. I'll tell you why coming up here in a second. It's Friday, May 19th, 2023. tradertv.live starts now. First, here's 11 o'clock this morning. Fed's Powell coming through, speaking at a conference. They're talking about the banking group in general, but let's be honest, if there's questions, they will be about the debt ceiling and how that will affect the overall economy and the market. So that's going to be the big one this morning, coming up again at 11 o'clock. 8:45, Fed Williams comes through. 9 o'clock, Fed's Bowman as well. But again, Fed's Powell coming through at 11 a.m. Overall, that is how things are shaping up right now, about 0.3 for both the S&P and the Dow. The NASDAQ, basically flat after a couple of days here, back-to-back anyways. Really, really impressive moves for some of the big tech names. Crude back to the upside. It's been a volatile week for oil, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. Good to see positive movement as well as we head into Friday. It's been all about the NASDAQ all week long. A few minor headlines as far as big tech is concerned today, involving Apple, involving Microsoft, Samsung. There was rumors floating around earlier in the week about Samsung possibly switching their default browser on smartphones from Chrome, which it is right now, over to Bing, and Microsoft, because of ChatGPT, they came out overnight and said, no, that's not happening. So Google up, Microsoft kind of chopping around here, guys.
Yeah, Google up again, that's for sure. And yeah, the big event, I guess, at 11 o'clock, we're going to gloss over Williams and Bowman like they don't matter.
Yes.
No, they don't. Well, I mean, obviously every Fed speaker kind of matters a little bit here. It's going to be a wild day. I'm expecting it's going to be a wild day today because every single day this week has been a wild day. You got big tech leading the surge to the upside. Palantir is already making some moves here. At Alphabet's, it's ridiculous, and Nvidia, it's ridiculous. And these rising tides are lifting all tech chips. The chips have been absolutely flying, so we're going to be watching the entire chip space. Not a lot of the only kernel of weakness the only kernel of weakness is put the damper on things is Foot Locker. Not a good quarter, and certainly the forecast terrible there. They're down heavy today. There's maybe an Alamo level at 30 on that one, but wow, it's going to be fireworks. Can't promise it'll be as entertaining as I didn't watch the hockey game. I thought the basketball game was pretty good, but apparently the hockey game was.
You watched the basketball game?
I got some of the basketball game, and then I was able to watch the condensed thing because I can't watch the end. I can't stay up. But I was able to watch it for the first time in a while, pretty much the entire first quarter, and then I caught that tail end, just sort of watching the replay of it. When I watch it in the morning, it's not like I know what happened anyway, so it's kind of like watching it live. But I'm not. I really, really am impressed by Canada's new best basketball player.
Yes. Yeah.
He is. Jamal Murray was ridiculous in the fourth quarter, and all I got to say is, oh, Canada.
I mean, I think he's proving his point here in the playoffs, but I still like Shea. So we'll see. I still like Gilgeous-Alexander.
He probably is better.
So
Yeah, probably.
But anyways, still liking some Jamal Murray action. Yeah, it's Friday. We're excited, man. Google's up to 124.50 right now. Nice moves there, as you talked about the Samsung. Talked about it a while ago that they possibly were going to switch over to Bing on their OS for their phones, but that's apparently not going to happen. Do you know how much money Samsung gets from Google every time they sell one of their phones and someone's using Chrome? It's ridiculous. So I don't think that they're going to back away from that. But of course, Microsoft will pay them probably the same amount. So we'll see where that story goes. But hey, as if Google needs another reason to go to the upside, it's going there anyways right now, up another 1.2%. Market flat here on a Friday. You know, I've been bearish pretty much all the time here, thinking that this market has to come back in, but it just seems to go down, then go right back up. And at the end of the day, you know, you look down and you're on track here, Brendan, for the largest weekly gain since March. I think we just have to hold positive for that to be the case. So we'll see what happens here today. We're already up on the day, but we don't seem to talk about banks too much anymore. We'll see. Brandon sort of teased that with Powell there. We'll see if that comes into talk again there. And we'll watch some BAC, some Pac West, some Western Alliance and whatnot. But hey, you know it's going to be all about the tech names for me. It's 318 for Microsoft. It's 107 for AMD. Palantir did actually break 12 overnight as well. So lots of action, and we are excited. It's Friday. Let's get this party started.
Yeah, we saw that huge flip at the end of the day yesterday with the imbalances as well. It came out 800 plus million to sell, and then at the end it was a huge buy, 2 billion plus buy. So yeah, underlying strength anyways, a lot of money anyways being put to work at the end of the day yesterday. A few things of note here. Deere up. I bring this up, I mean, not really a stock we typically look at as far as day trading is concerned, but I bring this up. It's one of those kind of economic bellwether type stocks. So, excuse me. Deere higher on an annual profit outlook, better than expected. So they increased their forecast across the board. They're a nice report anyways for DE, showing a little bit of strength here early on as well. Wanted to highlight this. Yeah, it's an economic forum, so a panel discussion that Powell is going to be participating in. But guess who else is going to be there? Ben Bernanke. Taking to the microphone as well. Former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke going to be also on this on this panel discussion at 11 o'clock this morning. So definitely could produce some headlines. Otherwise, you can see this is one of the this is the Refinitiv morning note that they come out with. This is one of the shortest ones I've seen in quite some time. So a bit of a wait and see here, maybe ahead of the weekend, ahead of anything to come as far as debt ceiling negotiations are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what are you going to say? Market be rising, debt ceiling negotiations, G7, Fed speakers talk, wait to see what they say. What's interesting, so you mentioned John Deere there. They got this like fertilizer spray, I don't know, like tractor machine. I don't know the technical name for it, that apparently is going to be able to scan and detect what it is spraying, so like that's corn, this is that, and then be able to use the right, sort of like the correct amount, therefore saving a bunch on fertilizer for farmers, which is pretty cool. I heard a number that was like 60%, they could save cost by like 60% on fertilizer. And we were saying the other day, it's like John Deere in some ways is kind of like it's very techy and very growthish. And unfortunately, it has not been participating in the growth rally that you've seen here. But Deere up 4%. It's been in a pretty clear downward trend. I mean, there's ye old line of best fit. Like you can see, it's pretty clearly to the downside. However, there are some signs here. You've made what I think is a good wipeout bottom. So the last time at Huadungt, you held 365. You just double bottom the 365. You're getting up to the 50 period. Let me get rid of that little line of best fit. Who cares? You're getting up to the 50 period at 385 here with a chance to hold above that for a potential run and then a breakout at 400. This is a name we've seen it. We've seen it. It can trend to the upside. Obviously, breaking a trend is usually not done in one session or with one gap up. You're looking for a couple of things to happen. But holding this 85 looks pretty interesting to me. This is one of the names I've always been interested in owning. I felt like the premium seemed a little high, but when you consider like the techie aspect of them, maybe they deserve it.
That's a good, yeah. I mean, they've been getting some of these industrials have been getting hit a little bit there.
Yeah.
We like Caterpillar, but Deere, I haven't even looked at the name. I think it's going to be, obviously a good one moving forward. And if you're an investor, you want to get some of this, and it's nice too, especially if the China's trade is going to turn around. Maybe Caterpillar. We've seen agriculture turn a little bit here. 210 possible bottom here for Caterpillar as well. I mean, I've never bought Caterpillar or Deere or anything like that, but it can be pretty solid down there. If there's any, I've talked about this a little bit, and it's on my sticky note today as well. I still like Disney down here bouncing off 90. I mean, we bought this name, recently. I want to buy some more. There's a downgrade today. Doesn't seem to be affecting it too much, but you are down 0.6. I just feel like this $90 level here, there's so many levers that they can pull. I feel like as long as they can get through the sort of political headway, I guess, then I just feel like with ESPN, Hulu, the parks, there's just a lot, and they're back down to sort of pandemic lows near this $80 mark again. So I like Disney down here if I was going to buy anything. GE Healthcare is a nice name as well. Johnson & Johnson off talc settlements, although that's only at 158. That hasn't moved much either. If anything, it's gone down recently. Yeah, there it is, 166, 164. Johnson & Johnson going the other way. I'm just looking to pick some more up if we get down here to 150 or so. But there's a lot of good names out there besides these tech plays that we can get into. I was actually saying ON there with Brendo. That's a huge high growth name as well.
What's that company? I need to see the logo. Otherwise, I don't know what you're
Right.
talking about.
If you only know it if you see the logo, so that makes sense. But that could be another play as well. And then just getting away from tech. But if you got away from tech and you bought a name that was a shoe related name like Foot Locker, then today you're down 25% on that one, and then plus Nike gets slapped with a fine as well. It's a little disastrous right now for the footwear retailers, which made me think about ON because they missed a little bit on their last report and could be picked up on a potential.
Or
you could
wait for Allbirds to get down to $1.
Is it that low already?
Almost.
What
Almost
happened with all these names that actually came through? And ON 34. See, this is the thing.
Where's ON right now? As we're just randomly checking.
No,
these
it's
things
27.
out.
No, I just because I was talking about how it missed their last report. So right down to there, into these levels again, 27. You just took out this level. This reminded me a little bit of Airbnb, where Airbnb was kind of cruising, hit some key levels of 110, dropped a little bit further, and then able to pick it up. And now Airbnb is cruising a little bit as well now. So this ON has a little bit more room to go down to the downside. But in what's been winning, you might want to stick with some of these names as well, because here's that Foot Locker chart. We do have Michael Noss coming through as well, but here's Foot Locker today, down 25%, and you can see this is a big FU candle. Boom to the downside right now. So we'll have to watch out for Foot Locker, but there's lots to talk about. So let's go over to the desk with Brendan. I'm excited for all this Fed speak today.
Yeah, going to be a busy morning as we head through to 11 o'clock with all these comments coming through. Here's the note this morning. It was the forecast that got cut for FL, as the guys were mentioning there. Both Nike and UA or UAA, take your pick, also under a little bit of pressure. But here, Kohl's and Home Depot we get earlier in the week. Just pointing to further weakness coming through or a little bit of discretionary spending being cut by consumers continuing here as far as Foot Locker is concerned. Tale of two stories, meanwhile, for this one. Farfetch, nice look, up 20+% here. Smaller than expected Q1 loss. Their forecast better to the upside. So 16 cents versus 42 for this one. FTCH, well, it was 20%, already on the way back down here.
Not bad. See, you transitioned away from Foot Locker. And then I had my perfect line set up that I'm going to throw in there anyway.
No.
Foot Locker, things have gotten so bad for them that Poot had to leave. He was fired, and he's got to go back on the streets to work for Marlowe Stanfield. Sometimes you have to get back to the corners.
Okay.
And if you've never seen The Wire, then you need to watch The Wire to be able to get it. It's bad. This is bad. And the thing about this is it's been a problem ever since, pandemic, and online sales for Nike exploded. So what's going to happen? Obviously, Nike's going to do better selling directly to the customer. That's in no way good for Foot Locker. They were attached at the hip for a very long time, and quite frankly, it's never been a good thing. They had a nice recovery in the last half year or so, and since then it was already trending down. I'm thinking the 30 area is the Alamo today. I love when you guys give us these great little sayings to talk about like a last line of defense. When that's what you mean by like the Alamo. This gets to 30 after gapping down like this. Like maybe it's just like that's as far as it can go. I'm gonna double check because I know it's not zero. It's a non-zero short float. About 12% short float here, at least according to Trade Ideas. I'll trust that. It's double digits either way. So you can see sometimes a little bit of a bounce as there might be a little short covering at times like these. So if 30 is the Alamo, you're pretty much set up for the, well, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. When you're at 30.50 or when you're bouncing off 30.50, if we come back down here and test that again, risk to reward sort of favors a little bit of a mini like relief rally squeeze type play, stop out underneath 30 even. If we were up at 34, I'd be singing a different tune saying, okay, I think you short that into maybe 35 and look for a continuation. But all the way down here, I mean, 30 is 30. Probably going to end up looking to take a shot at that. It has to set up. If we're screaming at like 32, 33 at the open, then I'm not looking for that play. I want it to be testing low. Volume comes in at 930. Volume can't break the bottom, and then you look to go long in front of it. Ideally, you're looking for that sub 31, so your risk to reward isn't ridiculous.
All right. So yesterday I put some bids on Alibaba and then got absolutely railed there early. So what we're going to do today is not put any bids out on names that have reported or anything like that, because I'm going to blink and be down quite a lot of money again. So we're not going to do that. But look what's happened to Nike right now. This is a breakdown for sure, down 3% right here. Definitely bounce. I mean, anyone can see 130 at the same time 115. So right here, you're starting to break it a little bit lower right now. You've already taken out these daily levels of, I mean, you're right here right now, 115.80 or so. So, a continuation move to the downside. If we like breakouts when they happen, you got to like breakdowns, especially if this market's going to be a red one here today. Yeah, Nike, again, news on Nike with a fine. Let me read exactly what it was there. We had it on our, didn't we have it on our, it must be somewhere. Oh, there, it's in Foot Locker note.
Yeah,
yeah, there it is. Impact of Nike. Oh, no, no, I read it somewhere else. They had a fine. I think it was the EU or something about their independent contractors and not classifying people correctly. I'll find the note in a second. I think I read it on CNBC, to be honest with you. Shouldn't be pumping other things, but we do have the note in our trade watch list, watchlist.tradertv.live. But there it is right there, 115, trying to break a little bit lower. I like this. You got the 50 period at 122. And we'll watch Nike as it trades here today. 116,000 shares, which is an increased size for it here today. VWAP's up at 116. We like that. We'll see if it can fade out, but I like Nike to the short side.
Here, Morgan Stanley downside a little bit. Not a lot of volume here, but CEO going to step down within 12 months. So there was a bit of a move downside. Worth a note. We were mentioning the banks there, so we'll keep an eye on Morgan. Let's bring in Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas for a discussion on Friday, as per usual. It's been great to see you, Michael. Welcome back. It's been a strong week as far as tech is concerned, but I feel like I was sitting here this morning thinking it's been a long time since we've talked about breakouts in really any way, shape, or form as far as what to do now that overall the NASDAQ specifically and the overall market seems to be really breaking out. So you've kind of gone back into the archives here and pulled out a great idea and a great scan that you're going to tell us about on how we can kind of approach this market now.
Absolutely. And finally, it seems like we may actually be breaking out here on the SPY. It's been a very long time. I think it was March that we got into this range in the SP 500. And, for you guys who are day traders and short-term traders, it doesn't really bother you that much other than volatility contracting and that making things a little bit harder. But for us and for myself, who's a swing trader, oh man, this was a very difficult market to just sit there and wait and wait and wait. But you can see in the chart here, officially closed above in the breakout area. So now we just need to wait a couple days. Hopefully we don't just fake out and pull back down. But as someone like myself, who's more of a breakout person, I've already bought everything that's breaking out. But the beauty of Trade Ideas is you guys see a lot of me, but actually a lot of our employees and people at Trade Ideas are traders. We're actually encouraged to trade, to help build a good product by traders for traders. So I just went into our room with our employees, said, hey guys, do you have any good scans right now for a way to deal with this current market? And Andy, who's been using Trade Ideas since it launched in 2003, is a great educator and kind of a mentor for me as well, who's in there, came up with this awesome scan. He's like, yes, I watch this thing all the time. And it is a trend pullback scan. He said, usually there's not a lot on here, which is great for you, for the new people out there and people playing with Trade Ideas. As always, info@trade-ideas.com, or just hit me up at Twitter, MichaelNottCMT, and I can get you this scan. But if you look at the next slide here, you can see it doesn't pump out a lot of results, which is good. Only about 10 names here or so. And the idea I know it's hard to see, but on the side I put the filter criterias, and basically all he's looking for is I want the stock over all of its moving averages. And that's just a simple way to quantify in an uptrend. But he doesn't want to chase things, because now that we're breaking out, a lot of things are overextended and overdone. He's looking for names that have pulled back. So basically saying, in the last 5 days, I want this stock down, but I want it in a strong uptrend. So that's the scan. It's put out some great names, which I'm going to highlight for you here. First one is this NNOX. Now, just warning, they have earnings, I believe, in 2 days. So just be careful on the 22nd. So I think that's Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember. NNOX. But you can see this massive uptrend in this name. It's gone from $5 to almost 20, so almost a 4x, and now it's pulling back, and that may be a sweet zone to kind of pull back to it. So 1750 or so is yesterday's high and the day before its high, so that would be a technical breakout if we get above that. Also, 12% of this float is short, and with that monster move, we know that 12% is wrong, so they may have to cover quickly if this thing starts to move. Next one here is TNYA. Again, you can see the theme of these things are in longer-term uptrends, so they're above all those key moving averages, and then over the last 5 days, kind of pulled back a little bit into a sweet spot. This one's sitting around 7 to 725 is interesting. This company makes heart drugs, cardiovascular type things, so pay attention to that. Just know it's a pharmaceutical, so those things can move pretty erratically. So next one here is ECL. Again, nice strong term uptrend, a little bit of a pullback here into kind of the sweet spot, which is about 175, give or take, for this name. This one, when I looked it up, it just said hygiene. They clean, I guess, water and air and all that kind of stuff. So this one might move with some of those green energy plays, some of the solar, that kind of thing. And again, I need to highlight very soon, these are coming out, our picture-in-picture charts. So the lower left-hand corner is a weekly chart. So you get a nice zoomed out view while you're focusing in on the daily time frame, which is the swing time frame for us. And last but not least is GNTX. This one's a little bit more sideways, but it is recently reclaimed all of those key moving averages after earnings, had a little bit of an uptrend. Pulling back around 28 bucks seems to be a magnet for this one. So I think this one, for people who are maybe newer traders and they want to trade slower names, this might be one for this as well. I think if you're above 28 bucks, you can own the name. Under 28 bucks, it's probably time to go.
Great stuff. Absolutely fantastic opportunity coming up in a couple of weeks, guys. If you had any inclinations or desires to maybe test out Trade Ideas, first week of June, test drive coming through, Mr. Noss.
Yes, so it's $11.11, and you get 2 full weeks of Trade Ideas. And I think starting next week, I'm going to be on twice to bug you guys a little bit about this more. But yeah, you get the full suite of the product, including the anchored VWAP tools. You can see the book behind my head there. You get access to all of that. You get to play around with the program. We're going to have our own support streams that you guys can come in and ask questions, all kinds of cool stuff. It's a great way for us to open our doors, show everybody who's interested, maybe build some scans, talk a little bit to your guys, to the community, to you guys, to everybody out there. And it's a really low risk way to give it a shot. If you've tried trade ideas before, we're constantly building new things. I've showed the picture-in-picture charts and the anchored view app products and all this kind of stuff. So you can come give us a try again. If you're first time, come check us out. And trade-ideas.com/tradertv is the best way to sign up there.
And you get direct access to Michael Noss himself, a direct line, in fact, for any questions. I'm just throwing you under the bus here, but no,
absolutely.
It will be, it's a great opportunity. Again, first week of June. We'll talk more about it next week and over the coming days. But have a great weekend. It's a long weekend in Canada on this side of the border this weekend. Enjoy yours. We'll speak again next week.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it is a long weekend. Although usually, I mean, here we care about the U.S. holidays because we work on the U.S. market hours.
Yep.
It won't matter to me because I will not be here, so I don't get to bug Michael all next week about that test drive. But he was right about the SPY. I'm half curious, like, what was the stock behind Michael there? I don't know if he's still listening to me. What was it? I don't know what stock he was watching behind him. It wasn't the SPY, but it's almost like it should have been. This market has been in the midst of a breakout. I know, like, yesterday there was a lot of, and I was one of them looking at too, like, you see the dollar was breaking out of a trend, sort of the bottom end of a trend and going to the upside, and you sort of felt, okay, well, maybe that's going to be the turn. You look at all those big tech names all breaking out. It's like, well, what's going to stop this thing? But you're breaking major resistance. You've already done so on the Qs, and now you're doing so on the SPY as well. Everybody, it's a weird thing. Like, we're not, you need something to turn the market, because if everybody is feeling that we've gone too far and everyone's bearish, then that's usually not how you break away from this breakout that we're on. Like, something else some shoe has to drop somewhere. Is it something that the Fed says? I don't know. Is it something with the debt ceiling crisis? Who knows? Usually, like, something's going to come out of left field. Maybe like NVIDIA earnings. We'll be able to see. But until then, you've been playing the trend because it's been working. Like, I look up and I'm saying to myself, okay, well, I like dip buys in like Google. That could be interesting. That could come down off the open. But reality is everything has just been breakouts because of what's been going on in the larger environment, right? Like, you haven't had a red day yet since Google or Alphabet made its break at 110, and now you're testing 125. I wouldn't be surprised if we're very quickly staring down the barrel of a 125 breakout in 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting to hear a couple of unique names from Michael Noss there. So thank you again for doing that. And I think everyone should try out that test drive. He'll be back here next week, as we talked about Monday and Friday, to go over all that. I'm using trade ideas, nothing spiking right now, but I just have a list here, relative volume, with some names that I look at. If you want to come to my screen here quickly, Maud, just something that I look at. Just gives you relative volume. This is from yesterday, so Palantir, Netflix, Alibaba, AMAT, names that are going. And these are all things that you can find, but there's so many at support, at resistance, just different things that are available through trade ideas that I think are pretty cool, that I have up there all the time and talk about them on the show. And then, of course, Neil and I use their single stock window here as well. That's pretty cool to find out news and the profile, competitors. I have Danaher up here right now. So different things like that you can easily check out. And it's just so easy, and it comes with a full suite of charting as well. And then you have access to Michael Noss himself. So anyways, lots of good things there. We're not pumping it up, but it's a tool that we use, and we are affiliated with it, so you can grab 20% off right now or wait for that test drive, which was pretty successful in the past. Apple restricting ChatGPT use now. So we'll see what happens with Microsoft and Apple today. As look at the NASDAQ, man. Same old again, guys. Starting to ramp up again. It was starting to go to the downside, and there it goes. I don't know. We'll see where it goes today. We have some levels to watch out for you, and we'll go over those in a minute. But right now it's 9 o'clock. Arun's going to be here. I hope he got the lighting all figured out. We'll talk about some futures plays coming up soon, because it's a Friday, and I know everyone's interested in some of these plays.
All right, first segment brought to you by SurgeTrader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV. Bottom of the screen there gets you 10% off over at SurgeTrader. Shout out to them. Before we get to Arun here, quickly look at upgrades and downgrades. Shout out to Spencer filling in for Sharif, who has a day off today. Filling out this board for us. Gap, Wendy's, Shake Shack, Among upgrades this morning, Disney, Alibaba downside, Chevron, and Noodles Company. I don't know why I said that, but anyways. As I mentioned, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market before we head to the open here on a Friday. That's going to be, as we said, Arun, all about 11 o'clock this morning. Fed Chair Powell coming through.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We're at the right spot for this to be something of a big move here. We're either going to accept or reject this, right? We're talking about multi-month potential breakout, and happens to be on a day where the Fed is, or the chairman of the board is speaking as well. I was looking into that on the calendar. It's not just Fed Powell; it's also former Fed Ben Bernanke as well involved in that conversation. So it's going to be interesting to see what they both have to say. Obviously, Powell's words matter a lot more because he actually makes the decisions now. But it definitely is going to be an interesting one here. 42.25 is what I'm looking at for. So there's a tight window here where we can potentially make a trade before it gets to 11 o'clock. Once you get to 11 o'clock, it depends on what words come out of his mouth, out of Powell's mouth, right? So there's a small window to make some trades. I'm trying to potentially maybe jump on board here onto a long, depending on how we trade these 25s. Can we get above? Can we, absorb some selling if we were to come back in? Just trade a little bit before we get to that 11 o'clock spot against 42.10. That's going to be the quick trade I'm going to try to make. Of course, after 11 o'clock, we've got to get some bigger levels in place. 41.85 looks half decent for a much larger play in the event that the market breaks 4200, holds up well, looks for a secondary bounce after Powell starts speaking. So in that situation, I would use 41.85, and then obviously the big one here is going to be 41.60, much below that. So for now, small trades here and there until we get to 11 o'clock. Once we get to 11 o'clock, whenever they're done speaking, we'll have all the information that they want or the market wants to work with. Then we can figure out whether this is going to be a multi-month move or not. This is going to be at the right inflection point. We're either going to carry forward and make a move towards 4,300, or this is the right spot to run some traps, take some stops out, and then flip back down and go back down, right? So it's at the right location on a Friday with the news. I think it's just going to be an exciting one to play with here, and definitely keep an eye on that 11 o'clock speech that comes in through.
Oh, thanks, Arun. Fed's Bowman speaking right now. Just be aware of that. We had Williams earlier. Didn't make any comments on monetary policy, but yeah, going to be all about 11 o'clock this morning with Fed Chair Powell and former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke coming through as well. So that'll be interesting. If you haven't done so, grab that every morning, guys. Free for you. Our watch list comes right to your inbox. All you need is your email address. Top of the list this morning. I mean, there's a bunch of kind of minor headlines here as far as tech is concerned. Yeah, we had that Apple note. Apple going to restrict some use of ChatGPT as far as employees are concerned. Twitter with a lawsuit against Microsoft, according to the New York Times anyways, for improperly using their data in ChatGPT. So more AI controversy, possibly. Samsung, as we talked about, Wall Street Journal reporting after the close yesterday, Samsung not going to replace Google with Bing as far as their default browser is concerned. But, I mean, anyone who buys one of the phones can do that anyway if you really wanted to, guys. So what do we do here with tech? What a week it's been.
Oh, man. Yeah. What do we do? Oh, man, I love these questions. I guess you buy. Yeah, tech, I always looking to fade, but I don't think today, if we're going to talk about Google a little bit, I mean, there's a couple tech names that I think we could fade, and we'll get to that. But for right now, if we're just going to talk about Google and Samsung, I mean, I think that was a while ago that they came out and they talked about possibly switching from Chrome over to Bing on their phones. But, you know, they make so much money. I can't. Again, the story, I think it was like a couple months, maybe a month ago or so. And then the revenues that I read that Google actually pays to Samsung and all that to have them front load Chrome.
Apple too.
And Apple. No, it's the whole, it's a great, I didn't realize how much business that was. You know, like Apple doesn't even, they put it on there and they just say, oh, well, if you want to use Safari, you can use Safari, who cares? So it's like, there's so many opportunities for Google in this environment, especially if their Pixel phone, I mean, it's already taking off. They're releasing more. They have a brand new tablet coming out. We all know what Chrome is, and it's pretty much, I think it's everybody's default browser, it seems like. I don't know, unless someone else has switched over recently to Bing, and I think that's going to be possible to get some downturns off that, right? I mean, I think once the next couple quarters release and you realize that maybe search is, you know, not as hot. What were you pointing at?
I literally have Bing open right now with our watch list. I'm not even making it.
Well, that's your
This
fault.
isn't Bing.
But I mean, sometimes, sometimes, with Windows, they're going to, you're going to have access to Bing, but it doesn't matter. I think Google continues to climb. This has just been 5 or 6 days of just straight fire. The minute we broke that 110 and they came out with their conference there, that developers day, where there was just spitting out hot fire about what their BARD and their system was going to be, their Palm 2 and all this kind of stuff. It's just been straight up to the upside right now. And there's, again, you want to talk about a name that I think is overcooked. I think Google is. But I'm happy. It is my largest holding now for sure. I was just looking at it actually all this morning. But are we going to fade off this 124.50? That's where we got to, and that's a possibility. We hit that in the pre, coming back in. These highs from yesterday is 123.50. I wrote down on the sticky note here today that maybe we'd try along at 123 if we came in. That's yesterday's close. So if you get that long, then I think you want to give it $1. That's 122 to the bottom here. But I like what Arun was saying. What's the point of jumping into anything? We have 11 o'clock's going to be coming through. We'll just wait to see if we can get some levels. Right now, VWAP it's under VWAP at 124.10. Maybe this is the fade for Google. For me, my best trade yesterday, I want to try to rinse and repeat it again here today. And the two names that I have on the sticky note today are going to be AMD and Google, along with Disney and Palantir. But the two big tech names that we faded yesterday, right there, 108. We actually had this top. We tried it there, got stopped out, then we hit it again, and then hit it pretty darn good into the close. But look at this rally all the way back to 108. So, I feel like any kind of a bump up there, we are going to get an opportunity. I feel like on AMD, it's down 1% here today, or close enough, 0.75%. But look where we are as far as VWAP is concerned. And again, it's not going to matter that much because of what the volume is right now. Let's wait to see when it opens up. But again, you're bouncing off 106.80. I feel like a little bit of a bump up in here, 107.50, 107.80, and then we can hold it against this 108, 108.50 level. And then we'll get out. We'll see how far this name wants to go. If the market's screaming, we don't have to take the trade. But I think we'll sit there. We'll watch to see what's going on. I just think the market's just so heated right now. There has to be a couple good shorts, right? I like Disney long. We like Palantir long. And I'm down for AMD. I'm down for all these names long. We have a bid at Google. I don't have a bid now because of what happened, but we'll be bidding that at 123, and then we'll see about a 122. But hey, I like tech. You pointed out to me that Meta was near that 250 mark. That's a monster. Nvidia yesterday was like, hold my beer. We don't care what anyone's doing. Netflix, the only cash flow positive streaming name. There's so much, tailwinds in all of these names.
And they're also, that's the thing. It's at that moment where everything was so big yesterday. It's like, how could it not pull back or something like that? But let it happen first. Yesterday, my only mission in the morning was to not take anything on the front end. If I want a dip buy, it has to show me the bounce first and then work into it. If I wanted to short something, it had to show me the resistance. I'm not going to sit in front of a level. I need to see it bounce, right? So 125 is going to be a good psychological number on the daily here. Alphabet's already through that, 23. That sets it up. It's a previous high. You've broken through it. So those are the only two things to watch. Well, okay, those are the two things I'm going to watch at the open for this one, 23 and 25. If I see a rejection off a level, and then I can put the long with a stop underneath whatever the low it makes around 23, or a short in front of that 25. Potentially there's a breakout there as well, cross that bridge when we get there. But you mentioned Meta, man. It didn't really hit 250. 248.60, I think you said was a pre-market high there. I have a dark pool wick that's a little bit away from that, but this is on another tear. 250 is a huge psychological number on Meta. Much like Nvidia 300 or Apple 125, I pretty much promise you that when it gets to 250, I'll be offering 249.97 or 98 or 99 with a stop above and scalp that short. And then I'm probably going to reverse long when 250, if 250 breaks. I don't know, looking at another level, I'm not even sure what else I would look at from that standpoint. We're probably going to talk about chips independently, so let's move on.
All right, just saw this come across as well as far as Google is concerned and Amazon, guys. The information just reporting that I mean, with Amazon Prime Video, you can now get some local television stations, at least here in Toronto. We have the ability to get some local television stations. YouTube now throwing their hat into that ring as well. And they're actually saying that YouTube is undercutting Amazon Prime by as much as 10% as to what they will charge to carry these local streaming stations. So some competition maybe heating up as far as replacing traditional cable TV anyways, as far as Amazon and YouTube are concerned. Let's go to Tesla here. Pretty good week for Tesla. It's been volatile anyways. Who was it? The Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister of Technology for India telling Reuters this morning in an interview that Tesla is serious on establishing India production. Does that matter?
Well, didn't we? Okay. Well, why wouldn't we have thought they were serious about this before? I don't know. They're serious. I mean, whatever. I don't know that that's a big deal. I think it's a big deal that they want to move. They want to move into India. That they're affirming that that's true. Maybe not so much. Another stock, another potential continuation of a breakout. Again, everything I look at, almost everything we look at is going to be the same theme here. So you had this previous 177 top. We got there. We're now gapping above it. So we haven't really traded the open above this high that got put in last week. So I need to see how do we react to 177 on the way back in when volume comes into Tesla here. It's a Friday, so that puts 175 into play. If it's broken inside that range, I'd only look for bounces in two places, 77 and 75. And then from that point, it's like, just look for the trend. You're also dealing with Tesla getting back to and potentially closing above the 50 period. That also rests right around here. It's just beneath 178. So you have a lot going on for Tesla, and you just, to me, picking a direction when you get to this at the open at 9:30, allow it to make a move and then try to join the trend and then use it to support or resistance as your base of operations for the morning. There's other names that'll be sort of clearly above a breakout price, or more clearly, like Google, it's clearly above that one, above that 120 break, 123 as well. Tesla, it's right in the pocket of trying to make this breakout. It might be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be next week, let's just say. But at the open, if we do hold 177, in the first 5-10 minutes, then to me, Tesla's just going to be a long. It's got to be shorts underneath and a failure through that price, and maybe even through 175 actually.
Look, there's a hell of a lot of money in India. They're an educated population. Technology's there. I really like this move. I've really liked this move for Apple. I mean, I just think to diversify. We know that Tesla does have a big advantage of being the first mover. So I think that any sort of a new environment for them to get their name out there. I feel like Apple's going to have a huge tailwind going into India, and that's going to just really rocket up their smartphone sales and get it into new hands. And I think the same thing here for Tesla. Now, I don't know Tesla's numbers in India, but I do like the fact that there's a huge opportunity for employment there. You're getting away from China, you're getting away from the US, and you're just being less dependent on these countries. So for me, I think Tesla, this is a big win for them. And I just think moving forward, you want to buy this name. I just think the market's, I can't keep saying the same thing, but Tesla's not, the market's heated and Tesla's still here. So, I would have thought Tesla would have been back up here, $200. It's just the way that a lot of these other names are moving. Tesla has AI, Tesla has all this stuff. Now they have Elon Musk back in the building. I like the name. Everyone always is going to question valuation and whatnot for Tesla, and I don't know if that's really ever mattered. And right now, if it does, you do have a nice PE. But let's not talk about PEs and going in and buying names. When you're looking at Nvidia as a PE of 167, right? Amazon PE of 280. Let's just be perfectly clear on what drives these stocks. So I just think that Tesla, again, first mover advantage, new models coming out, truck, everything pumping on Tesla. Plus you get the madman himself, like I just said, is back in the building. And I say that with all due respect. I mean, Tesla and Elon Musk go hand in hand, and he has some crazy ideas.
He is a madman.
I haven't heard too much talk about Bitcoin from him lately. So that could be another thing, another shoe to drop there for Tesla. That has nothing to do with Tesla. But
what did I tell you?
Oh
my goodness, my
now barber. Your barber wants what? Now what coin does he want?
No, see, there was this there was this.
I see you went to the barber, by the way. I like getting the fresh look.
I have to have a fresh look
heading into the vacation because you're going to take pictures there, and then plus you're going to be stress-free, not with your kid. Like I'm the stupid idiot bringing my kids to Italy, which is crazy. But
there was a fake video. It was a fake video. I guess it was on Facebook or something.
Yeah.
My barber shows to me. He's like, "Is this real?" And it was like Aaron Burnett reporting a story that Elon Musk was promoting some kind of token or whatever. And first of all, it wasn't even her voice. I'm like, first of all, like anyone that watches business news, that's not even her voice, so that's clearly fake.
Okay.
And Elon, we know, promotes Dogecoin. It was something I never heard of. I'm like, look, this is fake. It's all good.
What if it was real though, and you cost your barber like millions of dollars because he's like hot onto something here? Is something moving around right now?
No, it doesn't matter. It's just you got to really watch out for these things. There's so many scams out there. It's ridiculous.
Brendo, I know we're gonna do Palantir in a second, but just come over here right now. It is Rip City. It just took out 12. There was like a 200,000 or 300,000 share buyer that was there. It's too bad it's gone now. I think it just got marketed out at 12 or close enough to that right here, as the volume's not really showing too much pickup there, but a couple 100,000 shares coming through right now for Palantir as it just takes off from 1165 right back up to the upside. We are going to talk about this. The short float's only 7%, but wow, here goes PLTR. We've made a lot of money on this recently, so I don't know where to get out, but 14 is looking pretty good. We'll see. It's taking out 12 right now. It's on the list, but just noticing it right now because we're starting to get excited here with Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir. Kathy Wood loving some Palantir, that's for sure, this week with a huge buy. I just saw this pop up. Kind of cool, guys. Germany's DAX index, all-time highs today. Yeah. All-time highs for the DAX. Crazy.
Oh, my God.
Speaking of definitely not all-time highs, let's talk Foot Locker. Downside in a big way here. The forecasted problem, they cut both the Q2 and full-year forecast for FL, so 25% downside.
Oh, do not cut full-year forecast. And it's a
yikes.
In the retail space, when tech is booming and people are, everyone has recession fears. It's not a good look. It's been a trend. We talked about this already. It's been a trend for them to the downside. I know Nike's making some moves as well. Obviously, they're just better poised. A lot of the reason Foot Locker's in trouble is because of Nike online sales. The Alamo's at 30. The setup for me is going to be relatively simple. Yes, if we get up to 34, I'm looking for probably a fade. You got to be patient. If it goes up 15% from here, then I want the back end of that trade. I also want the back end of any bounce off 30 at the open. So if it comes to the downside, I'm not sitting on the bid. I didn't sit on the bid anywhere yesterday. I didn't really sit on the offer anywhere. I was just looking for those key levels. The second it shows me a bounce, then I'll try to, or not a consolidation. It's not likely to do that right away. But if it shows a nice little bounce or any kind of a curl where it cannot break that low, stop underneath 30 and then go from there. So that's the plan of action down here because I don't want to be shorting 31 in front of such a key level. It's just too tight to the bottom to look for the short. I know Sean is looking at Nike. I think that's a reasonable play as well. They are, obviously you're breaking here some support. It's underneath that 116 previous support area, so it's a flat bottom break on Nike. If this can't hold the line, like this is, it's probably a little bit closer to calling it 116 because that'd be way too tight if you're thinking 115.5, 115.75. Underneath here, if it can't break back out, this is another one of those potential flat bottom breaks. It's been running down into this, so you want to be careful not getting trapped anything shorting a bottom here. The same way you don't want to get trapped on a breakout long on an early pullback. I'd feel like both these two names could have a little bit of that. So always have yourself an out right quick because if it does hold the bottom, it can get nasty. And the example I'm going to use for that is, and allowing something to set up, not just don't get trapped at the bottom, but allow something to set up would be Cisco. Because Cisco the other day had a similar flat bottom break on the daily, same setup, bad earnings. In their particular case, it broke in the pre-market, and then once we opened, it was all to the upside. So if you shorted it on that break in the pre-market, you basically got destroyed on Cisco, and it wasn't a good quarter for them either. So just be cautious shorting lows in this market, even if the news is bad.
All right, speaking of that neighborhood, anyways, Cisco networking, but let's talk about some chip makers here. What a week it's been. What a year, let's be honest, it's been for this one specifically, NVIDIA. This goes back to January, essentially. This is January, just straight to the upside on AI, all things AI. 113% it was at the start of the day yesterday, more than that now, obviously. Down slightly, but still holding top end of the range. There's not much in the way of news on these today, but we got some more Japan subsidies headlines coming through earlier in the week. Micron with a big investment going into Japan. And again, it's just AI, AI, AI.
Yeah, everything AI. I'm going to talk Micron because every single day that we've been around this level, we sort of talked about the exact same thing with Micron, this 65.5, and it finally broke out of the range. So yesterday, I had my bids down here. I was looking for the 65 bounce, but my bids were on the other side, not the front side, the back. And we're sort of just talking about if you look to play something after it bounces, then what'll end up happening is if it does one of these, you got to chase it a little bit here. So I had bids. Once it carried a little bit too far, it didn't set up the risk reward, and then by that, it was moving really fast. But I think once you're above a level like that, you're really just looking long until it's back underneath, and that can manifest in like a lot of ways today. It could be 67, it could be 66.5. Well, maybe a little bit more like, 66, I think, where we broke out from at the open, like that little consolidation, 67, 66, all the way to 65. Any pullback in Micron that shows strength at those levels, I'm going to want to be able to play. And as far as I'm concerned, that until it either breaks back and gives up this breakout or gets to $75, I think you're just sort of looking long on that name. NVIDIA is insane. We've all seen it. The daily chart speaks for itself. 318.5 kind of looks like that breakout today, and maybe even a little bit of resistance. And the one dog out there, it wasn't that bad yesterday because I guess it had a little bit of an upward trend, but Intel did hold the line underneath resistance here at about $30 and was unable to break out. So that feels like the level here for me today. If I'm short, I like to short in this range. I feel like it wants to test this 30 area first, so I'll give it a chance. If the market pops, I'll give it a chance to get up there before looking for the fade on Intel off 30.
All right, big shout out here to Adam. Big shout out to Jane, who's trading with us today. What's up to David Kyle there in the chat? Michael Lloyd, Ponzi Fonzie. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? How you doing, my guy? D Factor, everybody that's in there today. What's up to you, Michael Lloyd? We've seen you around. Mike Pena in the building as well. Rolling Records is here today. Nice to see you. Momo's here, of course. Trader One, the one and the only. What's up? You wanted Aura Alpha? You get it right there, Aura Alpha. What's up to you? What's up to Patrick today? Stonk Hunter. Okay, now it's getting crazy. What's up to everybody? Nicole Harris, what up? What's up to Daryl Flinch as well? Everybody there in the chat, happy Friday. We on one again. So, hey, man, we're ready to short. We're ready to short AMD today. It's on the sticky note here, up to 108. We'll see what happens off the open. We have Fed Chair Powell coming at 11. We have a couple Fed speak happening as we speak as well. So let's wait to see where this market goes. But I'm excited to trade some of these chip names. Let's just see what levels. Intel, obviously, Neil just went over that. That's a good one. NVIDIA yesterday was absolutely rocking. Look at AMD, just huge move to the upside. I think it's way too far, way too fast. I love it. I own AMD. I think we probably all do at some point in our lives or even now. This is a big move, and I don't really know what it's on. I mean, I know there's all this AI talk, and higher computer sales was reported last week, and AMD is going to, get some of these tailwinds. This is just a monstrous move. I mean, you're up 25%, maybe even a little bit more than that over the last little while, and I just want to fade it. We had yesterday's fade play right there. We had this whole play. It was a number one stock for me, and we bounced off 108 again into the close. We ended right at 108, but we still bounced off that level, and now you're starting to head to the downside. I feel like we're breaker 19 to the downside. Watch out for 105.50 here today. Again, lots on our mind, and there's going to be a lot to trade. So I'm going to be looking at AMD. I have it up as one of my screens over here, and we'll just wait to see if it gives us a trade opportunity to the short side. But I want to look at that. If we break that 108.20 level, then we'll get out and regroup it up to that 110. So I feel like we're fine here with this name. I like the short in AMD if we're going to talk about chips.
Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show and a lot of people out there on the floor. See what's happening, guys, in the moment with Trade Ideas. As always, TraderTV20. Promo code TraderTV20 gets you 20% off As we were saying, though, with Michael Noss coming up, first week of June, great opportunity to test out the platform. I think he said $11.11 will get you 2 weeks of the entire thing, including data. So shout out to Mr. Noss over at Trade Ideas. We'll wrap things up here with PLTR. Let's face it, not a lot in the way of news. It's up more than 50% since earnings. Palantir, or Kathy Wood, I should say, liking that move and then some. Wednesday and Thursday this week combined 1.2 million in purchases for Miss Wood.
Buying something on the way up. Buying something on the way up. That's not a lot, by the way. That's not a lot. Like 1.2. I mean, it's a $12 stock.
Yeah.
And she already owns.
Yeah, I mean, I only own 3 million. So how much is how many shares is she buying?
What was the vol yesterday?
I don't know. I'm gonna find it.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll let you double check that. So you're through all the levels, all the breakout levels that we were talking about the last few days. You're basically already through them. So much for this is the 1150, which I'm pretty sure a lot of us were looking for some kind of a dip buy today to be maybe picking it up to join that trend. It looked like it was dipping right down into that, and then at the open you'd get into the supply zone from yesterday, and you get that 1150, maybe down into like the 25-30 range, and then kind of go off to the races from there. And now you're at $12, so that might throw that a bit of a wrench in that plan. I don't think there's anything huge on the upside standing in our way unless you go back to the daily. You can talk about like 13, quarter, 15. Obviously, if we see 15 today, I think that's an obvious short. But I don't know that we get there. I'm just looking for the dip here. I just feel like there's going to be a dip at the open. It's Friday. Everything's been running so much, and it's about where it settles down. I think anywhere near and maybe a little bit underneath that 1150 makes some sense to me. I don't really want to short this name. I feel like if I die on hills today shorting, it should be 250 Meta, Intel 30, Affirm 15, something along those lines, and not Palantir.
Yeah, no, I like Palantir a lot, obviously, but we're up quite a large amount here. We will not be going short. Shout out to Nicole Harris yesterday, where I was joking about me sinking that stock, and we were only long yesterday. So Palantir was a monster bid for me yesterday. We bought it down here at 1060. We got some out up here at 1140, which was great. And then we bought this break as well into the close, which was great again. I think I might have made just as much money on this last break as we did right here, maybe even more, because we were confident about this 1150 holding. So we are just buying at that level right on this break right there. We are giving it like 5 cents, and we wound up making like 40 or 30 cents there off the close up to 1180. It was an absolute great trade. Neil, you mentioned stuff on Deere, that Ian Rispetto there, $10 super chat. I didn't want to ignore it, but you talked about it earlier. I haven't looked at Deere, so did you want to rehash on maybe what you said?
Sure, quickly, and thank you for the super chat, Ian. We appreciate it for sure. All I was sort of saying there was, again, I like a little bit of their story. Candidly speaking, I own personally, like my long term, I own Caterpillar. I don't own Deere. I said I'm intrigued by them. So I've been looking at them as maybe something I could get going. You're at the 50 period right now, and I think you're in a weird zone for this to trade it. It's a nice bottom that it's made. It just feels better if it's breaking out the 50 and the 200 and then allowing it to make a decision at this level and then joining an upward trend. It's not even sure it breaks a trend till it gets and holds above 400. So I don't see it personally. I don't see a trade that I like. It would have to be something that sets up next week, and that's more what I was getting at when I brought it up. As a day trader, most of the times we don't really trade these. I think that's more of like a swing or a long term in my estimation. But I suppose people do day trade $400 names, more likely in options. But it's that 400 level. I think it needs to hold above, and we're a ways away from that.
All right, we're done. That's good. All right, thank
done.
you. Do we need to go back to you, Brendo, for anything? No? Okay, good. All right. So we're ready to rock and roll. The NASDAQ just dropped down a little bit right there. So I don't think, neither of us are in position right now. I don't have any bids. I told you I got railroaded yesterday on that. But there it is right there, 1320 all the way to the downside right now. Making a new move down here. So we're going to have to wait to see. Here's the ES as well. So we're going to have the ES and the NASDAQ. Nice little dump off here. Remember, we have Fed Powell speaking at 11. And we're going to go through all of that. I tweeted out. It's on our watch list as well. 9 o'clock, Fed's Bowman. So that's happening as we speak. And And then the next one, we've already had Williams, Bowman, and Powell coming at 11. So that's the next big shoe to drop would be at 11 o'clock with only a minute to go here into the bell. So it's going to be another good day for us, I feel like, on the floor. Lots of action behind us, a lot of guys in the building. And we have a couple female traders. We love that here as well.
It's the Cosby sweater.
It's the... Okay, here we go. Yeah. We have on the bell, it's Yanni Ramy on the bell today.
Best
so there it is.
Name in
there it is right there, the best trader name. It's Yannick. He's got the, Neil called it Cosby. What did you call it? There we go. That is what it is.
Those are awesome. I love those.
It's Yanni Ramy, and when you ring the bell, it means you're going to have probably your best day ever. So let's go right now with that with only 10 seconds left. So thank you, Yannick, for ringing the bell here today as we get ready to go with 5, 4. Well, you can see what's going on. 3, 2. Ring that damn bell, my guy. All right, here we go. Nice one. I like that. Kat is fired. No. Kat is at a wedding right now.
Yeah, she's
right now today. Not as in fired.
No,
as in like you're fired, Vince McMahon
It's a Vince
style.
McMahon thing. I knew what you meant.
All right, let's go, man. What's up to Leon in the chat? I can't read the chat right now. I need to do this job. So let's go. Palantir is retracing a little bit into these levels, so we'll see a nice little move down. Could see a little fade here happening in Palantir. It might be time to pick up a long, but I always, what am I doing? I tell myself not to get into anything, and right now I'm like, oh, that just dipped. I should be buying some PLTR. So you know what? Let's do that. Let's buy some Palantir.
Yeah, I mean, I told myself the same thing and ended up not taking that dip in.
It might not be that much of a dip.
No,
I mean, we still got 11.60.
Foot Locker went to 30. Got to 29.90, and that was the bounce. It happens so fast, right? Like if you have a bid out there, then if you put your stop, I don't like even dollar stops, but if you put it at like 29.85 or something like that, you're in the money $1. That said, I said I wouldn't just do it that way, so bit of a missed opportunity. If it gets back down there again, maybe I take a shot, but the first bounce, generally speaking, is going to be the better one. I'll likely get something in there, but I think the opportunity might have been missed on that. So I'm just going to get my stop in there now on Foot Locker. If I get picked up, fine, we'll take a shot. You mentioned Palantir, Alphabet. It's not. There's another name that made a dip in there. Look at Alphabet right off that 123.
What?
Like this is
another bid I don't have out there.
If like today, if you just put the bids out off these levels, you're laughing. And it was like instant wins there.
I missed Micron yesterday.
Yeah, so 123, maybe we come back down there again and take a quick little shot. But we thought there might be dip buys. Obviously, there were right at the open.
It's all fun and games until I hurt somebody real bad. Okay, 123.85, there it is. We'll take it out anyways. Bang on that one for now. And there goes our friend PLTR. We just hit it again. We just hit it again, breaking through 12. So here goes Palantir. It's starting to get excited now, back up to the upside as we hit this name. We're long now at 12.04 here for Palantir. Let's see how far it wants to go. A nice little retracement up, or not retracement, nice little push to the upside right now on Palantir. Let's go, man. We got a doozy on this one. Plus, we've got some Google in the money right now as well. There goes PLTR. Big, huge trade for me to start the day. First long 93s or whatever it was. Now we're huge at 12.05. What's up, Brendo?
AMD, guys, just be careful here. Cleveland Research circulating a note suggesting they may be in the process of cutting their forecast. So a few people talking about that right now. So AMD again, it's actually going back up on that. But again, Cleveland Research analysts talking about cutting their forecast.
I mean, okay, it's not really moving that. It's not that crazy, actually.
We're
Alphabet.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Alphabet just touched 124. The only thing I'm in, I got the 50s there on the way back up. It's bounced off 23, so I don't have evens, but we have the best we can get. Nothing going to the upside on Intel, so no fades just yet for me. I mentioned briefly Affirm at 15. It's at 1450. Needs to get to the upside if I'm going to fade that. The market actually came down there, oddly enough. So the NASDAQ went down initially, but the move on the names at least I'm watching here is to set upside. So there's the back end of Alphabet. If we get to 125, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think there's going to be a level at 125. It's my guess. But if there is one, I'm getting out, and then I'm probably playing a breakout.
Good guess. We're 50 cents in the money right now as well with Google, which is a good one. And then we've destroyed Palantir, but we need it to go higher, right? I mean, here's the early bid. There's the late one on the break. We got 12.04s. I just pushed it to say, hey, get me long when we break 12s. And the best we got was 12.04. So that's not a great fill, but that doesn't matter, right? I mean, okay, Finally, we have Google long, which we should have long at 123. The Sticky Note Nation, what's up? Stand up, SD Nation, as we are going crazy again today. It's 12. We hit it yesterday. Adios, PLTR. We love you long time, and it's not going to stop. We've been on this name for a while now, a couple days in a row. If you're a day trader and you're not on Palantir, it's only a $12 name, and we've seen it be ripping up the last couple days. So that's a good trade, man. There it is. Palantir, boom. What's up, David, Kyle? What's up, Chill? What's up, Ryan? What's up, everybody? Pepper Potts is in the building as well. There it is. A nice move. Yes, sir. And there we go again. Let's go hit those bangs like crazy right now as the bulls are going nuts here again in the market. I mean, the market's flat basically here on the NASDAQ. This is why, Neil, it is all about stock selection, and it will continue to be that way in this market as boom goes the dynamite right now. We are actually up more today than we were yesterday. It's 9:35.
It is 9:35. I'm about to sip my coffee, but we just broke 248 on Meta. So that's already happened. I just got in there off the 48 break. Let's see what happens here, man. I feel like the long into 250 is going to be a thing. Much like Alphabet, if it gets to 250, I'm out. I'm looking short. There's no way around it with these even dollar levels. It feels like they're all inevitable. They're inevitable like Thanos, right? Like how I cannot think of a big cap tech name that gets to a monster psychological level or close to it that hasn't actually tested it. So it's going to be the same thing here. Meta top break. I would have liked this one a little bit tighter to the pre-market break, but 48 is going to be a thing. I'm glad you're in Palantir because I'm going to cancel my. Yeah, never mind. So it did that wick, right? So I tried to grab it through that 12 as well and couldn't catch it, but the pre-market highs, we'll call it like 15s. I think there might be a dip buy in there that we can grab a little tighter to that 12 even. So we'll see if we can get that. There are names that are dumping, by the way. I just want to, it's not all roses. NVIDIA, we said, I mean, Brennan mentioned AMD. Yep. NVIDIA's down 1% already. I was sitting there staring at Intel for a short when this failed through 315. So NVIDIA is coming in on the back end and looking like it's going to be a bit of a weak one here today. The chips generally have been strong, but you're seeing some weakness out of NVIDIA. I did double check to see what Intel's doing. I preferred that for the short side. It's actually going up. So I might put that one on the back burner until we actually see 30 even. AMD and NVIDIA usually following each other. Alphabet is having some trouble at the pre-market high, not a lot. Yeah, a little bit of trouble at the pre-market high. I feel like if it comes back to the downside, we rinse and repeat off 123. So just big tech long for now. And I don't have my chip short yet.
Oh,
Brendo?
shit, Google.
Yeah.
Meta, guys, super strong as well. Day highs right now. There's a few people circulating that note from after the close yesterday, suggesting their latest round of layoffs going to start next week. So Meta, day highs here.
Oh my God, I'm a great call.
Google's going to break 125 like in the next 2 minutes probably.
It's absolutely ridiculous that we're not long at 123. That's back-to-back days that we've messed up like that, not having our low bids in there. But we talked about that and why we didn't want to have it, so it's all good. But Alibaba was a different story yesterday off earnings rather than Google today just off nothing, off pure strength. So, okay, Google just still ripping, man. We're $1.10 right now in the money on that name. So that's going to be a good one. But we are out. Well, we took a shot there. We were going to short, so we lost. But again, you know, cuts, right? So we
Meta's pulling back.
Meta's pulling back. Okay. Google still huge move up to 125. We'll watch out for that.
I'm already out. Oh, this is.
Okay, AMD still going back up to the upside. We have to watch out for that 107.50 right now. I got in there. It's nothing. I mean, Brendan's just giving us the news, but it started to go down when Brendan was mentioning there about possibly these guys sort of reducing some of their expectations there and lowering some of their guidance and some of their numbers. So we got a little too excited into that play right there, which is fine. We got taken out. We held a little bit of the trade and then just put some more on right there as we did bounce up to that 107.50 level right there. That we didn't get up there, but we got going a little bit. So we'll short that, but we don't want to be short the wrong names at the wrong time. But you know, one name that's in the money right now that really we should have made our month again on this name was Google. Huge move up to 125 and change. You know, it's the number one name here on this. Well, this number one name's Disney. We'll talk about that. But long 123. I mean, if you got that, then you're in the money now $2 straight to the upside. We're in the money $1.50.
There's someone that just sold twice above. The only reason it's not like 125 half here is somebody keeps jamming 19,000 shares on the offer. They sold at 19 a couple of times here. So I said I'd get out in front of 125. Even if I wanted to go short at 99, There wasn't even enough time between me getting out of the long to get short and put stop order in. It was already breaking, so I'm just long on the break. So that's me getting out of the 23.5. That's me getting in at 02s. Sorry, I actually got 01s there. It was a really, really good fill. And now you're headed back in. It's like all roads are leading to breakouts. While that was happening, unfortunately there, that was going through. Meta did a dip. It held. You know what, I'm going to take another. I should have taken another leg out there because Meta, it held a dip the first time, and I didn't get any more out off that little break. If it holds 247.5, I'll try to play that bounce again. But that was an opportunity to get a reload that I missed on Meta. Just all happening pretty quickly there. I am now into Palantir. I said to just look for the next little dip. It dipped right in. VWAP doesn't matter this early, but it dipped in there anyways. Was able to take some out of 12.25. But wow, Google is the one. Meta not nearly as strong, and I still have not made a play in those chip names to the south side. I want to, but quite frankly, just didn't find my way in.
Yeah, all right, man. Sticky Donation staying up. We're tweeting out those two plays right now, man. I mean, big levels there to hit, man. Palantir hits 12. Boom. We got not only that, but we got that bottom there as well. Big size right now on Palantir. I'll take a piece out at 21. I don't really like to see that on there. We're pretty light, man. We only have about a quarter left on this position as we've been getting it out. Okay.
Offer size?
Bid size, but it was just at 20s. It was only 100,000 shares.
Okay.
Okay, AMD is going off right now as we speak, right back up to the upside as we'll try to short some more of this name against that 107.50 level, but we're getting close, man. Google is now $3 and still going up to 126 and Rip City on Google right now. So that name is taking, or that is taking names, that number is taking names back up to the upside. As right now, the only thing that we're worried about, and it is worry of myself, is 107.50 right now for AMD. So we've definitely screwed this name up. We're doing really well on Palantir and obviously on Google, but right now, let's wait to see what happens now against this 107.50 level of AMD. Again, tech names, we'll wait. Powell's coming at 11, but we're already into 3 positions, and they're doing pretty good. Google with that huge move up to 126 right there, and then a stop. So let's wait, man. We're still long this name, and we're getting more short here in AMD, which I'm not sure is accurate, but 107.50 is my takeout.
So I'm going to get quickly here. 120. We got to 125.97. I took some out there. So second long. Still have a piece of the 125. But it's time to look at Nvidia here. Nvidia initial dump. It made a bottom at 313. Oh, zoom out so you guys can see. At 313. That's not random. That is the afternoon low. 312.50. Double bottom on Nvidia. So it's turning back to the upside. That's your Alamo today for this. If it can't get above this little hump here at 316. I think it's worth a shot fading it because the chips have been weak, but the market's starting to bounce back in. I'm just going to quickly show you Foot Locker as well. I'm going to cancel that play. The bounce off 30, it already happened. It went to 32. I didn't get it. I didn't have my bid in there. That's a $2 move. If it pulls back in and takes the low, I'm not standing in front of that freight train. It was an open play. We're past the open now. So 3 longs, still looking for a chip name short. Intel's getting close to 30. It's not there yet. And one more for you that I like to the short side that I'm not in. Palantir now down. Palantir. Affirm now down 3%. Palantir is not down. Affirm now down 3%, rejecting that 15 level. I felt this had come too far yesterday. A lot of viewers are pointing this out, and thank you for doing so. But here is 15 on the daily. Even at 16, I take another swing at this. Looks like we're not even going to get that bounce. You're underneath the bottom. I'm looking for a short back into 14.50 on the next available pop.
All right, we're still short AMD. We're waiting for 107.50. Let's go check out Disney. That was another long that we had talked about earlier. It just comes down into 92. We were waiting for a little bit lower than that. They did get downgraded today, and it's pulling back just a little bit. Let's just check out the 20-minute chart. Yeah. I still wanted to get it down here. I mean, again, we're short right now AMD as that's starting to go back to the downside as we have a decent amount of shares. Let's take something out. We just shorted 25s there. So it is a nice pullback here in the market. Google, yeah, exactly. Good point on that one. Google's coming down, as is Palantir. So let's go to Brendo, see what's up.
More AI strength, guys. Not really seeing anything on this, but SoundHound, 5.6%. Decent volume here as well. Having a good day, back to 3 here for SOUN.
SOUN.
Yeah.
I remember that
ON.
one. Oh my goodness. Intel, wow, now Intel's suddenly breaking
Everything is
out.
tank city right now.
This is wild. Like
AMD just went up and down.
this is not tank. Intel's breaking the high of the day, so I'm very likely going to be shorting this name pretty quick. But first things first, here's Google. So we played it long a couple times. Now we're looking for, it's either going to hold this 24 as a higher low, or we're going to get the 23. But look at the Hua Dunk. Did scalp most of it out, but I am still holding a piece from 25. I do like a bounce in here. Got to see it happen first. Next thing that's going to go on, I think we're starting a curl. We just got to 29.90 on Intel. So I hit the pre-market high, wick back down. I'm shorting now at 84, 85. See if I can't get a little bit more on this name. I did want to short this or possibly NVIDIA, but I started with the idea of this in front of 30. So into the Intel short. It's the first time we've actually had it all day long. Checking back up, Meta. It's not really that strong off this break. I'm going to cancel this bid in here. You're not really breaking that far. It gave you like a 50-cent move, so I don't feel like it's worth necessarily holding all the way back into 47. This can't hold that 47.5 level. It's not worth it. Google a little bit more explosive. And just to check back in on exactly what Brendan was just talking about, C3AI, the two levels I liked yesterday were 28 and 31 for shorts. I feel like the 28 might be a little bit shallow, and I should be thinking about 31.
All right, we're going to, I don't know, man, if we break lower, how low do we go here on Palantir? We'll try it. I'm going to put a stop.
12 is holding.
Yeah, I'm going to put a stop order at 11.88, just in case. We'll take another bid here. I mean, as I said, remember we said we only had 25% left. We just got another piece out there. Now there's the break. We'll take another long right now. Or no, not yet. We'll take, there it is. Now there's a long in Palantir against this 11.90 I was going to go. That's where we first got in. So let's see if it can hold it. But right now we are ringing some Reggies right now. And maybe not Reggie Miller. We're not shooting threes here. But it's a nice move here on AMD back to the downside. Hopefully we get some fills. There it is. A couple fills at the 60 level there for AMD. And here we go, man. We're going to have to watch for Palantir. We're long now at 98. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but let's put some offers a little north side of 12. See if we get a fill if it does pop. But there it is. Nice little take here on AMD. We talked about this name against 117.50. So 50 cents right now against us. We're in the money now, 40 cents, but needs to come down into the 50s. We'll take another fill if we get a 52. And then hopefully we'll be able to get back to where we need it to be, a little bit lower on that name. But here we go, man. More shares on Palantir than anything else right now. Google, we've taken that out. Not stupid, but that 126, that was really going, man. And like I said, not everything's going to go up forever, and Google is one of those names. But here we go, 11.90. We'll give some back on Palantir, obviously, because here it goes. It's going to break 90s now, and that was a good run, Palantir. Let's see if it has a little more juice in it. But the sellers have come in, and there it is. We're going to watch it for a break right now through 11.90, and then we'll get out at 11.88 or so. But it's trying to hold it. I just don't think it's going to hold it for very long as I just sit here and watch it. There it goes. Nice breakdown, and we are almost out. And there it is. We will sink our shares. The last little trade there, we bought some 94s, and we got out at 88. So 6 cent hit on the rest of them, but it's still a nice win, and I'm pretty happy to put it on for everybody there today with Palantir and with Google. And then here's the real moneymaker.
Oh my God.
It's AMD, man. We had this short right now. I told you we were beating 52s. We just get out 54s. Let's get 52 right there. Yes, sir. Good take. Yes, it's AMD. We're in the money, baby. What's up to Nick Chansey? I see you loving this trade.
Chauncey.
Chansey?
Or Chansey? I don't know.
I think it's Chansey because Chauncey Billups has a U in there.
He does. It's Chansey. You're right. You're 100% right. I only have 2 shorts on. It's NVIDIA. It's Intel. I had my stops out underneath on Meta. That already came out at that $50 mark. I like the supply zone pretty much at yesterday's high for Palantir. So first scalp worked. Second one did not. Unfortunate, but that's just going to be how it goes. You have to have it out there somewhere. Alphabet also pulled back pretty heavily. Like, it was a Rug City situation, and I didn't find enough shorts. So you get the double upward move in Google. You're now back toward those lows. I think 123 is the next zone that I'm going to respect. I didn't get a firm. I'll just get that out of the way for the short. I got NVIDIA here as it curled off that high. As a matter of fact, let me just scalp the first dollar on NVIDIA. Make sure we read some register because like it's already bounced this dollar twice. So I'm going to make sure I take that out. And Intel started to go downside. But I'm going to kick myself for not being short this. I missed a firm by 2 cents while all that was going on. It's like, it is what it is. It popped back up. I had my offer at like 43 and it went to 40. 41.5 was the best fill. So I'm going to look for I still want short a firm. It's just a matter of where I can get in. Brendo?
Off the watch list, guys. Lucy Scientific, LSDI, back to the upside here on a bit of a bounce. after the gap initially, new product distribution agreement, and further strategic partnership that will see some research happen as well. In the psychedelic area, LSDI up 50% almost.
Okay.
Psychedelics.
Yeah, we've had some psychedelic names traded here on the show before as well. But there it is, man. AMD 106. Man, we're in the money of $1.20, and the best part about this trade is honestly is that we were talking about this from time. We like this trade. We told you about 107.50, so we shorted it into those levels. We have a great high tick right there. So although we missed that Google bottom at 123, we do have the high tick there for AMD. And again, it's Sticky Note Nation, stand up one more time as we have AMD on the short side of things right there, and we hit that, and now it's the money dance time for AMD. Let's see what happens. We just got some more out at 106. Flat right there. We have half of our position left on AMD, so I feel actually a little bit less than half. We have about 40%. I can't do the math right now, but that's a good position right now. And look at it just come in right now. I'm going to take another bid. This is why we take shares. We load up the boat and then get out, when this kind of a move happens. So it's a good one right now for us on AMD. And as we panic to get a little bit more out, it's just Tank City right now. It's Sticky Note Nation. Welcome to the jungle, man. We have fun in games here every single day. So it's Trader TV Live, and now you're rocking with the best of us.
I don't know where I've heard that line before, but it's a damn good one.
Thank you.
It's a damn good one. You guys know we love our music. We love moves. This market is rugging right now, so hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts, because we just turned red on the NASDAQ, and if we don't hold support here, you have a pretty sizable, as far as we've gone, everything is going to be big gaps, right? So if we don't hold here, you have a big gap to the downside. I'm now only short. I don't want to reload on Google until we're testing those lows. 29.5 is the next out on Intel if it breaks that. It's a flat bottom break. We're still in NVIDIA, but watch what just happened to Meta. So I turned out, I'm like, got to get out of Meta. It doesn't look like it's strong enough. I'm getting out if it breaks 247.50. It was down like another $1.50, like super quick. And the other name that we haven't really mentioned here, just quickly going to show you Apple. Apple holding the top end of the range. So Apple's still holding above 175. That's a good sign for the bulls out there, but it's still trending to the downside. So watch out for this low on the NASDAQ. If it does get faded, we had so much of a move to the upside that you got to be careful when these rug. I'm still not short a firm. Just broke the low again. So next consolidation is going to be my opportunity. It's a huge gap to fill, so there's lots of room to the downside here on a firm. It's just a matter of where I can catch the move. NVIDIA, the chips are falling like rocks right now. NVIDIA is now at 11s. What the heck's Micron doing here? Micron holding, Micron did bounce off 66.5. So we know we like 65, but if this consolidates, the first good-looking consolidation above 65, I do still like Micron.
Okay, well, I'm just... we're just banking out now on AMD. I mean, as it goes to the downside. We could check back on Palantir, see if there's a trade there. As
50s
we
maybe?
go. Oh, yeah, it's bounced off.
It bounced right off the pre-market bottom?
Man, yeah, just bounced off 60 right there. Yeah, that's that pre-market bottom right there. So, yeah, nice little bounce off there for Palantir. Checked it a little bit too late, I guess, on that one. But good out for me right there on AMD. Wow, we got a 60 fill down there, or 65, or what was that? A 60 flat for AMD as that's retracing back up. Okay, wow, that was a little violent of a move back up. So, all right, that's fine. That's fine. Good move back up for AMD. I don't know if we'll re-short this at any time soon, but I do like that trade. I like to see it get a little bit higher before we really commit to anything, but there it is. It just ripped up and then came right back down. I do not have no more bids on AMD, so I don't plan on buying anything at those levels, so we'll wait to see how far it wants to go down right now for AMD. I mean, we just got a great little fill there. If you're going to go and say, like, where is? I talked about 104. I mean, that 105 right there could be something. That's just going back to where we were yesterday, man. I mean, this was a big move over the last little while, and here comes Google, by the way, right back in. So we didn't even take, we took good profit, but my best fill is only 80 cents, man. This was like $2 in the money. We only have 10% left. Because we were like, oh my God, we were getting a little bit railed there on AMD, but now a nice move back up, back down for AMD.
Crap, I'm already in that again.
Same thing for Google right now, Neil, as we're taking down some of these bottoms. Why does my chart say K here?
Where?
I don't know. These It says K's on here right now. I don't know. Is that something new? I didn't see that yesterday.
So this happened fast. Like that, the original fill on Alphabet, I just got that again, like 122.5. Sorry, check that. Apologies, 123.5. I should say. So we're right back to square one very quickly. Maybe VWAP, the way you just wicked the top there, I got to think that VWAP has a chance of maybe being resistance here. So on this bounce, I'm going to take some out on the way up to 124, 124.5 as we go to Brendan.
Just seeing this note on Wise Key. So W Key here halted, guys, on a spike to the upside. Looks like a deal with SpaceX. So this is a satellite company. W Key halt here. Deal with SpaceX.
In it. I feel like we heard a rumor about that back. Yeah, I don't know. I vaguely remember a rumor about that.
You know what?
Not a lot of volume on that going into that halt. So 175,000 ish volume. Where is that stock? Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is maybe 3. Oh, never mind. I thought it was like a 3 even breakout, but it looks like it's already made that break of $3. So, you know, maybe we'll see like a 320. You just want to see where it opens back up. It's indicating a flat open. Were it to absolutely break back out on the daily, that's like a 3/4 level. I got a trailing stop now on NVIDIA because I don't know how far we could pull back after the run that it's had. Yeah, you know what? Why am I even bidding? I'm going to bid in front of 310. I should cover this in front of 310. This is the supply zone in front of 310. I feel like any kind of a bounce off that level is fantastic. If it holds below, there's still room down to like 305 or so, but there's other ways to get back into this. Intel's the one I want to hold on to. With the market coming in, Alphabet's now pressuring that 123. I just got a half fill. If we bounce off the low again, then I'll try to jump back in on the other side of the trade. This time I got in on the front end, on the reload here, and I should be waiting for the back end of that trade. Speaking of Intel, continues to flush itself down the toilet, but it bounced off the ledge. So somehow you're getting Intel showing some signs of strength. We got our not quite 30 short. We ended up shorting the turn here in the mid 80s all the way back into 50. If it presses the high again, I'm shorting back in front of that $30 mark on Intel. So a little bit of a bounce. I think it bounced because this bad boy made it 66.5 bounce. If you just sat on the bid instead of waiting for the curl here, you'd already be long Micron. Which bounced off 66.5. So Micron caught support at the same time that Intel did. Now I might tighten, after seeing that, I might tighten up my trailing stop on NVIDIA.
106. I was just looking here for, what are you on NVIDIA? Okay, go. We're all short the chip names. I'm short Intel, short NVIDIA, and of course I've been short AMD for a long time, but everyone knows what this means. We have a new trade to talk about right here. I think PayPal could be actually a long, especially if you're looking at a daily chart right now. As PayPal, we're going to take a short until it breaks this high, which it's going to do right now. So this is not a very huge position or anything, because I was just thinking if this market continues to tank down, then PayPal is probably a name that, hey, why can't it just break off of these levels right now, right? So it comes up, we break this low, and then we start to go. But it's been barcoding. It's 10 o'clock now, and we've been barcoding pretty good. So I was trying to play off these highs. So that's what we're doing right now. If we break, AMD is an absolute monster right now going to the downside. But right here, we'll see if PayPal can do the same. We're short right now at 48. We're out if it breaks 60. So like 15 cents worth of risk here. I think that's worth it to get back to the bottom. But the PayPal on the daily, it's sure, to say this looks like a long is quite ridiculous, but to say that, you may have some support down here at 60.50, let alone $60, if you're going to take a trade and monitor your positions or put a stop order in, even in your long-term account, you could take a long, and I'm talking about going long as I'm short, so SEC, ain't coming after me right now, but right there, this $60 bottom, if it breaks it, then you can get out if you go long. So I don't mind this trade. Let's just see if it works out right here for the short temporarily. And then I'm going to think about possibly getting some more PayPal. I still do own that stock. It's been trimmed, but it's been a disaster. So it doesn't really matter where you've trimmed PayPal. You're getting killed on that name right now. AMD just bounces off 105.50. So I said I'd have no more bids on this name, but honestly, the amount of money that we're in right now, I feel a little foolish if I give it back up. So let's let this go back down, take another fill in the 60s, and then we'll see. But we're only in 20% of AMD.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to make sure you're paying yourself out. Don't let the gift horse in the mouth. Take your profits in there. I did tighten my stop on NVIDIA. I just want to make sure we lock it in here. If we get 2 on it, fine. It looks like it's bouncing off 310. But look at some relative strength in Tesla here. 1% to the upside still. It holds the breakout at 78. 177 was a pretty big break on the daily chart, so you're actually above. This is a strong name. I'm long back into Google off the low, whereas you're getting Tesla above its breakout price. So the underfills on VWAP good. I'm going to look to catch something 178.5 on the next little dip. Give it back into 178 even. Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, just like that, 10 o'clock, 1 hour to go before we get Feds Powell coming through. Happening now, brought to you by, in the meantime, Zulu Trade. Are you ready to dive into the world of investing but finding it hard to keep up with market trends? Listen up. Zulu Trade 2.0 has been launched, allowing you to follow and copy trades from successful leaders around the globe, making investing easier and more accessible than ever before. What are you waiting for? Check them out. Use the QR code below. Shout out to Zulu Trade. Going to be, as I mentioned, all about 11 o'clock. But here's how things are shaping up right now. Green board, top to bottom here pretty much. 0.05 only there for the NASDAQ 100 after leading the past couple of days. 0.14 for the composite. Everything else just holding on to positive territory. Bit of a wait and see kind of a morning ahead of, Feds Powell coming through at 11 o'clock. We already got Williams. We already got Bowman, both not really saying much as far as market moving comments coming through. But Powell will, especially if he gets asked any questions. As we heard, Ben Bernanke also going to be part of that panel. So you're with us early on this morning. We discussed Google on that Samsung note, Foot Locker, downside big way, and Tesla, serious, apparently, setting up shop in India. Back to the upside today for Tesla, guys. Decent volume here relatively as well.
I really like that Tesla story, man. I don't know. I think it's something. You think it's something?
I think it's something.
Yeah.
I mean, look, long-term, Tesla has a lot of things going for it that, give it that growth story. One thing, Wise Keys opened back up. It broke 3. It rugged off 3. It's now holding the halt price. So I love to see when a stock can hold up at the previous halt. Volume is now over 1 million. It's looking a little better. I always find if you're going to be in these, be in where you have an obvious stop out. And to me, once you hold this halt area, you have like a 60 stop that you can put on this. That's actually relatively decent. So I'm going to try and get in here in maybe the 80 range, risk 25 cents plus a little bit of slippage, and then try and play this one. 320 is the bigger level anyways, so it hasn't even broken that high on the daily, which allows you to be in the long, hopefully, if I can even get it, in the long into the big level instead of punching at 325 were it to get there. Maybe I'm just wetting my, whatever. You guys know the term. Maybe just get a little something if I can and chase it above 85, but I want to play this not too far away from that 260 bottom. Maybe I'm not going to catch that fill. Looks like it's already gone. That's frustrating. I should have chased it a little bit more. Now it's above 3. I don't want it. Going to get my bids out of there.
Is that a pay for short name there?
I did not pay for locates, but I'm going to assume I probably would have to if I wanted to short it.
Okay.
Actually, it's easy.
Easy to find out. Just put
it's a pay for short name. I was looking to go long just there. I missed the long, obviously, as you guys just saw live. But yeah, you probably have to pay for locates. Oh, 2 things. Yep. One, it looks like I got wicked out of Google, but it didn't break the low. So I'm going to go back there in a second. But I'm now short Affirm, so that took a while. Well, not really that long. So a couple of things. Affirm beneath 15. So now I'm looking at that 14.5 as like a base of operations underneath. So I just shorted above and below VWAP. If we get to the low of the day, we start taking it out. You guys know the drill. 14 even, 14.20, 14.10. I'll be bidding those prices. I think you can get to 13.50 here. It is Flush City for the name that was up a bajillion %. I don't even know why it was up that much yesterday, but everything.
Is it Flush City on that name?
Not yet.
Okay, good.
But I mean, if the market goes down and a firm doesn't get to 13.50, like, come on, son.
You know what really
it's a firm.
Come on, son. You know what really is Flush City? Where's the cup? The Carolina Hurricanes. No, Florida Panthers yesterday in 4 overtimes.
They cannot be beaten.
They cannot apparently be beaten at all.
That's so wild.
But we're raising it up again, man. I mean, this has been a nice move. And holy shnikes, right there. We will say what's up to everybody who is part of Sticky Note Nation again, because there it is, man. It's a huge move to the downside off of the number one. Well, we had Disney long 91. That hasn't come into play yet. AMD short right here. We are now $2 in the monies on this play. And yeah, it's been a darn good one for us here today. As I'm just holding out for Google to get down to 123. If that does come in, we'll play that. But right now, man, you know, the trade to rule them all right there for me is AMD to the downside, and we just took another profit. We said where would we be looking to get out, and then there's that 105. So that was 104.90, that top right there. So we'll take that 105 fill and like it. So hopefully we can hold on to a little bit more next time. But hey, man, beggars can't be choosers. As there goes I mean, look at that fill. Look at that fill. What's up, Phil? Hello, Phil. Hey, yeah. All right, there it is right now. PayPal not doing a damn thing. Maybe we're wrong on this one. Maybe we're right. We're going to let PayPal settle down. We're going to wait. I mean, we can't take profit. You know, like, it was in the money at 8 cents. Like, I mean, our risk is only 13 cents. So 8 cents is probably fine, but we don't have any bids there. We're going to wait for this bottom here at 35 just to take out 10%, which gives us that 13. That's that 1-to-1. And then hopefully we can break lower. And then I have something in the 20s waiting for those guys. So, okay, Neil, I know you're looking for a reload here in Google. Google's coming down.
Right here to 23.
Exactly. So it's down here to 23 right now.
So I just, a couple of things. Obviously, you just mentioned Google, so we don't have to talk about that. I tightened up that stop on NVIDIA. It double tapped the bottom here. It can't get to 310. Bad wick to 300. Couldn't get to 310 there. I did get trailed out of NVIDIA, so that's the end of that journey. Underneath 15, and we get out at 311 and change. I'm now into Alphabet. We'll see how this one does go. Now, obviously, it's been trying to bounce. It just made one bounce here. Again, bad wicks. It was 123. I have 13 as the low, but at this point, you're looking at the even dollar level. So I'm long here at 21s, not that far in front of that bid, and we'll see how it does go. I am still short Affirm and Intel. Affirm is starting to work back into the downside. Look, I think it's breaking 14 today. This is what the market's doing. And when I say the market, I mean the NASDAQ. Remember we were talking about that flat bottom break in the NASDAQ? Well, it's broken. We already broke. We're now down underneath about 15 handles, so I'd say support is looking like it's gone. This is favoring the bears at this point, and it's a monster gap to fill. So you can pick and choose what you happen to like, but right now the shorts are winning. So a lot of times you get past 10 o'clock, and it's like, okay, well, market's going to tell you what's working. The only thing we're both long is Google because it hasn't broken that key price of 123. Outside of that, I haven't seen too many attractive ones. Maybe there's something out there. Oh, sorry, Tesla's still strong. I did not get the fill underneath VWAP there on Tesla. Oh, darn it. There was something else strong. It was Tesla. Looks like it's making a higher low. That's why I did not get the bid, because I was bidding a little closer to actually that low here, 178.5.
What's up to
Tesla's strong.
Tesla? Yeah. Oh, man. Tesla.
I just missed it.
Wait a minute. Okay, I didn't put Tesla on the sticky note today. Okay, wow. All right. DraftKings 2380. Let's just check Palantir. Let's just check back on Palantir. And just to give everybody a rough little update here on what we're trying to do. Yeah, it's like I said, man, it's not rocket science right now with Google. It comes down, that's fine. PayPal. Let's go, man. You know where I'm bidding on this one. Hopefully this one can make a move to the downside. AMD, we've already taken that out. Oh, Palantir, that's what I want to talk about. All right, so it's right here at 1160 again. Look, with this market pushing, normally I just want to talk about this because we've said possibly reloading this name, so on and so forth. I don't want to do that right now. I'm kind of off Palantir here a little bit. We had a huge move. It definitely, lots. You can't see the volume. Let me just move this up a little bit. There you go. Lots of volume early on Palantir, and now it's just coming right back in. Money. PayPal. I was like, what? Our net now is starting to print a little bit more. PayPal now 20 cents. Back to a dollar. Back to $2 now in the money on AMD as that continues to go down. I know Neil's got Intel, so hopefully, Neil, that's going well. I know it's been, sometimes it moves a little different.
NVIDIA's been better. Intel made one move. This is the second one, whereas the other names didn't really bounce. Like Intel actually bounced, higher, low, put it in. I'm back into the short as it made a lower high as well. But to me, NVIDIA and AMD are noticeably weaker. The reason Intel bounced is maybe because, as I was saying, you caught a bid here on Micron. They're all still downward trending overall, but they're not all the same. I'm out of NVIDIA for now. It's Google. If you're long, you're probably more concerned with long positions at this point. Alphabet, I should say, just bounced a little bit here. I tried to get more in front of 123, a little bit tighter to the even dollar level, wasn't unable to. So still just long at the 21. Like I said, Affirm is going to the downside. What else is? How am I in at 123.21? I placed a bid and got filled.
Oh, no. So you know why? I've seen that question before, and they confuse Google with Google, like Google with Goog.
Oh, okay.
So that's
so we always trade Google because it does more volume. It doesn't really matter, honestly. It doesn't matter which one you want to, but it's just consistently more volume on Google. So day traders are going to prefer that pretty much 9 times out of 10.
I didn't even see the question, but that would be my assumption.
No, that's it's an important question.
Yeah, we've had that before.
We never trade the other, to be honest.
And people wondering. Oh, what's up, Austin? Yeah, I am going to finish that Palantir thought. So again, I look at Palantir, and it's been such a big. What's up, Mahad? It's been such a big move to the downside just since that wick. So I like to let it settle down a little bit here on Palantir. Here's the 1-minute chart. We've already broken below support that was there in the pre-market. It is coming to the downside. I really feel like here's the 21 period, the 50 periods right here. If there's a long, I'd really like to take out 1185. We're net short everything, right? And so I don't really want to flip that around yet because we do have, look, it's 50 minutes away. I think Fed Powell could be a non-event, to be honest with you. But I would think that he would lean towards hawkish because we had that Fed fund tool yesterday. Now let me just refresh this just to make sure I give you a clean look right now because it was probably there overnight. So all right, so it's actually gone back down. So yesterday we showed you this. It was about 42% that we were going to get a 1/4 point hike. But now you're back up. This is zeros. So this is a pause. So no hike at all is now 62%. I actually expect this could go a little bit to, if Luca was here, he'd put an arrow upside. I just feel like he's going to be a little hawkish when he comes out. And hawkish would mean on the negative side. The market is just ramping up right now, and it's not supposed to be their concern about anything, but I feel like the Fed and Powell will talk. But it's just him speaking. That's all.
No, but there's what's her face too.
There's a whole bunch of them, man. Oh, by the way,
Michelle Bowman.
Yeah, exactly. There is a big move down here in PayPal as our net is money right now. Like I said, we're up more today than we were yesterday already. But my thought there about the Fed was just that the market's on such a rally mode right now that I feel like it might be foolish for him to come out and talk about pauses again. But hey, he's going to speak his mind, and like I said, I don't know what he's going to say until he phones me at about 10:50 and lets me know. But when that happens, I'll let everybody else know. But I have a feeling that's not going to happen.
He'll say something about data at some point. I don't know. That'll be.
Yeah. Look, if they're going to respect the data that's coming out, that's what they've been saying.
They're talking about the banking sector. So 100% they're going to say something about the banking sector being resilient and strong because you always have to project strength there. So that's actually the only thing I'm sure about that they'll say. Well, some strength in the banking sector. 2 things. First, I did take some out of Alphabet. We could see VWAP again, and if we do, I want to make sure I take some out there. And I think there's a seed change overall from the bear to the bull. Well, not the market. Intel suddenly could be the bull. It's up almost 1% into a down market. I'm short this, and if it gets, I'm not even going to hold this short till 30. So I'm going to get out if it breaks 90 and then allow this, because it's so strong, if I short it, it's got to be above 30 even. When you see, like NVIDIA, that's rolling over down 2%, that 15's ugly. Look at the lows here. AMD, Sean's already showed you that to the downside. Now Micron, on the other hand.
NVIDIA's holding that level?
It's holding the bottom, which is pissing me off because obviously I'm in Intel, which is going to end up losing, but NVIDIA's holding the bottom right now at 310. Micron wicked the bottom and is trying to get to the upside, so I'm going to get out of Intel, shy of the 30 level. I'll allow it to break 30. If I like to short, it's going to have to hold that 30 level, but I'll allow it to break. So a couple of things here. Micron, not even the one that's the strongest, and they're the ones that were running yesterday. So not sure specifically. Sometimes it's more of a value thing. Every now and then, like Intel will be the strong one because the growthier names have been stronger. And then when the day where the growthier names are weak, I don't know how else to say
No,
that.
I've never heard
and
that.
then,
I like that.
and then I don't know how, because that's how you separate these chip names.
Yeah, no.
And then Intel, like the old dog, sometimes has its day when the others are reversing. I feel like that could be happening today. One thing here, Google just pulled back.
The market's not completely crashing, man. I mean,
No,
I
it
feel
just
like
held
we're
that-
talking more doomsday here, but it's flat on the day.
It held that low.
Yeah.
So here's the NASDAQ.
so
It just
bad.
wicked the bottom. So it went underneath 15 handles, maybe actually 20 handles under the low, and then wicked the bottom. Were it to get back to the high, that is exactly how, that's how shorts usually get super rugged. When you break the low, bounce, and then reclaim, and then retake the high of the day, because the shorts are pretty entrenched. That's one of the reasons why I got out of Intel before it got to 30, and then allow it to get back to the upside. Now, Google is the only long I'm in. I wish I could say I had spotted something else that I liked, but even this can't seem to get past 124. Now, Tesla, I did like Tesla, but I just didn't like the entries that it provided, or rather I missed the entries that it provided. So Tesla's it's already breaking 180. Serenity now.
Is it that high?
I was just trying to pick this up at VWAP and obviously missed. So this is one. Yeah, Steve G, I know
Why
growth
did
year is
we
not a word,
miss
but like
that?
if you can figure something on the fly while you're trading to distinguish between the two, I don't know. Like, what was I supposed to say? Like, better, strong? I don't know. I could have said better. I could have said higher growth. I'm not sure what the better way. Growthier.
The growthiest.
I'm not Sharif, man. Like
the
I'm not
growthiest
an
names
English
in the
major.
market.
I'm not an
Come on,
English
Neil,
major.
speak proper English,
clearly.
bro. Come on. Yeah. Oh, just an update right now. And all this talk about bullish on Intel made me think that, let's take a piece out. We just took out the 21 period. So now we are extremely light on AMD right now, and we are ringing the register on that one. And last night we did not have chicken. I was gonna say, what the hell did we have last night, actually?
Can't remember.
Oh, we ordered, no, because we had gymnastics and soccer, and I had a 40% off Uber Eats, so we ordered in sushi last night, which was pretty good. We like that. There's this little place by our house that we like, and I grabbed that Uber.
I got a sushi beef with my
Yeah, you know, you got to have good sushi.
No, so
obviously.
no, I love good sushi, and my daughter's now into it. But the problem is, like, my wife bought these. I love my wife, but she bought these it's like these training. I don't know what you call them. They're like training for kids chopsticks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know. She's already started to try to use the real ones, and I kind of feel like once you go down that path, just let her fail on those. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Apparently they're good, and whatever, and they look pretty interesting, and she thinks they're cool. I'm like, I don't know, but you're already trying to use the real ones, so just do that.
Gia's 8 and uses real ones.
But that's what I'm saying.
So
like,
I think you're right.
Just
get them to use them.
Let her fail. Try no. Anyways, that's just my little mini beef. Gonna ring some Reggie on Google, but it's only at 124, just underneath 124. Can't seem to crack VWAP. Tesla is obviously the one that's really off to the races. I mean, my goodness, it's now 180 break. You know what? If this next available dip, that's the way I want to play it. Next available dip, that consolidation's 179.50. Forget about VWAP. When these things are strong, and I mean, like yesterday, Google was strong. I think you just took every single break and every consolidation higher. Meta was the same thing. I'll play that game with Tesla, because that one is definitely a strong name here today. Like I said, I basically just saved myself 10 cents on Intel by not waiting for 30. It's already above, and it's not showing any signs. It might just be a long. A firm I have to watch out for that short. It's the only one I still have on. We'll see what happens with this name. I think if the market, like it seems okay because the market just bounced and it's still at the lows, but a lot can change. If the market starts breaking highs, as a matter of fact, as I say that, let me just get something out here.
I mean, we just destroyed Google as well with you there.
So I'm going to get more out at the low of the day just because it had a big volume spike at that low, which I want to respect.
Oh my God.
I mean, Google just off that 123 this time, at least we got it this time, man. We got 25, or we got, where we're long? We're long 21. So 21's right there, out right there at 123.90, just ahead of VWAP, just ahead of the 50 period. So we take a piece out. We still have half of this position, and we'll wait to see what Google wants to do today. Today we're going to be positive on everything, but we're not positive on PayPal, actually, because it just took out that high, and we only got out of 40%. So we make on 40, lose on 60. So it is a cup of coffee name right now for PayPal, but we are down a cup of coffee. So we're going to have to wait to see what's going on. We just wicked the top there, but again, not on really any volume. So we'll try it one more time. I do want to be a little, okay, well now we got 58. That's okay, that's fine. I just want to use it against that top just in case. I mean, we're right here right now. It's a pretty aggressive move. We started to go to the downside, but I did talk myself into possibly thinking about a long for PayPal. So I just want to try this one more time. Here it goes, man, up through six. This is a very, very small position. I'm trying to get that cup of coffee back because, you know, I like coffee. So right there, 61.70. We'll put it, if it breaks that high of 61.65, we'll get out.
Christmas.
Put that order in. I love Christmas. What's up?
I'm very fortunate that I did not actually just have an even dollar stop at 30 on Intel.
Nice.
Because it gets already at 30.13. Like this would have been, it's stupid. Like I could have just not reloaded it, but when it broke the high, this is very bullish. Like this is a very, very, very bullish move on Intel. Going down with the rest of the market. Now you look at this bottom on the 15-minute. Consolidate higher, break out the top of the range. There's room to 30.5 and 31 if the market gets up there.
The market's starting to go now.
And the market is starting to go. It's a matter of I got to join this, but I don't want to be chasing this. I'm at the 30 level. I'm not sure I can get that. Usually there's going to be a dip here. And what I was sort of saying about why wait till 30, just get out here. If Google gets above VWAP, it's over. I want Intel back to 30 even. I want Tesla, but that doesn't even seem to want to get back to this 179.50. Tesla could just be a high of the day break, 180 quarter, and then maybe just give it like 30 cents. But if it goes, it's probably giving you $1. So the risk to reward is available there. I'm going to check back on not Alphabet, Meta, but I just want to get an order out here for the top on Tesla.
Okay, no problem, man. I like that Tesla trade. We're just shorted right now Microsoft. Now, I don't know, man. If this takes out 318, we could be in a little bit of a problem right now for Softy because the market just taking out 13,900 right now. So there it is. I actually thought we would bounce off that level on VWAP because I am pretty hawkish here today, as we've talked a couple times about that. So let's just be very, very careful. Great out on AMD, man. We have virtually nothing left. But there goes Microsoft, so I have to attend to this one as well. 13. Oh, man, 13. 317 is where we're short right now. We're short at 317. What was it? 317.60. We'll get another piece here, maybe 80s, and then I really feel like that's enough after that. And if we do break through 318, we'll get out on Microsoft and then watch to see what happens here if this market wants to continue higher. We're at 317.80, 85, sorry. We should have probably been at 80, but it's right there right now. So we'll hold this against us. It's against us 15 cents now, which is nothing. It's a starter position. We won't take a completely full position right now. I'm nervous heading into Powell. We keep talking about it. That's why we started to get out, man. We got out of our AMD. We got out of some Google right there as well as this started to bump to the upside. But let's not just forget, the market is flat today. Only up 0.1, had to move down. Now it's having its move up. And as we wait, we're still 10:30. It's only 10:20. So we got a lot of time. To sit here and say like we're scared of Powell, I am not. But it has to be attended to. And right there, cup of coffee, re-engaged right now, but it has to keep going down. We're now flat on PayPal for the day. Let's get a 47 bid. If that fits, that'll be pretty good. As there's Microsoft, we get our final reload. We're out of this name if it keeps on going to the upside, man. The market is still going here. So Microsoft could be a doozy for a long if we break up above this 318.50 marker. But for right now, we're short at 72 here on Softy.
So a couple of things here. I'm in Tesla, but it didn't work right away on the break of the high. So it broke that double top or triple top, whatever you call it. I gave it a little bit to see if it'd go. There was all kinds of sellers pretty much the first 10 cents into the move. So I immediately took out half, and I think it will just work it as a longer, like a trend trade. So take some out so that you're not holding all of it all the way back in to 79.5. Now if we dip into 79.5, I can be adding down there and playing the trend to set upside. The other thing before we go to Brendan is, thank you very much, Steve G. Growthier is a word. Now this is Wiktionary, but I'm just going to go with it. Obviously you can figure out what it means. I did not know that when I said it, but there you go. So I am a walking thesaurus, Brendo.
Guys, yeah, busy morning. Lots to look at in small cap land as well. Here's four for your liking if you're into the smaller ones. SDA, haven't actually found much on this morning as far as anything significant, but huge move to the upside initially out of the gate. We get all the way to $8. It's all the way back to $7 now. So a wide range, very, very thinly traded for SDA, a little SPAC moving around so far today. LSDI, we mentioned earlier on this new deal for some psilocybin treatment and distribution. So back to 160, 170 on the pop, but you can see a bit of a pullback right now for LSDI. Farfetch was earning smaller than expected loss, still holding up nicely here. Around 550, bit of a problem area it seems for FTCH, 550, but a nice pop to the upside 2 days now for Farfetch. GTech as well, another one moving around this morning on a positive headline off of earnings, back to 160, 150 for GTEC as well, guys.
So Tesla makes its secondary push there. Just got up to 180.60, it looks like. I was able to, like, as it retested the high, it just started to chew up on volume. So I was able to add back in, pretty much got just, like what I got out flat, I was able to add back in a couple of pennies higher. There's still sellers up here, so I'm going to take something out in front of 75. We get to 81. I'll make a kind of a judgment call how big the level is, but the trend is up. We're going to play it to this one to the upside. This one is super strong. Javier saying check Meta short. So Tesla's running. We know that's a strong name. I got to watch out for a firm which is starting to come back up, but that still looks pretty good. Oh, you're right. So I got out of the way of Meta, and sometimes, as I said, like sometimes it's not right, and you got to walk away. But the reversal could have been on. Sometimes it's, you know what? At the end of the day, I wasn't really looking for the short, so it's not as if I would have ever had that. You don't want to be locked in regret. I can ask myself that question on the plane ride tomorrow, or probably not. So there's your break of pre-market low. That 246 breakout. Now you are trending down. Meta is relatively weak. I'm with you there. It's a matter of where you jump into it. However, if you're playing the patience game for how to get into the short, here's what the NASDAQ is doing. It wants to retest the high. So if you're looking short, let it retest the high. And then maybe you get an entry point off of the market retesting said high. That's what I would be looking for. Currently, I just caught a peak at Tesla 181. And it had a little bit of trouble there. It's not a huge amount of size, but enough trouble. Maybe I just want to get something out if it gets back into those 80s. I do feel like the market gets up at the top. You could see a bit of a dip, and I want to be playing the dips, playing the breaks all the way to the upside. Now other people are getting out on the front side of 80, so I'm just going to join them there, get another leg out. So we're ringing the register on Tesla, which is long, but I'm with you there, Javier. Meta looks relatively weak. Google is still good, holding above VWAP, but it hasn't made that extension just yet. So it could always roll over. Affirm, I'm looking for this above VWAP. I want it breaking VWAP when the market gets to that top, and then looking for the shorts kind of in the 1440 range. I got 38s because I added sort of above and below VWAP the last time. But I'm going to be careful reloading. Want to see some more strength in the market. Looking for a couple of names out there. I see there was a story on Neo, Shohan, about like some nuclear fusion, yeah. 4% to the upside on Neo? Where are we here on Neo? That stock has been a dog. You know what? Never mind. I kind of thought maybe it would be breaking this consolidation. Neo has it's got a long way to go before it breaks out. Yeah, I'm not. Anyways, I probably don't see a trade for myself in NIO here, so there's almost no point talking about it. When this breaks out the channel, though, any of these EV names that have been battered up, when they break out, they look pretty interesting, but unfortunately not that great. And shout out to everybody that was screaming that Tesla was strong, because quite frankly, you want to pick out relative strength and weakness. I think it was around here you guys were yelling about it. I missed it, and now you just play the breakout. You know, this is a market which has been rewarding breakouts on the relatively strong names. So you make sure it's a strong name first.
Yeah, I just got out of Google, and I'm with you on this whole VWAP thing. I mean, I just don't know if we're going to break it. Well, we're above it, but we have these top wicks here as well, up to 112.35. This could be a mistake to get out, but we just took $1 on our last piece, so now we're flat on that name and waiting to see what happens here. And again, that's a good take, man. I mean, if it takes this out, then that's the win, and we have that name, and it's a good one here today, Google. My top name is it's quite obvious going to be AMD. But then following that is actually Palantir and then Google. So despite having this nice move here and this nice move here, this is only third in our bucket right now because of Palantir. We are getting, let's go back and look at Palantir. Microsoft's getting close. Ooh, okay, Palantir. Bounced off 1150, huh? All right, that's good. That's good to see. There's the level there from yesterday, the 5-minute chart. Really good support, and that's that break that we had yesterday into the close. So we had this break yesterday. Don't know why we weren't there today. 1150, good call anybody on Palantir because that held into some support areas. So that was a really, really good call. Sorry, my eyes just have to be on Microsoft right now a little bit. I'm going to take a little piece out here in the 70s if we can get it. We just put it on again up there at 318, so giving us an average price now of 79. So we'll take a fill right there at 79. I still think we can pull lower now on this name, and here it goes. We'll put a 71. We have a 71, 61, 51. I don't really know why, but that's kind of cool. We'll do that into the close to try to close out some of these shares here on Microsoft on a little bit of a pullback. And again, the market's just floating again. It's doing absolutely nothing. So we have a half hour until Powell speak, and we'll hopefully see if that can move the market one more time. And it looks like
Money.
that was a good call there on Google. So Google now coming back down just a little bit. So we took it out at 16, saved ourselves 25 cents right now, and then we'll see about a possible reload down there near 123. But for right now, my day's, but my biggest position right here and what's going to last is going to be Microsoft. So let's wait to see. Our take is just slightly above 318. Right now we're short right here on Microsoft.
Yeah, I got my, you know what I just realized? Oh, that's why. Never mind. I just manually got out. I just realized that stupid stop order. I used that other stop order for the trail, but I had another order
to your
out there.
peril.
No, wait, whatever. It's another extra 5 cents there. I wasn't at 124. I wanted to give Alphabet a chance here. A lot of times when it's that last leg, I usually want to trail it out. But I lost 5 cents by using the wrong stop order. You know exactly what it was there. You can't. If you use that certain one where it's like get out of 100% or get out of 50% or get out of 25%, you cannot have another stop order. It's not going to work. So I'm back into a firm, but the market's going back up here. So look, Tesla's exploding. I don't have another long right now because I just got trailed out of Google, but I'm back into a firm. I've taken a fill under VWAP. I will take another one if it curls here on the back end. And that'll be if it makes a break. If it breaks the high, I guess I never get into it, never add back into it. Or we're just going to get that curl or not. If it curls under VWAP, I might not get that ad. Tesla continues to fly. The chip names have been weak today, but the EV names, okay, well, Tesla and NIO, I haven't looked at Rivian, they've been pretty strong. I thought we'd get a dip on the 181. It hasn't happened, so I feel like we're just shooting for 182 at this point. Speaking of other EV names, Rivian is to the upside. I was guessing at that when I said Rivian would be up. Impressive move for Rivian as well, up 4% right now. And if you're looking at where Rivian is, there might be maybe there's a trade on this the rest of the day. It's actually broken out off the 50 period and a consolidation. So this is like 13.5 here. I felt if I had seen Rivian at that price, I probably this morning, I'm pretty sure we would have all loved this little flat top break on Rivian. So it's holding VWAP as Tesla runs. I like the notion of if we hold VWAP all lunchtime, go for the long in here, see if it can't get back to the highs. If the market wants to take those highs, to be sure. If we're getting another short, I said I like a firm. I'm not sure we're going to get that Meta one because I thought Meta might push when the market was going higher. It never got close to VWAP. Meta is very weak. Right now, down that 1%. Okay. It could break that low of the day. I thought this was pressing in at 246, and that's why I wasn't willing to short it up there. It's already at 44. This is
wrong name today. Microsoft and Google doing okay.
What about Amazon
right now? I didn't even look at Amazon. That would be another name. Yeah, Meta is.
It's weak too.
Man, Amazon. That 246 was so good on Meta. And I'm here with Microsoft. Oh, damn it. You're going to get names wrong sometimes, but Neil's just been talking about it, but that 246.
Whoa, Tesla just did a big wick.
Up?
A wick me out. Look, okay, come like just quickly.
Oh, up to 182. That's good.
It wicked 182. No? Yeah, but I just got this.
Oh, that's
So
okay. It's going down.
It's not a bad out, but if I see that, that is usually a parabolic move up. You're thinking short. Well, I'm usually thinking a short. It's about to come back in. So that just happened. We just got to 182. I was looking for that as a fail point. The second I even put a trail in for the consolidation, I was out. I'll play back to 180. I think it's an upward trend,
Oh,
but
Microsoft.
probably a decent out there.
Boo.
Were we supposed to go to Brendan there?
We are.
Hey guys, pretty quiet as far as volatility is concerned for equity. Same story for crypto at this point. I'll show you both Ethereum and Bitcoin here to start things off. This is a daily chart for ETH all week long. We've just been bouncing along 1800. Really not a heck of a lot to see after the last move up above 21 comes back, just sitting here at 1800, waiting for the next catalyst to come through, next move. For Ethereum, Bitcoin, a little bit relatively weak, even below that low as well. Even struggling with 27,000 right now for BTC. But again, volatility drying up. Litecoin, this article kind of interesting. Litecoin, with all the volatility this week, 1 month high versus Bitcoin and Ethereum kind of just chopping around, as I said, 2% downside right now, 26,832 there for BTC, 1,811, basically flat for Ethereum, guys. Back over to you.
You know, every time we go to the crypto segment, I know what's going to happen. It's like, well, if I haven't looked at Coinbase that day, I'm going to look at it and hate myself. It's one of those days.
It's one of them days.
Look at, I mean, come on, Coinbase. Why do you have to make it so easy? It just goes right into yesterday's high at the open. You don't have to take it the first time. Just let it go back and fail a lower high. That's not a bad short entry. Oh, then it goes to 60, the level I like on Coin, and then rolls over again. That's just my way of saying, well, I'm looking for places to be short, and I wasn't on the one that I love almost the most. We're going right back to Brennan.
A few people talking about this one I saw earlier, ENVB, back to the upside again today. Remember, made a big move yesterday, all the way to $4 on this note. There was a patent issued for an anxiety treatment. So ENVB trying to go here again.
There's also BIOC was moving as well.
Look at actually good call on that one too.
Moving.
There is a good level on Amazon. I mean, Neil and I were just looking at, first of all, Microsoft taking out to the upside. That's an L. So, Microsoft just took out 318. We got out. We lost. We were short at 95s or something, and so not a huge hit for us, obviously there on that name, but still not a good trade either. But there's Microsoft right here. Breaks out. That's it. We tried. We got one fill down there at 75 or whatever it was, and whatever, man. That was not a good one. All right, so let's go back to the other stock that we're talking about right now. Now it's starting to fade out again. Oh, darn it. Okay, so just right there. I was hoping to get something there, but no, it's not coming in. So that's going to be a missed opportunity, obviously, there for me on Amazon and for all of us, I feel like, because that was a good little level there on the 1 minute chart. It was beautiful. On the 5 minute, I mean, we have some wicks here, so it's not going to look as great, but there's VWAP at 50. So I think that was a great opportunity to make a trade there, and we didn't do it. So bad on me, for sure, for not making that trade on Amazon. And here it comes to the downside. And also here comes AMD, still going to the downside. Microsoft wants to go up now, so I don't know why, but we're right at 118.50. I'm going to short again here on Microsoft, see if this does want to pull back a little bit. Now that I see where the price is, we should have been smarter about this. 118.50. We could have held it. Maybe we should have right there on Microsoft. That's 118.50. That little wick higher is 70, but right into there, 118, 318.50. That high has been 36, 37, and we just got to 45. So I'm going to go short. There it is, finally. We'll try it. There we go. We're making it back now on Softy, but let's just put a bid to make sure we capture some profit, because again, it's not a profitable trade until you put that something in your pocket, and there it is right there. Spend a little bit of money there for that trade on Microsoft as we make it back to the downside there. So again, out a little bit too early, but here we go, Microsoft. I like this move. We'll put a bid at 70. What is happening right now? All of the shorts are printing. Yeah, market. Big rejection of 13.9 right there, and the market VWAP goes boom. So we'll wait to see what happens. Nice trade for me on the backside, Neil. There's your word, or I don't know where you got that from, but
somebody else said it
on Microsoft.
I don't remember who
out too early, but we back, baby. What up? What up now, Mr. Softy? Normally, it's a very profitable name for me. Today, we need to get this to the downside.
Well, I feel the same way about the thing I'm about to get into. back into, I should say. Because, I could have left well enough alone here when Intel made that first move, but I did short it a second time, took the L. But what the market makes this rejection of a lower high, lower high rejection, you retake these bottoms. I mean, I don't care how relatively strong you've been. If you're at a supply zone and breaking down, it's a gap fill. Maybe go to the 15 is going to be better. Yeah, the 15 is going to be better. So it doesn't quite break all the way out past 30 quarter, which does set it up for a short in front of 30 and a quarter. So I'm in. I can only add in between here and 30 and a quarter. I did get a reload on a firm, so thankfully that was able to give me a refill. I think once we all the way back into the low of the day and 14 even, we're going to be getting bids out. I suppose it wasn't that bad of an out on Tesla. It looked really bad at the time. I was like, man, Tesla did me dirty, but it looks better now. But at the time, it looked like that was a really bad trail out. Now you bounced all the way off 180. You're trending to the downside. The chips are taking it on the chin. NVIDIA could be breaking 310 today. I'm going to favor VWAP in here. I just reloaded on Intel. And Meta just broke the bottom as well. So Meta breaks 244. Joining the trend on this could be a little bit more tricky. We got Powell in 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
I know it's already 10:40, right? So, as long as you have an out for your trades, I think you're always going to be pretty solid. But, we get Powell in 20 minutes. He could do one of those things where he starts talking and then it's like up-down moves and all that nonsense. You don't want to get wicked out in situations like that, but you do want to have some reasonable outs sitting out there when it happens. I'm not really into Meta. You're right about Amazon. It's just I don't know why I wasn't looking at that one in here today. And joining this trend is much like NVIDIA. I'm not shorting the bottom. You need to see it get back up to VWAP and try to short some lower highs in there.
No, that sucks missing Amazon.
It's time to be patient. Well, Foot Locker is a retail name. Amazon, literally the high of the day yesterday. It's like, okay, well, short it as it broke, short it as it gets back to the supply zone. Maybe there's still a chance for it to get back to VWAP and continue the trend, but you just have to wait for it now.
So we only took out of, I heard the guys talking in the back about Foot Locker. We actually didn't look at that yet.
I think there was
looked
one
at it
play
early.
only, and it just.
I think it went down off the open, then back up. We'll look at Foot Locker in a minute. So we just got out at the 50 period. We should have respected VWAP more because then we'd have another out down here. But our best out is 67 here for Microsoft. We're still trying to reload this, but now that I remember, not that I forgot, but it's only, like you said, it's only 20 minutes until Powell comes through. So we're going to have to watch out for our P's and Q's here as the markets, I can already tell Microsoft's already getting excited right now with the volatility. So this is checks heart rate. Let me see what my heart rate is right now. I think it's fine. My resting heart rate over today so far is 56. It's loading up my current one. We'll figure that out in a minute. It was just at 80, which is pretty high. 81. Okay, yeah, so I'm getting a little bit ramped up here for this trade.
You can do that when you drink coffee, because for me,
for me, coffee's no effect.
It's weird. I'll tell you right now, when I track mine, it's like I drink coffee and then boom, spike. And I look at it throughout the day. And when I stop drinking my coffee, it's like a couple hours later, it settles back down. That's why I can't do coffee in the afternoon, because I have trouble sort of settling down in the evening.
That's all good.
I just want to quickly show for log for anyone that's interested. There was one play, the 30 bounce. Just come to my chart for a quick second here. There was one play off the open. It bounced off 30, but it's that. If you're going to take the back end of the trade and not get run over, you have to let it happen. And then it was so fast that, quite frankly, you had to be sitting on the bid in front of 30, and then sort of give it 15 cents or 25 cents, and then it ramped upside. So I'm into Intel short, a firm short, as we go to Brennan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, pretty quiet and flat. Really, we're stuck in a range here as far as the S&P is concerned anyways. 0.25% to the upside right now as we all await, 11 o'clock, we'll get some comments here at least from Fed Chair Powell. Ben Bernanke going to be participating, former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke going to be participating in this as well. CTLT, an earnings name today. This is the healthcare group overall, pretty positive as far as gainers are concerned. VFC, meanwhile, downside in the consumer discretionary group, along with Foot Locker and Nike. This is also a footwear apparel maker. So all of these really to the downside leading as far as decliners are concerned. Specific retail names as well under a little bit of pressure, along with some of the travel. Tesla down here having a nice day, as we said, 2.25% higher. Everything else pretty green really on this board. Financials, industrials, tech, energy, utilities, real estate, and materials all positive. Really no standout moves. ON Semi under a little pressure after a couple of nice days. Same story for AMD and NVIDIA as we've seen, but otherwise all waiting, I guess, for 11 o'clock, guys.
Oh, hells yeah, we do have a new position alert. I want to give a big shout out, and I just, what's up, Ulvia? Ulvia. I think that's right. Wanting to know what this new line was on here, and yeah. So I didn't take this new. This is a new trade alert. It's Starbucks short right now. It's down 1%, much more aggressive than the market. We have VWAP up here, plus we have this 106.60 area coming through as well. But this is a 21 period SMA. I got that off Max, and I started looking at it, and I just feel like it's okay. That's not. I'm just gonna watch it, and what I think that you use that for is if you're well in the money, like this AMD trade. Is right now. If you wanted to, we used it right there to get a piece out. We didn't use it here, but it kind of signals a little bit of a trend change right now, right? So it breaks it, goes back up to the upside, breaks it here, goes to the downside. I generally use a 50 period, but you can see this is a little more aggressive. So as I'm using more shares now with my trading, I want to get some pieces out a little more aggressively. So we use that just to make sure we get some profit. And now it's not going to look like a great out, but when we got out at 60s, that was good because it saved us about 70 cents back up to the upside. So right now, if I was using that, we'd be getting out of this AMD. But I want to stay net short into this number. So it's not a number, into Fed speak. We'll see. Like Neil said, it could be a little wiki back and forth when that number comes out. I'm going to put a bid down here on Microsoft because we're in the money now. We've already taken an L on this name. So if Microsoft can come back to like this 317.20 area, then we will get out. So I'm putting a bid right now, 317.26. I like playing around 25s, 50s, 75s, O's. So we'll do this, put the bid in, and just, at this point,
26 is a great number. I like 26.
Let me think about why. 26.
Oh, come on. You know why.
I should know why.
Boo.
No, I'm drawing a blank. What sport, at least?
No, it's not sport. I'm a boxing day. I'm born on Boxing Day, that's why.
That's why. Can you think of one for sport, though?
No. 26?
Right, that was weird.
No,
that's why I was like, I was puzzled, and I didn't think about the bigger picture.
24, Willie Mays.
Happy
25,
birthday, Neil.
Barry Bonds. It's not. Happy birthday, not me. Happy birthday, Bears versus Bulls, because that's what we do.
Yes.
Really, it's a thing. It's a thing.
And a happy belated birthday to Luca as well, because every day is his birthday.
It's just a way of like shouting out somebody and appreciating them in our chat. First of all, if you're not in our chat, get in there. You got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So when you get a second, if you're tuning in for the first time or just coming back and you love it, hit the like, hit the subscribe, join the community, join in. And anytime you want to shout somebody out and appreciate them, say happy birthday. But we're getting a very firm move to the downside right now. And so I just got some out at the low of the day.
I see what you did there.
Right? A little dad joke. Yeah, whatever. I'm a dad. I'm allowed to do these. Dad jokes can make dads can make.
It's really nobody's birthday. Just letting everybody know.
It is not anybody's birthday, but happy birthday.
Happy birthday, whoever. Someone watching, it's their birthday.
Well, of course. And if it is your birthday and you want to shout out, just let us know. So hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts. We're going to the downside. No. Why not? It's
because everyone's going to say it's their birthday, but happy birthday to everybody, and you're right.
AG Monster, it's their birthday on Tuesday.
What's up
so
to
happy
LT
birthday
Gray?
on
Love
Tuesday.
Tony. Where's Tony at?
The 23rd. Happy birthday, Tony.
Happy birthday, Max, as well.
Happy birthday, Max.
As I just
That's
Max.
A nice shirt, by the way. Wow. He goes immediately, trust the teal, because the teal line is a teal one.
It is a teal shirt.
So he has it teal. Basically, you need to make that dotted line a teal line, is what
So anybody that sells teal shirts, you now have a new spokesperson.
Yes. Is that linen? No, it looks like linen. It looks, that's whatever, man, isn't it? What?
Classic Oxford. This guy's killing me over here. Oh, man, I love this guy.
Classic. What?
There's a request. There's a reason why I put the request in to get, this guy trading with me next week. You'll have Arun on the midday with Sharif, and it'll be me and Max running the show here in Neil's absence. But can never top what Neil brings. But Max will try to do the same effort as you, as well as.
All he has to do is not short Intel the second time, and then he's good. Am I short anything long term? So here's. Just one thing.
Nope.
So everything we talk about here, generally, it's all our day trading, right? So we'll usually say, this is something I'm looking at in my personal long term. If we don't say those words, everything is a day trade. I am short nothing in my long term. The only, sometimes I'll take things off, or I've sold covered calls in the past. I don't short anything. in my long-term account. I feel like we do that day trading. I know people do. I don't think that, like, I've never even really like bought puts to make a short bet on the market in my long-term account. I have not. I sold covered calls if I feel like the market's too high, or trim positions in the long term, but that's about it. I don't want to speak for everyone else here, but I just don't do it. So.
Yeah, Dan. Unfortunately, Dan. Oh man, I wish I had a solution for you. But if you are located with an IP address anywhere in the United States, unfortunately, that's not good to go here at Day Trade the World. But I would stamp you on this floor in a second. So.
If you move here.
Let me try to think about it. But I don't really have a solution for you. It's just been a policy, and I've worked with. Day Trade the World my whole life. And I've actually, I was part of the team opening up trading floors everywhere. And that's not, I know it's a problem. And I wish for more floors to be open myself. So, but there it is right now. Nice move for Microsoft. We'll ring that register on that. Now all I'm doing is thinking about that. 317.25. I mean, let's go. It's too bad that we got taken out because we did have a much bigger position right there where we lost 15 cents. And now we're back in the money here, 90 cents. Like $1 in the money on Microsoft, $2 in the money on AMD. And then, by the way, the newest position, Starbucks, let's go, man. To that downside right now, as we're almost at the highest spot we've been at all day, as this continues to go down to the downside right now. Thanks for the comment on the sweater here, as well, as we're all sharply dressed today. You're also going to get Obi for the first time in a long time.
Do we have to change these?
Back. Those are bearish. I don't know what we want to do with those bulls or bears.
We're breaking low. I mean,
up to you, dude. Whatever you want to do. I'm gonna.
To me, if it's 10:49.
But the thing is, it's towel time.
We're breaking bottoms. We're both net short, and the shorts are what's printing. I usually when I do this, it's like a big jinx, but I'm doing it anyways because it's a matter of principle. I'm just.
It's not.
I'm
Neil,
just doing
we're short, Neil.
What?
You literally turned the market every time you've
We're not turning the markets this time. Come on,
okay. Well, we're waiting for. First of all, Starbucks is breaking 106, so let's go, man. That one's putting some money in our pocket. So PayPal costs us a cup of coffee. Starbucks makes us one right there, so that's going to be good to the downside. Let's go, Starbucks. Let's go everything to the downside, despite what Neil's doing, and we will go over to somebody who is
It'll be fine.
Both long and short all the time. It's Brendan Wickens with Money Talks.
Back to the upside, guys, right now for the dollar index. DXY anyway showing a little bit of relative strength here ahead of Fed Chair Powell. We've had some hawkish comments over the past couple of days from Fed speakers overall, so indicating maybe there is still some room to go as far as interest rates are concerned. I had a dip down to just about that 103 area, 103.20 again early on today for the DXY. This is a daily chart, but you can see we are starting to bounce a little bit. Still red. Overall versus what has happened all week long. Very, very strong for the dollar. You can see everything pretty much on this board outside of, the Canadian dollar struggling a little bit. Green, though, as a result, with some weakness on the DXY, even as we sit here talking about it. Still moving back to the upside, guys. Same story for this is the 24-hour chart. 0.38 now for BTC, 0.75 for Ethereum. Back over to you.
Let me just say something real quick because I want to talk to Bears versus Bulls real quick here. Let's put a Streamlabs pull up ASAP where the market will be at 11:30, right? Up,
that works.
Green or red on the NASDAQ. Or I don't care, ES, what do you guys want to do? ES, you want to do ES? We could do ES. I look at the NASDAQ, so obviously I favor that. But the NASDAQ is red right now.
No, do NASDAQ.
And the ES is green.
Because we care about the tech names.
Okay, so
let's do NASDAQ.
If you could do that, Bears versus Bulls, let's do that right now with Streamlabs coming through. Will the market... Do you want to do a little bit earlier than 11:30? Because by that time, the market will probably have made up its mind.
No, 11:30 is right.
All right, 11:30, Bears versus Bulls. Will the NASDAQ be red or green at 11:30? Only if you have time to do that. That would be greatly appreciated.
He's on it.
To do that. I know he's on it, and then that way we can get
For everyone in the chat, you have to wait till he actually makes the bet.
Yes. So
allow him to make the bet first.
Yes, so thank you so much for that. I think AMD has more to go, guys, to the downside. I mean, we're net short this name. It is Sticky Note Nation 108 short. That's what we have right now. So that's a good level there. As I think it needs lower than this. So we're right at the bottom. We already have one out, but we've been sitting here for an hour waiting for that to happen. Microsoft is also $1. I think this goes lower. If I was to bet, I think you know which way I'd be going, but I am biased to current position.
So I'm now out of one of my shorts, but only because it's been one of the more bullish names in the market. I'll just come to my Intel chart here because I want to go to Firm in a quick second. So Intel makes that consolidation. It's pushing into VWAP. This is where it broke out from. So 2980 to 2990. I feel like this could be a bounce zone. If we do turn positive, this would be a name that I would like to go into. I'm going to hang on to this one, Affirm. It never got to 15, but it's breaking the low. I think we do see this supply zone in here, like 14 down into 1370. So we're working that one short. Meta's slowed down. This is a name that I thought we'd maybe be able to get short the pop. Sometimes you got to give them up, man. It was a top break. I thought all signs were pointing to 250 if the market stayed bullish. We got out of that one, but never worked into the short. Tesla, I think, still has a chance too. But you know, we got out that wick top at 182 was sort of an obvious one. It's at VWAP. I'd put this in the camp of still looking for a bounce in a long. I prefer this one to the long side than to the short side as we speak. And NVIDIA, I still think, is going to be, at this current moment, you know, the chips are more of a short in general. I'm out of it. It could still break that low of the day. If we pop up to VWAP, I would play this for the short. So I'm holding only one into Powell. That'll be a firm.
Are we being silly holding this?
I don't know. I don't know. If I was in NVIDIA, if I was still in NVIDIA, I'd be holding it right now for sure. But I'm not, so I can't. You know, ifs and buts.
You're just trying to get me to hold AMD.
No, but I'm not. No, but the trend is to the downside. The market's broken the low. The gap fills are bigger to the downside. I don't think it's the wrong way to go. I'm going to make my bet. I think we're red here too. Usually, if you just see Streamlabs, it'll tell you exactly what to do. So for anyone that's looking, you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat and to answer this. So you just look at it here, and it says. You do $sign.
You do bet.
And then
no, you do not
bet.
$sign. Yeah, bet.
No, sorry, not bet. Exclamation mark.
200
bet.
points.
And then you do the points after. I think.
No.
You go.
Bears versus Bulls just messaged me. You're supposed to go. Exclamation mark bet, and then what you want to bet.
Oh, I thought it was
like the amount you want to bet, then the color.
Okay.
So I just bet 200 points on red.
I thought it was the other way. I thought you did.
I don't know. That's what he told me. So hopefully it's right.
But Streamlabs is telling you bear and bull. See this? Bear, bull.
Oh shit.
So I'm gonna go.
I don't know. I don't know what to bet. But anyways, I'm thinking down. Look, the points are fun to do, but either way, I bet down. So whatever that is.
And when you're that short,
that's what I'm doing.
Whatever.
It should just be I bet. Yeah, it makes sense. So anyways, all right, that's what I'm doing. Hopefully you guys want to join me. That is fine. Microsoft right now, we did take that piece out. So, we do only have 20, or we have, actually, we still have 30% left of this.
Oh, it is red or green.
And we do have a small trade right here coming through. But the thing about it is that I feel like I am a little bit too bearish because Powell has come out and rallied the market lots of times. So, this is why this bet is so key. And I'm glad that someone mentioned it in the chat. Let's get a bet going. And I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls for throwing that down real quick for us as well. So
guess what bounced off 1150? Exactly.
No, I'm not guessing anything because
you know exactly what happened.
1150?
1152.
Oh, I already know Palantir. Palantir was at that 1180 level, and I liked that level, and I didn't take it. I just don't think it's wise to take anything right now. So I don't know.
That's too late for this move.
It's
already bad.
The thing is like, what if you take it? Powell comes out and quite frankly goes the other way. Like it could go either way, and
I'm not doing anything until after he speaks at this point. Like I'm gonna wait for 11 o'clock.
We're holding small positions.
No,
Let's
again,
just tell people that.
Yeah, I'm holding a firm, but again, I've been aggressively getting out of a firm in front of the low of the day. So it broke the low and I got to 14. So I'm pretty much out of, I'm only holding 15% left. So it is what it is. But I think we can go lower, but I'm not going to add to this on the way back up until after 11 o'clock. I think it's probably an add up here. I think Intel, realistically, if it were to bounce and get back to the high, I'd probably look for the short there. Or maybe I should be just grabbing the long. I should be only thinking long on this. I feel like gone short three times here, and it's a trend to the upside. So scratch that. I don't know if it gets back to the top. I'm probably thinking a long on Intel. That's what I should be thinking. It's a long today on this thing until proven otherwise.
Yeah. Long until proven guilty. I'm just going to ask Brendan real quickly here live because do we know, Brendan, if it's prepared remarks today? If there's going to be a Q&A? Okay, good.
It's a panel. So I think there is a Q&A, but there's multiple participants. So they're going to take turns, I think, actually giving remarks, and then there's probably going to be a Q&A. So it's a panel, whatever that means.
Oh, I see.
feel like
I see, says the blind man.
He'll be
because,
talking for a while.
That's what I was just going to say. Like, okay, so it's a panel discussion. Bernanke's going to be there. We've talked about that a little bit as well. So, okay. So now I'm not as like doomsday on 11 exactly something happening. This is not like a number coming out. This is not anything as far as that is concerned. This is simply going to be the panel starts at 11 and Q&A to follow. And obviously there will be some kind of a prepared remarks once he takes said podium of some sort.
Sir.
So, okay, good. All right, good. I'm glad I asked Brendan that because now I feel a little bit better. Checks heart rate and no, Siri, don't.
You're right, Steve
80
G.
right now. What's
Steve
up?
G just typed in the chat. He's like, Nicola still sucks. I'm guessing.
Nicola.
I mean, if the market's down today, then this stock
Trevor
is
Milton
down.
with millions and millions of dollars.
He's still rich. It is almost 11 o'clock. Actually, our position board's already flipped over. What are we? That's okay. We got a couple of minutes left. However, I'm going to go join.
Under the bus
I'm
here?
going to join Mad Max over there, Maximilian, for the next hour.
Maximilian.
I'm going to go get a water, get myself set up over there. So I'm jumping
You're
back
gonna
on.
leave it to me? What am I gonna do here?
Yeah, you'll be fine. And then Sean will join Max for the middle portion, and it should be a heck of a lot of fun. Obi will be joining that final hour. Then we're back at 2 o'clock. So it's gonna be a wild one. Maybe not as crazy right at 11 o'clock, because we'll see what he does say. But I'm gonna go ahead and get prepared to join Max.
The good thing about Obi is the force is strong with that one. So we will see when he comes through there in the midday. And then if he's doing so well, then well, no, actually, I take over from you. I was going to say let Obi roll, but so far, let Obi cook, as they say with Steph Curry. But the only thing he's cooking right now is an L. So, a shout out by. Oh, he's rich. Come on, man. If I could just sign one NBA contract, I don't care. League minimum, I'm down. Right there, one day, I'm down. Whatever you guys want. I'll be your Kwame Brown. There's no doubt about that. Anthony Bennett, shout out to Brampton Disaster, Anthony Bennett, former #1 pick from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Okay, the Powell event has started, says Mr. Dan Emmons. So we trust Dan and we trust our viewers out there. So we will wait. It's now 10:59:52. So we have Starbucks. We have Microsoft, and then AMD is making new lows right now. So this one, we're smoking on AMD today to the downside. But all right, I mean, I could hold everybody here for a while, but I don't think that makes much sense because the market right now is just going to do its own thing. We'll wait to see what does happen. That's the AMD. We talked about this today, that it was due for something like this. So there's the AMD to the downside. And just one last talk about the sticky note because I'm pretty happy with it. This is multiple days in a row. AMD short. There's the Google long at 123. I mean, come on. And then there's the Palantir. We don't have the right price on Palantir down there, but we did. Palantir is one of my #1 stocks today, although AMD takes the cake right there. So make sure that you please retweet all of this stuff every single day. The more people that see the sticky note, the better it should be for all of us, is kind of my theory. So let's wait to see if that happens. AMD making new lows as we speak. Microsoft bouncing off the 317 level. So I'm in this until we take out 318.70, and we are going to average into Microsoft on the high side, just making sure, yes, my stop order is ready to go. So, all right, without any further ado, it's 11:01. He's in the teal. I want to thank everybody for watching and good luck to everyone's bets. It should be a wild little half hour here. It's Max and it's Neil, followed by me and Obi. We'll see you on the midday show very, very soon. Thank you to everyone.
What's going on, everybody? Waiting on Neil to come back and join me. Welcome to the midday. Chilling right now, no positions. Waiting on Mr. Powell to blow everything up for everybody. Probably smokes everybody on the long and the short side, and then I imagine we get some kind of trend. I've got Twitter open, watching. What is it, Financial Juice, to see if there's any big news out of Powell's speech, but nothing yet, apparently. Haven't posted anything that I can see, so I guess he's not on yet. I can't listen to the speech today. Usually I would be listening to whatever Powell is saying live and trying to trade off it, usually losing, but won't be able to do that today. And we'll just see what happens. I don't want to get into any big positions, especially not on a large cap right now, because whatever he says could rinse those positions. I believe it could. I think Powell is notorious
No, I'm messing with you.
for moving the market.
It's like the first thing I do to Sharif is like just question like the last
Whatever
thing he
he's
said.
saying.
Once I sit down, I'm like, does it though? Will it though? Just to mess with him. But yeah, I think you have the right story there. I'm just sort of logging in over here and getting myself set up. But it's probably correct not to go too ham here at this time of day. Like pick your spots.
Yeah.
Don't get way too I guess exuberant or so. And then also be able to get your password right when you log into P-Pro 8. So we'll see how many.
I make about 5 attempts a day probably at that P-Pro 8 password.
It's only 2 this time.
Nice.
That's hilarious.
Nice.
You know, sometimes I'll come in the morning and I'll say to Brendan, "Oh man, it's a 5 attempt a day. Like I need a coffee." If it takes you 5 times to get your password to log in your trading platform, you should probably get a coffee before you execute a trade.
Yes, for sure.
It's not
for
rocket
sure.
science there. I mean, now I'm not in the chat. Let
Luckily,
me get
I
in the
don't think
chat.
there's a limit on how many times you can try your password on P-Pro.
If
I have
there is
never
one-
been locked out before, and I have definitely tried a lot of times before, so maybe no limit.
That doesn't seem very smart, but I think you're right because I'm pretty sure I've screwed. That doesn't seem like the best.
Yeah,
whatever.
hopefully no hackers are listening.
Yeah, you have to be. So
yeah, you have to be in an office.
no, you have
to do
in
it.
order to even trade, like you have to be connected to a cube, which
Yeah.
means sitting in a floor or have a key. So it's like you're not. Yeah, what are you gonna break in here with our crazy security?
Yeah,
and
come
log
on.
into one of our accounts and sit down. That's not happening. You've seen security around here. It's
Exactly,
ridiculous. Like, you're not
exactly.
getting it. It's like Fort Knox up in here. It's not like we're letting people in off the street. They just roll in whenever they want to and ring the bell.
Yeah, exactly. All right. One of my main ideas today was
Kinda
Meta
do, but-
going long off this 245 level for continuation. And if you guys can come to my chart over here, I tried that way too many times today. Get stopped out a bunch of times, finally get a decent winner, and then I'm adding on the way down and stopping out at the bottom. But now we've done this little like stop everyone out scenario, consolidate down here, and then pump back above and looking at that 245 again. So I'm wondering if
Pump it.
once Mr. Powell gets off, I try to get a long on Meta. 248 is a huge level on the daily. This is the gap fill from earnings. Which one's my daily? This one. Come on, load up.
I'm 15.
I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to load for me. But Meta, the gap fill high of day from that terrible earnings day where we gapped down was 248. Today we tried 248 for quite a while, rejected. Market obviously didn't help that move, but I think Meta started going down before the market started going down. And
I believe you are correct.
we reject that, and we're back into that 245. But 245, that big breakout from yesterday, and seeing if we can kind of dance around that level and hold that area.
Let's go to Brendan. He's got something for us.
Oh, okay.
Just quickly, guys, I want to give you a quick update here. They did make some opening remarks as far as what they're going to discuss in this panel, if you want to call it. It is only Fed Chair Powell and former Fed Chair Bernanke that are participating in this. There's been nothing yet as far as economic policy. They were actually talking a little bit to start things off about an individual that this event is dedicated to. So just some opening remarks so far from both.
Yeah, and the market heading back into the downside. So the only thing I'm going to say about Meta is I was long early, and I'm glad I got out of it. Well, that's not the only thing I'm going to say, but it does, I don't know, it feels like you have a short-term trend short. It's just such a big rejection at the top. You're in a supply zone, there's no question about it. And while you're in a supply zone, you can pretty much do whatever you want inside. And then if it breaks out, you can look long, you can be short inside looking for a breakdown, you can be long off the bottom. There's lots that you can do inside of a dollar range.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of with you there. I'm only in a firm as the market heads back into the downside. I got out of Intel, and of course now it's going to be, now it's breaking further down. The one that's going to, look, I mean, NVIDIA is as strong as these were on the way up. Like these things have really made some big retracements so far. NVIDIA is not even within $5 of the bottom yesterday. So it's testing this 310 level. It just wicked the bottom as we speak. So a little bit of strength here coming back in NVIDIA. As you're getting, obviously Powell's talking. Let's see it settle itself down. If we retest that high, This lower high, 313. I like this because it was the previous support yesterday. Now you already made a failure at that price. So I'm thinking that 312.5 into 313 would be the zone I like. So back into the 3-minute. I wish I was still short this thing, but we get back into that range, and I'm thinking trend down. I like it on the 15-minute, so it's setting up pretty decently for me there on NVIDIA. It's just a matter of waiting for that move. And Tesla, we talked about Tesla as being more of a long. Look at it just cleanly bounce right off VWAP, hold 180. Man, I wish I was back into this one. I'm not. Tesla to me is a long today until proven otherwise. So, we come back in, maybe I can pick that one up at VWAP. I don't necessarily want to be taking a top break on Tesla, but I didn't want to take the top break earlier in that work. So, sometimes it's just how the market is. It's going to give you what it wants, not what you want.
Yeah, that NVIDIA trade was money off the open today. I wanted it breaking down through like the pre-market low, but then the pre-market low became so low that I'm like, I don't know how to execute. But really the execution was just get short when it fails that 315 level. And
Usually that's it, but
that was my top idea on my little notes here. Chips overbought. If market dips off open, look for short on AMD, NVIDIA, and I did neither of those things. But I did get Amazon
What were you
short.
looking at? You got Amazon?
I got Amazon
but
short.
Wasn't that even better?
No, it only went like 80 cents or something, and I managed to botch the execution a little bit on that one.
Did you make money on it?
I did make money on Amazon.
So, but here's the thing. We were talking about being pissed off about Amazon because sometimes an easier setup's just better. Even if it doesn't move as much, like look at how clean the move is. This is why I was frustrated for not trading Amazon. Oh my goodness, this chart. Because if you look at it, yesterday's high, I could zoom out, but yesterday's high gets held. It breaks a very clean consolidation level. So you're the short off the high. And then if you don't have it, it comes right back and shows you a failure at the pretty much exactly where the supply zone was. Like it's a clean trade where the risk to reward is going to be fantastic. I don't know that NVIDIA was as clean as that. It was good, but maybe not quite as quite as clean.
You're risking up to that like 60s, 315, 60s, so it's a lot of risk. But I mean, you get that nice like $4 move, right?
I'm not sure you're wrong till 316.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure you're wrong till 316. The market's working back into the downside, so this is going to be setting up. The shorts are back in vogue. I'm going to get back over to a firm because, quite frankly, it doesn't matter if I change it to a bear, whatever. Or gates of that. Oops, that's the wrong. They're both orange on my board here, which is, anyway. So that's why I hit the wrong one. But I meant the gates of hell. So a firm double tapping 14 even. I was looking for the curl at VWAP. It never got to VWAP, but I'll respect that 14 level and get another leg out there. See how far we are going to be heading to the downside, but the market does want to be southbound. I do still think like Meta feels like a short, but it doesn't want to press VWAP in here. And said NVIDIA bouncing now. Bouncing as the market just made another run at the lows. So all of a sudden, NVIDIA doesn't look nearly as weak. Interesting. So I was just about to talk about NVIDIA at VWAP. I like the notion of it, but I probably have to allow it to get a bigger move into VWAP and show its true colors before we enter that short. Definitely want to be on the back end of that trade. I will not be shorting this while it's still looking green.
Yeah, that NVIDIA holding that 310 area kind of nicely. That's a bit of like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a clean hold, but that's a good hold there on NVIDIA. And yeah, you're right. Meta doesn't want to go down as the market goes down. It looks like Powell said inflation is far above the Fed's objective. Well, yeah, we already know that.
It is? Oh my goodness.
Really?
Thank you for that.
Strongly committed to returning to 2%. I've heard that before. So nothing new here. But, you know.
I, for one, am shocked.
Yes, shocked. We are at 5% inflation, which is above 2%. That's crazy, guys. That is crazy. But yeah, it looks like we are starting to bounce a bit.
Might be worth watching these banks a little bit here because PACW is making some. Thank you in the chat there, Bob, because PACW just dumped a little bit, breaking some lows. Down 2% already. It's not a gigantic move when you consider obviously what's happened previously, but you're getting into some big levels down here. So like this 560, you held the double top. Sorry, You broke a double top and then held that previous double top as support at 560 yesterday, and you've already bounced off that level once. So if PAC-W does not hold on to this, I think it's going to be in trouble. The daily doesn't really load that far. When you get a wick like that, we just showed you it's going to go into that little zone and be able to bounce there. I actually didn't pay for locates, so I want the ability to be playing short on this side if it makes that break. So I'm going to try and see if I can't get locates, or I'm just going to ask Brankles if he'll do it for me, because the market is starting to come back in here, and I do like that name. If it's going to be a red day, we've been talking about those banks before, so let me get a quick message in there for some locates.
Yeah, there's some size there on PAC-W on the bid at 565 that just got broken, so that's starting to move down quite quickly. Ooh, wow.
Oh, it's already breaking.
Cents.
Damn it.
Yeah, that gave you a very clean size break. There's 1,000 lots. Now PAC-W is really starting to flush.
Oh, I don't have the short.
This could, well, I mean, a halt is where $5 basically. I mean,
Even dollars have been good on this stock.
Yeah, very good.
If you usually if it halts down, it looks like it's floodgates to the downside, and then it catches just millions of shares on the bid, and it happened at 3, it happened at 4.
Yeah.
Then you kind of just go for the long. Each time I've been short into that move, and basically been only fast enough to cover, and I've never gotten the long.
You never get the long, exactly.
Never get the
and then the long ends up being the one that's a banger, where the short is this grind down where there's so many bids, right?
Yeah, and then
it's so much taking out levels, and then the long's just that snap right up. And gives you the whole move back.
You just have to spot, know that you're looking for it at the even dollar, and the second you see it, that's your confirmation, and you just sort of jam the long in that move. If you see it, it's a lot of volatility in these names, and again, you don't have to trade them. At the end of the day, you can take a risk-off approach because they do move pretty quickly. I will make this note: Alphabet is holding a higher low. So the 123, I got trailed out of this one, but you're holding a higher low here on Alphabet. I think establishing this at 123.5 makes a lot of sense to me, especially given that little bit of a wick. So it's still got that. It still has this notion of the breakout was off the 23 level, and the fact that you're holding out. I know that's kind of a bearish move in there to wick the top, but you're getting a higher low as well, and it's still above the higher time frame breakout zone. On Alphabet. So it's still in the midst of a breakout. I like that 123.5 to establish that short. And Tesla is still, for me, I want a long here. I just want to see it get right back in, maybe retest VWAP in that 180, go for the next higher low, and then go back into the long trade. I've really only been long the once on Tesla. I'd like to be getting back into that on any market strength.
Yeah, PAC-W is really flushing here. So we took out that size and never touched it again. 565 was the spot. I did not get the shorts in time. I have requested them from Mr. Brankles, but we shall see. These are really starting to flush on, what's her name? Yellen's comments saying that there may be more mergers necessary. So yeah, definitely. I mean, if there's one of those bank names that's going to get merged, it's probably this PAC-W. So people really selling this. Volume, well, I mean, it really increased about a minute ago, and now it's tailing off a bit. So a little light volume pullback and then a slam down into $5 would be my expectation. Let me check my levels on this. Yeah,
so the other thing to watch here,
450.
and I want a good shout out to everybody that's mentioning. A lot of times when you see this, you're going to see Bitcoin make a move. So obviously, people are saying that it's bouncing. I actually didn't have my Binance chart up here. I'm just going to see if I can't quickly load it up at some point. So you are seeing Bitcoin go, but the bounce just happened. And if you're a lot of times, I want to see is if there's relative weakness in coin when you get a move in crypto, then I really like the coin short. And it's holding the bottom. So I'm going to have my eyeballs on this because it's already given up a couple of levels. But when you talk about that PAC-W, it's making the bounce here. The second I get those locates, if it fails the same level that was the breakdown, which was at 560, this is where I'd be looking to get into that short on the way back up. And that's exactly what you're seeing. So there's your 560 level. That's what broke. If it's going to come back in and fail that price, re-entry, I don't think you stop it out at 560 because, I mean, a 5 or 10 cent stop on PAC-W. If you want to have that, then you just don't trade the stock maybe. But getting in as it approaches that level and looking back to the 75.80, that's still pretty tight. Don't have the locates just yet. I guess we'll get them in a second.
Yeah, I'm looking off that 560. Do I want to risk a full 10 cents here to 565? I'm not sure. I do, I believe, have the locates on it. So let's see. If we break that 550 again, potentially momentum short through that level. Just watching for more selling on the tape. We're only down 5% on this, but I mean, we're obviously down quite a bit from the highs, but like room to go down to 399 and then 250 all-time lows for PACW. If this is going to get merged with another bank, the bottom is what, like 10 cents on this? So
Well, my theory on this is the same with Silvergate, is that it never, if you see 10 cents, it's on the OTC.
Yeah,
You never see that price. So my guess is you'll know that it's going down and being delisted, and it'll be like $1. That's what it was for SI. Like I think SI was about like $1.10 or something like that before it all was said and done. So I got a new position on here. I don't have that key, but it's going to be Tesla. It just went into like a higher low situation, so it did make a bit of a hold here. Actually looked stronger a second ago, but obviously now it looks a little bit weaker. But I want to see how this plays back into that 180. I also like Alphabet a little bit, but the market does want to roll back in. I was trying to just grab a reload on a short, on a firm. And I want to get to Apple in a second too, but it looks like Tesla's going to make that move onto VWAP. If it bounces, I'm only going to play the bounce, but I'm going to go over to something I wanted to grab a short on. So let's go back over to a firm here, because quite frankly, it just made a pop back into it broke 14 even, pop back in. If it cannot hold 14 even, I think there's still an absolute ton of room to the downside on this name, whether it's 1360 or whether it's 13 even. If it can't hold on to 14 and the market decides to rug, I'll go for a re-entry here underneath 13. But for now, I'm long Tesla. I was looking at Google, but it hasn't really tested this bottom. I would only give it to the wick low. That's 123.40. So I'm looking for like a 50 to 60 long on Google with an out at 40. So I only want to risk about 20 cents on that.
yeah, I'm now short PACW 544. Got kind of a bad fill on that.
What's so bad about that?
Well, 44, I was trying to get 49, but what it is. I'm going to want to add through low of day at 535, and I'm looking for like $5 as the target for this one. PACW can definitely get moving to the downside. This rally has been, from $2.50. I'm not saying that we get there, but I am saying that there's a $4 level that looks pretty clean. 420 actually, who would have guessed, looks pretty clean to the downside on PACW. Not going to let this go much further against me than this. If we get above 560, I'll be punching out. Or maybe that's the ad spot. It's hard. I only have a starter position on it, so I don't want it to like break out and get into the 70s. That's for sure.
I want the short here. I don't have the locates yet, which is I'm gonna ask Rankles again, because do I have it? No, I'm still getting rejected. I like it here. I'd like to be starting the position on it, but I'm just gonna go ahead and I'll just do it myself. I'll log into Metro myself. I went into Tesla. It just made that wick underneath that 180. So I'm gonna be out for now. The market is pressing. It's just going back and forth. It's like we're not very stable here. So I feel like I'm forcing things on Tesla when I haven't really seen that direction. I did this yesterday, and it's almost like it's the front end here, and I need to actually see some greens. I'm just gonna get out. I need to actually see some strength at this level, which I have not seen yet. Get out of Dodge. But I wanted to get to Apple very quickly. Apple has been a little bit load up, a little bit better than the rest. So you're holding VWAP. This is already holding green. So, I mean, it's shown you a little bit more strength. It's getting back above VWAP. I know you like 175.50. Looks like a good level. If we get back there, that's a good base of support. I just was bidding on Alphabet here. You're going to see it's now breaking VWAP, so I obviously did not get that entry. It could also be a breakout play, but I don't want a breakout when he's talking, quite frankly. That's just not necessarily my jam. Break out the top, and then he rugs it on you. So the only thing that's setting up pretty much right now, NVIDIA just crept above VWAP. So we're talking about this into this range, the 312.50 into 313. It just got there. For the higher time frame, we'll pop. I can just zoom out instead of going to the 15-minute. This is yesterday's support turning into resistance right now. So I'm letting it get over, and once it starts to fail this area here, I'm going to jump in to the short and give it to the lower high. over there on NVIDIA. So I'm not sure we're going to even be able to get into Alphabet. We'll see if we get our fill. But NVIDIA is at that supply zone right now.
Yeah, I stopped out at PAC-W. Just didn't want that to break out on me, but I'll get back in probably below 560. Meta also does the dip, does a lower low by about, I'm not sure how many pennies, but not a whole lot. Yeah, 243.50. It does it by 8 pennies and then starts to creep back up to that 245. So that's kind of a missed entry for me on Meta. That's the kind of thing that I like to see. But we'll see if this can hold 245 on the bid a little later. I don't really want to get into any large caps while these speakers are speaking. Just seems like I'm asking for it doing that. So we will wait on that. AMTX, small cap with a 25% short float, absolutely cruising through highs right now. I have not seen this one today yet. But yeah, 345, 346 high, making new highs. Let's have a look at the daily chart on this one. Oh, 350 is quite a juicy level on AMTX actually on the daily chart. And then you got 375 and then like $5. So, this could really get going if we break out 350 here and hold. I may just take a trade on this AMTX. How many shares? Only 2 million shares, 3 million shares of volume, though. What's the news on this one? EPA approval on something yesterday. Yeah, we'll see what happens with this. See what happens at that 50
What did you say the
break.
flow was on that?
It's 2 million? No.
2 million is
No, sorry, 32 million.
32. That's still small enough that you're
Yeah,
really
small
thinking about
enough.
the short. Like to me, when it's that small, you're always thinking long first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like it has to show you something ridiculous for you to want to short it. Like stupid parabolic along those lines. I'm just gonna. Here we go. I logged in myself to get that PAC-W because I still want it, the ability to go short, even if the opportunity might have come and gone. I feel like it's going to be worth it. So I'll do that in a quick little second there. I want to go back over to where are you, Intel? So I'm in NVIDIA. But here's Intel. It's now back above VWAP. I'm weirdly bullish on this thing because it's holding the breakout. I was short when it broke out, so that was obviously fun, and then shorted on the way back to the downside. But if we're going to hold the low and Intel holds out a VWAP, then suddenly you've got a name. There it is on the 15-minute chart, guys. You've got a name which is breaking out some resistance, made a good bottom channel, and room to the upside. And it's also green on the day. Like it's one of the few chip names that's showing a lot of strength. And as I said with NVIDIA, you're getting a press back up on NVIDIA, which is down 1%. Like it's showing a bit of a reversal pattern. I also look over at Micron. Micron over here is showing, again, a bit of a reversal pattern and potential breakout. So looking for something on the long side of the chips, got to be a stronger name, first of all, is going to be something I want to test.
Yeah, I just got short PAC-W again, and I'm just going to punch out of it because I don't like what I'm seeing on this. The volume's not there. It's done. Maybe we get a retracement of some kind, but you got size chasing it up, these 250 lots on the bid. They used to be at 555. Now it's at 560. So forget that short. 2 losses. I will stop doing that and have a look at this AMTX, which has done the 350 break and is now looking to trend higher. 365, 364 high, trying to make a new high again. So AMTX volume also, you like to see this picking up and going directly up. So this one potential halt candidate, you got size following it on the bid that just got filled, but it goes nowhere after that fill. So expecting higher on this AMTX. Congrats to the longs. I'm gonna have to see a pullback to get long on this one. Probably should have just taken that 350 break and rode the wave, but kind of hard to punch that when you just came from 313 not 5 minutes ago. We'll see if we get a halt on this one or something.
A halt would be nice because then you maybe play off that $4 level or something along those lines. I do like those. Prefer them off halts. It's just been one of those things where you can structure a trade off the halt on a reopen. You can play, and it gets really binary. It's just like risk reward. If it's above a key level, you get into it on the long side. If it explodes, great. You have your stop underneath, and it's like, if it goes like 50% or 25%, or you risk like 10, 15% to the downside, that can work. So I'm working back into, like I said, work back into AMD. I have not gotten at Google at any point yet. I've got my PAC W. Google's still holding above VWAP. You're in a bit of a chop zone here, so I'm not really extending where I want to get into this. Let's just keep on waiting for the lower high. For the higher low, I should say. We'll keep waiting for that dip into the higher low. If it ends up breaking out from here and then it holds VWAP, we can always go long off some of those tops. So patience is going to be a bit of a virtue when it comes to that. Oh my goodness, is that Wise Key moving again? Victoria's saying Wise Key's moving? Not really. So this one, look, Wise Key came out. There was the news story. Brennan brought it a little bit earlier, and now you're coming right back in. There's a little bit of a bounce, but it's not a huge one. NVIDIA, as I was sort of mentioning, that's the only thing non-affirmed that I'm in here. I want to give this back in to break VWAP if it can. This is my 3-minute VWAP on a 3-minute, guys. These wicks are not real, so it has not gone down to 311 like umpteenth times. If it had, I would have taken some out. So let's see if it can't get to and break VWAP here back into said downside. I was looking for that reload on a firm. This hasn't failed 14 again yet. So it's wicked under 14 and now sort of reclaim that level. So not a reason to get back into this trade. Sorry, not back into it, but not to add to a firm just yet. When we get an opportunity to, I'm going to rejoin that trend to the downside. The shorts are definitely printing. I think that's going to be the reason we can get into some Google as the market is kind of whipsaw action. Right? Like you're still overall red, but you're basically 20 handles back and forth since we got to 11 o'clock. So overall, you haven't had a ton of movement, but it's been solidly to the downside. There hasn't been a really strong bounce in here. So we're sort of sticking to what was working a lot earlier this morning. I don't know about that. Oh, that Huanun already.
It did, but.
Ooh, but?
But, I mean, I don't know. It still hasn't crossed the teal yet. I feel that, yeah, this could catch a bounce somewhere. I like the fact that there's 25% short interest and that it's not like a sub 10 million float. It's 30 million, so a little bit less bamboozlement usually. But I think if we can get back above that 350 or maybe just first, like if we get this little wick candle and we make a new high off of this back above 340, I might try the long here, risking the low of this little dip, because this is kind of wicking the teal right now. And I mean, we really just got started on it. I mean, I'm not sure how to structure this quite yet. I'm going to be watching though.
It's kind of doing what you want. I mean, it wicked underneath that little teal line for you,
did,
for you there.
It did.
Just one update. I'm just going to ring register VWAP on NVIDIA. I'm looking for reloads above. I'm looking to cover low of day here. I'm now sort of thinking we should already have flipped. Like this is Intel looking for it to break out past 30. Now it's underneath VWAP and suddenly it's just going the other way here. The shorts are still on. We just got to 4,200 on the ES. That's a bit of a big level. I'm going to keep doing this because I don't want to get away from the chart too much. So there's 4,200 on the S&P. We always talk about the NASDAQ. Bit of a psychological level. So if you caught a bounce or some sideways action here, I wouldn't be terribly surprised in the overall market. Lots of names making moves. Again, I'm showing you mostly chip names because that's what I've been looking at, and a little bit of Tesla. Though I'm not in Tesla right now. You're getting range bound in the overall market. You're getting a bit of a higher low. Microsoft, kind of the same thing, but it's testing the bottom. Apple, which was previously strong, looking to hold VWAP. This is about to break the low on Apple. Well, I shouldn't say. It's very close to breaking the low on Apple. That's the kind of thing that can take us to said downside rather quickly. Probably why the S&P is holding 4,200. Apple also on its low. So I got about $1.50 on NVIDIA, and I feel like that 310 level is going to be it. Intel I probably should have already reversed into. And one last one for you. C3AI, which is a name that has been a favorite of lots. It is basically it's handing out this 27 over under, and 27 was a pretty decent level right at the close yesterday. Like 27 was resistance here, it was resistance at the close, one little tiny break, and then it's resistance right now. So every pop is being faded. I'm pretty sure I did already pay for locates here. I like this. Just be careful of the fact it's also holding the bid. But if we flush, I mean, this stock is primed to break a channel down. And I feel like there's more downside here if we break that low. And if you can be short into that, why not? 27, 25 stop on it and short at like 90s or evens sounds good to me.
So yesterday I was using 2650 on AI as like
I don't have them.
under over level. So it would go under there and then it would break back above, and then you can get long and it would make the move back up.
Right.
So yeah, if it breaks that 2650, that could be interesting for a move down. AMTX, I just got long, holding this teal line for now. Just a starter position for now, not trying to get smoked on one of these small caps as the volume starts to die down. However, this could just be the light volume pullback and the little wick down for the next move up. I don't know anything about the news on a biofuel company, but some kind of approval and a strong short float on this one, with that 350 level being pretty key on the daily chart. Room to at least 390 and then $4, but starting to make the move down now. So if we break that 50 period, I'll be done with this one, and maybe try again. No, I'm not going to try again if I get stopped out. Tesla flushing down.
Powell will be rugging us.
Yeah, what is Powell saying here?
I was just checking. I'm trying to see what he's saying. I mean, right now, like, yeah, we don't have Brendan with us right now.
Hit a roadblock.
Oh, okay.
Again.
Yeah, just if you can keep us updated, that'd be that's good. So apparently, Debt Talks might have hit a bit of a roadblock. Just hearing that from Sean out of the corner there, because obviously we're going to the downside right now. So if the talks are on pause, sometimes that can spike us down in, and that's what I just saw. Like, I got very quickly, we're in on that alphabet, right in front of that 123, like 50 level. We're in. It then broke down. You got to have tight stops on all these bad boys, because when this market is going to the downside, you want to make sure you're working it. NVIDIA just cannot seem. Here we go. Forget about the 15. You want the 3. So it got to 311 there, but couldn't seem to break it. I still favor the short. You look at the over-under. I think we have room down to 310. There's always a chance that this could start into a curl beneath VWAP, and I'm adding down there. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. 4,200 just held a little bit. So with a little bit of a hold at that 4,200 level, there's a previously strong Tesla, so probably a good decision to get out of that one. It never held VWAP. You're backing toward those lows. Yeah, you're a little bit too weak right now, man. It just seems to be pretty solid. Javier now saying that Meta is no longer flushing. I agree with you. Meta's been holding these lows and not making much of a push back into the downside. And when you look at what happened yesterday with Meta, here's the 15-minute on Meta. You made that late day breakout off the previous day's high, and then you held 244. You're holding the same level right now. I don't think it's over. I mean, if we're going to trend to the downside, I don't care how strong Meta is. At some point, if we keep breaking these lows on Friday, everything is going to flush. And I think you can put Meta into that category. For now, it looks pretty good there. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but yeah, you're getting a bit of a pull down there in Meta. The one thing that I think I am now, there's what we're looking for. I was waiting for this to actually fail here beneath 14. So I just got that wick on a firm. It's just now it's pressed back underneath. It's consolidating off that bottom. I didn't want this holding that previous low. So I'm going to start working back into the short. I'm still in the short from 1435, but I mean getting a new short down underneath VWAP here, underneath the even level on a firm. So now I'm thinking about this zone into 1360. Once I'm able to get filled on the offer here, we'll take a look. There we go, just got filled on the offer on a firm. So we're adding to that one. It's been trending down pretty much the entire day. Ron saying Palantir refuses to drop. That can be worth a look, but right now we're breaking to the downside. I'm thinking about where you still have available short entries that we're not already holding in the money for us here. That's small cap. Is it working out yet? Or?
Not yet. Doing nothing. If we get back above the teal line and hold it, then I'll add to it. If we break much lower, I'll be done with this one. This is kind of just like a small position that I'm trying to get a huge per share winner on, not trying to load up because the volume's kind of light, but I do see the case for like a halt up kind of scenario on a stock like this and potentially gap up out of that halt. I am thinking like if we do want to hold this 4,200, what is like at a key level that I would want to go long off of? There is Meta, but I did lose on that twice today, so or more than twice. So I don't know if I want to go long Meta. We got Amazon chilling at lows at 116.30, which is the low of yesterday as well. So Amazon, if we do another wick down.
You know the one I'm talking about? Yeah.
Well, there we go. All right, Amazon, if we do like another wick down below this 116.35 that's holding and then reclaim it, then that could be the long if we do want to hold 4200 and this 13.8. Just depends. Like if we make another low below 4200, we're probably going down here.
I tend to agree.
Yeah, so like not.
Hold on to your butts. Hold on to your shorts. I know you're along a small cap, so that,
Yeah,
that doesn't matter what the market's doing. But if we're not feeling that great about the market and the economy and all that kind of good stuff, I'm looking at that Pac W, man. I got my locates. Wait a minute. I processed them. No. I thought oh, for the love of. Okay. That's so annoying. There we go. Now I should have them. So what I want to talk about was this. If we talk about that 560 level, why is this? Okay, I'm having issues with Metro. It doesn't matter. The idea is the idea. We did just fail that 560 level, so I'm going to be simultaneously talking and trying to reload this page over here because it's pissing me off. But you failed that 560. I know you were in and out of this. You're now back underneath it.
Yeah.
So when I look at this on the 15, like you're now consolidating underneath that supply zone. And quite frankly, that just says to me, why am I not looking for the short in here? Give it some more breadth. If it breaks the low again, you've got, what, $5, $4.75, $4.50. Those are all pretty large areas away. So I like this in here. If I can quickly try to process this, grab something inside the range. We're still inside the pocket here, so it's not like it's the end of the world. My Metro's frozen, which is a bit of a pain in the butt. But yeah, kind of inside this range, I am going to like it. Right now, the shorts are absolutely printing. I was able to get back into that affirm. Well, I was still in a piece of it, but if we break the low, I'm just thinking we should be sitting in the mid, probably like 1375 before these things slow down because the market wants it to the downside here as far as I'm concerned. So I know Mahad had to take bathroom breaks. We're staying on this shot, but what are you looking at right now? I can switch the chart to that for you. You still looking at that Amazon?
I am looking at Amazon. There was someone trying to push it down below 116.40. There was a bunch of size on the offer there. And still kind of holding below that. Market not really bouncing at all. If we do get back above 4,200, I do want to see Amazon holding this low and then go long that for the break of the 50 period and back into the VWAP level, which I don't think VWAP is working on Sharif's computer, sadly.
Well, you know what it is? If he's not on the latest version.
Yeah, I think he's not on the latest one.
Basically, they fix bugs like all the time, and there was an issue with VWAP on that one. But either way, like I like what you're saying here because if you look at that bottom, you had a big volume, like big candle, sort of down testing that low. But you are at yesterday's breakout price on Amazon. It also held this and broke back to the high right at the end of the day. So on the 15-minute, this is the decision point. It's a supply zone. Yeah. It's got to fail it first. And then you can start thinking about, okay, now you work the short back into 114. So I'm definitely with you there. My Metro is literally frozen. That's kind of hilarious. So yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. All I'm in, as I said, there is that Affirm and that NVIDIA. I see some people saying in the chat, a little bit of PDD options activity there. I bet you that's still falling like an absolute rock. This was a good short yesterday that I gave up way too early. And yeah, it's a good short again today, man. Sometimes you just look at stock, a stock, whatever. The daily chart you can see is a bit of a disaster. See that it's in a downward trend. But the easy thing about this one, and the daily it's in a downward trend, was when BABA was breaking down yesterday in the morning. Like this was like Pinduoduo was a weaker on the daily. Wow. And as BABA was going down, PDD was breaking this floor. Like the top end supply broke that supply and it just never looked back all the way into recent lows here at 60 even. I suppose 60 even could be a little bit of a thing. I would imagine if we break that 60 next week, I'm going to enjoy myself, but there's trading opportunities that you want. That's one I certainly would want. So Affirm just got back into that low of the day. I guess I should be thinking about maybe more of a scalp trade inside here, where I'm getting 14 to 14.10 and I'm getting out some at the actual low of the day and then holding a piece for the bottom. That actually makes a little bit of sense. I'm not sure why I didn't approach it that way. So I'm going to get some out at the bottom, then I'm going to jump back on the offer up at the top simultaneously, and if it wants to play the bottom of the range, I'll be shorting the bottom of the range. Jose Mercado, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. Can you please look at STXS? Stereo taxis. Sorry. Oh, there we go. You've got 150 shares. They are looking to improve, I assume, abnormal heartbeat treatment. It is a nice little bull flag here. That's the first thing I see when I pull up the 15-minute chart. This one's on the formerly the Amex. I always call it the Amex. My daily hates my guts because it doesn't want to load.
Yeah, the dailies just don't like to load all the way. They'll load like 10 days for you, and then it just won't
The
go all
issue
the
is
way
like
back.
when I log in from one to the other.
Yeah.
It's like it's all fine over there, and then I come over here, and then they take forever to come back up for me. But I want to check this one out at Flow Checker. Just to get a quick lay of the land here, because anytime you're looking at one of these, my first concern is short float. How big is a float? 60 million on a $2, not gigantic, not exactly ridiculously tiny, so it's not going to be your automatic ridiculous screamer like the HKDs of the world. You're obviously getting a decent flag pattern here, and I think really all you ever look for when I see a decent flag pattern, not being able to see where those highs are, I can probably pull it up on like FinViz or something. Here, I'm going to go to FinViz and check out STXS just to get another look at it from somewhere else. They've got this dark mode on FinViz, which I'm actually trying to test out here. So it's already made the break on the daily, and it's got a lot of room above. That's back in at $2. Suddenly, this looks a little bit better. Once you get a higher time frame chart up there, you can see it is in the midst of a decent breakout with a great consolidation bottom. So suddenly, that looks a little bit more bullish in that consolidation. The issue is if you're going long here, I mean, obviously your out to me is underneath that $2. You've already consolidated from that price, but the volume's not that good. The volume's dying down on this name. You'd like to see better volume generally, Jose, if you're going to look for that breakout, but if you're sitting in it, I don't see a reason to be out unless it's underneath that $2 level. So hopefully that does help. It's certainly a name worth looking at, to be sure. You're getting a bit of a bounce here in the market overall, so I check back in on NVIDIA. Hit enter like 3 times. There you go. NVIDIA never got to that 310 level. Could be entering our zone one more time here. Is it still holding VWAP? I'm not giving up on the notion that this could be a short underneath VWAP. I just need to see a little bit more weakness before I pull the trigger on the underneath. I'm actually almost seeing it right now. And as I said, a firm I'm going to be reloading at 14. Tesla back to strong. Someone just said Tesla back to strong. Yeah, not bad. So it actually holds the low, 177. That's good. That's a good first sign. I think looking for something to join this move and give it back to 177 makes sense for me. I don't know if you're still looking at Amazon, but my guess is it's probably bouncing off that support level because we're range bound. We're not breaking out those lows. We're continuing to hold some support there. That 4,200 is looking like it's coming back into play upside.
Yeah, I am looking at Amazon. If we get back over that 4,200, maybe just punching into Amazon right now. Also, PACW just took out the low by about 1 cent, I think, 2 cents.
Oh, you gotta
and
be kidding me.
yeah, so I had the opposite execution on this one. Have to get short at the TL max, not stop out at the TL. Big mistake there. I did punch out of that small cap, wasn't doing anything. It rejected the TL. So done with that AMTX. So let's just go to Amazon and see if I can. Yeah, we're back above 4,200. Amazon playing with the teal here. Do I get a starter position on Amazon right now? Maybe a little too late. Yeah, let's get in Amazon right now. Come on, Filmy. Just punch it.
I think you'll
Forget
get it.
All right. Punched in on Amazon. Starter position. See if we can get a dip in like the 40s, and then we rip through that 50 period. Market taking back that 4,200. I did see something.
That's where you want entries, man. Like that's the sort of the thing. So
Yeah. I saw something about Powell saying policy is restrictive, and we're concerned about the lag effects of tightening. So possibly talking about worrying about tightening too much, and we're taking that 4,200 back. So I'm punching long.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what you wanted to see. Like, here's what we look like so you just mentioned 4,200 on the ES. This is what it looks like on the NASDAQ. So, like, strong sort of wick bottom. There's your now sort of green press back into the upside, maybe trapped in some of those shorts. I did a very similar move, but I went into the previous support level on Tesla and will give back and work back into 177. I still like a few things to the south side, so I really don't mind. Like I said, that affirm with like this sort of trend to the downside. That's the word I'm looking for, the trend to the downside. So I did get a reload in on their Refrain. If it gets back to low, we'll definitely take some out there. And we're still in that resistance zone for NVIDIA. And Avi Aklo in the chat there, we're trading at Day Trade the World. So the platform that we're on is called Pro 8. And it is proprietary. So you have to be a Day Trade the World trader to trade in Prosper Pro or Pro 8. Actually, it hasn't been Prosper Pro for a long time. Pro 8. So you have to be in Day Trade the World. And unfortunately, you can only be in Day Trade the World if you are not in the United States. There's offices all across the world where you can be a prop trader on one of the floors. Just do not operate, unfortunately, in the United States. WiseKey broke $3. That's
Really?
not a joke. Okay, it's back above 3. This one's gotten going again. The volume not that great on it, but I mean, there's worse trades than it coming back and giving you a lower consolidation, or maybe getting back above VWAP and looking for that late day breakout. As we've been sort of saying, like focusing on the big caps has been a bit of a thing lately.
Yeah.
Look, I like PACW. I mean, PACW gave you that. It gave you that opportunity short. It's on me. I could have done a better job of processing my short request in a timely manner. I did not do so. So a bit of a slowdown here at the even on Tesla. As that's happening, I do want to be adding back into this in front of 177. So I'm going to run register here and then go back in. I think it can dip, and then we'll get a little bit more onset dip. NVIDIA's in the other supply zone. So like to me, this is where I was reloading that short and then working it back into the downside. So I'll go for that reload. If it fails at 313, like it's got to get up there, show me some failure, and then we work into the short side of NVIDIA. Otherwise, you understand that this is a strong move back into the market. Apple definitely can be a thing. Just for anybody wondering, they are done and the event is over. So suddenly everyone can sort of digest everything, I suppose, here. Apple actually failing VWAP as we speak and rolling over a little bit. So yeah, not nearly as strong over there in Apple. I guess we didn't really get too much out of Papa Powell there.
Yeah. Powell just saying right now, Fed was expecting further tightening until recently. So change of mind in the Fed? I don't know. I don't want to try to interpret this stuff. Every time I do that, it doesn't work out so well. So
just play the move.
Yeah, we'll just see what happens in the market. It's not like we just ripped off of that. We're still only about, what do I want to say? I guess we're like 12 handles off of 12, 14 handles off the low on the ES, so that's not so bad. I'm looking to add somewhere onto this Amazon long. I'd like to see a dip into here. That wick is not real. If I just check no, it's not. So we haven't dipped below 60
it's not.
For a while. So I want to see like 55, same price, get a little bit more size on this move. Basically just risking like this 34. So, tight risk and looking for that pump back up if the market does decide to hold this 4,200, which we are doing for now.
Go ahead. I was gonna say something about just Meta right quick here. I would have actually expected, it was Javier that was mentioning that Meta was no longer following with the market and holding out. So that little bounce that we got was a decent bounce off the lows.
Yeah.
Meta did not do anything. So when I see that, I'm like, now I throw my hands up a little bit and say, well, I would have expected when you stop participating in the down move and hold a low like that, then it should be stronger. I say we, I'm not in the stock, but you know what I mean when I say that. It's a figure of speech. But it should be a little stronger, and it's not. So it's range bound. I don't like it. I'm staying away from it. I thought this could be in the candidates for a breakout long, like grabbing Tesla there. I know you grabbed Amazon, but if anything, maybe it's just back to being relatively weak, but I'm not even going to make that judgment. So I got the rollover in a firm. I'm going to play this back into the low of the day, then the low break, and then back into 1360. Tesla will look for a dip buy. Ooh, NVIDIA. I didn't miss that, did I? Okay, so NVIDIA is starting to curl now. So, it got back up into this zone. It hasn't really failed here yet, I don't think. But it is testing that 313. I'm still in it at 313, but once it shows some weakness, I'm going to jump back into that trade to the downside. What else are we looking at here? I mean, we just talked about Tesla, maybe Palantir, Ray just said.
Yeah,
Ray
Palantir.
Washington.
I was trying to get the dip buy on Palantir.
Where's that now?
1165 is my level, but I saw it holding 1170, and I tried to put a bid here, like a schmuck at like 1173, 1174, something like that.
Schmuck.
And I should have just punched in. Like this was the stock to take. I mean, I'm like,
break. It's still you
Could.
can hit a 12 break.
could, but I don't know. I don't like the breakouts on this one. Yeah, I don't know. I think the trade to have was either breaking back above the 80s on this consolidation kind of bottom. It goes down, grabs all the liquidity down here, and then right back up on large volume. I don't know that I want to buy it up here, but Palantir looking to make a move. And I mean, I got that 1270 on my daily chart that looks like the next stop. This one, I mean, the move yesterday was nuts. This one not quite as clean as yesterday's, but kind of clearing out both sides and now starting to make a move up. If we take out that high of 1240, I mean, watch out for Palantir. This could make moves to, I mean, let's pull up the daily. But
I'm pretty sure I was looking, when I was looking at the daily, I was seeing even further than that 13. I thought it was higher than that. It's almost like
we got like
$15.
this high 1340, and then after that, yeah, you got $15. So
Yeah, I was
really,
thinking
like basically air on the chart for Palantir at resistance, like right now, like $12 kind of resistance. You got that 1170, 1165 actually, which is the price that I was talking about, which has held. And yeah, now making that move up, I really wish I just punched into that, because being 30 cents in the money on an $11 stock versus 3 cents on a $116 stock, percentage-wise, and the size that you can take on these on Palantir versus a Amazon,
That
a lot
said,
larger.
when Palantir goes up, it tends, a lot of times it's like linear to the upside.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, and what I mean by that is, like, okay, yesterday was a bit parabolic, but if you look at the day before, like if you missed that move, there was all kinds of chances to get into it when it was trending. A little bit more difficult because it got kind of range bound yesterday with the explosive early move. But if it's gonna do that, like I was like 1 in, 2 ins, and then trying to just hold it and only look for a big move, but that was the wrong play. You had to wait for real confirmation. Like I was just trying to create bounces instead of wait for bounces. And you're right, like there's probably another one in here. We can pull back, maybe it's 1180, maybe just hold right here at 12 even, and the long's gonna be off that 12 even. I don't know. But I think only looking long at this point makes some sense over there in Palantir. Someone said, what about a firm? So it's not really, as I was sort of saying like a couple of seconds ago, if it's only going to be in the range, then I should play inside of the range. You were just talking about it with cheaper stocks. And whoops, like I just went to bid 91 and bid 90. There you go. Let's stop keystroking it. Yeah, so it's basically going 14.10 down into 13.90. So I'm going to play inside of the range as well. Try and bring the register inside of that range, and then hold it for that low. We still haven't decided what we're doing. NVIDIA over here, it's not breaking out from here, but it's also not showing a lot of signs of weakness. So I'm still in it, and I'm looking for a reason to add to back into the short. I'm just not necessarily seeing it yet. And Tesla, it's holding the top end here. I still like this. If it dips back down, we'll try to get some closer to 177. I'm assuming your Amazon's probably just fine.
Yeah, Amazon's just chilling. I do want to add to it, but I don't want to add on like a breakout of this like 70s. So I think I'll just stick with what I have. If we get into the 40s, maybe I add, but then that looks kind of weak. So I think I got what I got on Amazon, and we'll see where it goes. I would like to see VWAP, which let me check trade ideas for VWAP on Amazon. I think it should be around 117.20.
On the 3 minute, it's at 25.
Okay,
But that's
yeah,
a 3
so that's what that's exactly where I have it. So all right, 117.25. I don't know that we get all the way up there, but that would be like the ultimate target wherever VWAP is by the time it gets there. I'm not expecting Amazon to make a move up today. I did have the idea of the short today, thinking, I mean, like, look where we come from on Amazon. This is the daily chart? Yes, all right. And we have some nasty wicks to 1,000. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we've come from like 100 on that earnings move and basically just gone straight up with, I mean, this was a bit of a pullback day, but not really. So Amazon just gone straight up. I was thinking it's time for a little profit taking, and we did get that off the open today. Amazon much weaker than the other names off the open, but now that we've found a base, doesn't seem to want to go down any further. So the buyers have come back
They've
into the name
emerged.
around here. And just going to try to ride that wave as the market does do a little bit of a wick there. So
I got to get to, we had a super chat from Dominic. Shout out Dominic. A lot happening obviously in the market here. You said take a look at G-sit. G-sit. It was climbing and then popped. Well, it has popped. And, you look where it's popping off to. And this is okay, stair step back up, pop into the high, now reject what was yesterday's top. A double top this morning, both at the open and in the pre-market, and still hold the high end. There's a lot of these names you can throw out there for this. All I care about is you have a flat top break, consolidating higher, when it probably traps, it definitely got some people out that were holding the long from yesterday, no question about that. It probably trapped some shorts underneath 6 that probably haven't given it up. They're yeah, give it to the high of the day kind of thing. And then you could run those stops. Now, my daily's going to hate me for here, but I do remember this from the other day when it got above $8. There's room to go. It has to clear 7. It looks good. Everything about this looks good in terms of the setup. I don't remember off the top of my head what the float was on this, but
float is
I want to
17
say it was
million
pretty.
shares.
It's a low float name. I think we were trading it the other day for a little bit in the afternoon, but yeah, a little bit of a breakout forming right now. I'd like to see it make that run at 7 first. If it breaks out from 7, really clean to a halt, there's always plays there. But if it wicks this 7, maybe comes underneath and holds the supply zone, that would give if you're not already in the long, that gives the opportunity for the long back into that consolidation zone. It's already making the run at the top. Let's let it, it's starting to reject 7 and just touch 7 even and come back in. If it doesn't huadunk off 7 and hold the consolidation, because it's trying to do it right now, there's a press back into 670. I don't like chasing that breakout. But if you're starting to hold here, maybe resist the temptation to break this bottom, or maybe break the bottom and then reestablish it. Those would be a couple of ways to get into the reentry. Oh goodness, damn it. That's my bad. I think I just missed this opportunity here on NVIDIA as I was talking. It happens, we're live. So you wicked again on NVIDIA to the high, and I probably had a chance to get 70s or 80s in there. I'll see if I can't get some 60s. I don't want to. I really didn't want to chase. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Looking for the reentry short here on NVIDIA's. It looks like we're kind of failing that top. A little bit stronger of a move back into the downside. Gonna have to watch out for some Tesla. No, still kind of trending up. It's at VWAP, not really breaking VWAP. This could be a curl, but this is still a relatively strong name. Yeah, definitely. I think I missed an opportunity to get in on NVIDIA there. But G-sit was, I think, worth it. There hadn't been too many. I know you were looking at one, Max, in terms of small cap names that have a chance to go. G-sit did just make that hold, and it's now breaking back above. It actually looks pretty decent, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm going to take that 7 break on G-sit.
The way that
just dipped
good.
into that 670 and then gets right back up to 7. We got size there on 7, so I'm going to take this break and I'm going to risk any print below 7, basically. I'll let the break kind of go, but if this doesn't go right away into 750, 760, then I'm just going to bail on it. Maybe even if we get a weak break to 09s, I'll just bail. But yeah, this is the kind of break that you're looking for on a small cap when it gives you that rejection. You imagine lots of people shorting on Momo down into that 670 level, and then it comes straight back up. We got that level on $8 or whatever it was from the daily chart from the other day, and this 7 level being quite decent on the daily as well. So yeah, breakouts on many levels on this. 730, the high of, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. So yeah, 7 looking pretty juicy on this GSIT. If it doesn't break, it doesn't break.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really see a world where this doesn't at least break to get a bunch of people long and then dump it.
Usually, you don't come to a level like that without.
Yeah,
you're gonna get there with a test like that, like a double tap of it and then holding. Usually, you're gonna break it. We saw this every single big cap that was trying to get to a level. If it tapped it and then held the lower high or whatever, the higher low, I guess it was basically inevitable. And in fact, the optimal play was to be front running it. Don't even long the break. Instead of
forget the break.
Instead
just
of
take your money out on the break.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could, instead of longing NVIDIA, was it like 315 or whatever any of those were,
Yeah.
just go long 50 cents underneath when it held a higher low, and then when everyone's going long, you're getting your first piece out.
Yeah.
And if the break fails, that used to be a bit of a bigger thing. But look, I don't want to stare at, it's going to break. It's going to break now.
Okay, here we
It broke.
are. Kind of doing nothing so far. Does make a 10-11 high, but yeah, no volume on either side yet. Starting to move up. Need to get through those 10s
a lot of dark pools.
into the 50s on this one. See if people start to get squeezed out. Nothing yet. Come on, print through those 10s, print through 11, 12. Let's go. Bid kind of chasing it up a little bit. Still more
Holy
size
crap,
on
what
the
happened to
offer
the
though.
market?
14s.
What's
All
crazy
right,
is
come
that's
on,
breaking, like that broke out, but I think everything else just sort of came back into the downside there.
Okay, there we go. We got 720s. We're looking for that 730 break for the big move on this one. Yeah, market just wicked 4,200, but now we're back up. Making new highs now on GSIT, so 720 now. Keep going, come on.
There's a lot of offers like 25, 23. Everyone's trying to take that first quarter right now.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of people taking the first quarter. I always throw offers in front of that first quarter myself. Very quickly, can I come to NVIDIA and then the NASDAQ? So this just happened. Like at the same time that break happened, we're back into ye old VWAP. I just got the whole VWAP move. This time I will respect 310. I showed no respect for it before. I will respect it this time. And yeah, there was a bit of a move to the downside. You just mentioned 4,200 held on the ES. For the NASDAQ, this is now what we're dealing with. So while I almost said Bernanke. While Powell was on that panel, you had a flush that held the low. You then had a break, which held the previous low, and you're right back into the middle of the range and in that downward trend. So if you like something short, you should still like it. If you like something long and it's holding up, I don't think it's been proven otherwise. So, you know, not that crazy of a move in either direction. There's definitely plays to be had in some scalping, which has been good. Just make sure you've been ringing the register on those. As far as G sit, it's sitting above 7 even, but it doesn't want that quarter. We've seen this before. Like it just
now there's a bid on $7. Yeah.
But what happens? Like the scalpers.
Yeah.
I like to favor scalping some of these and then hold on to like only a third or half, something like that. They're always trying to get the same out. And then it's a matter of does it need to run the stop to get the scalpers out for the people that want to hold for the bigger move.
Exactly.
So my guess is that's exactly what has to happen. Like the scalpers be the weaker hands that don't want to hold it for like $15 or whatever the hell it could do. I'm not saying it goes 15, but just as an example.
That's the target, guys. $15.
No, no, it's like 9. No, 8.5.
Yeah.
It's 8.5. Right? So like the bigger move, you know what I'm getting at, that aren't scalping for 25, 50,
Exactly.
and then 75 cents. Sometimes those orders have to get run and then leaving, you know, other traders out there that are holding longer term that might need to then get that move. So stop some of those out and then go. It hasn't happened yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly what did. Or positions are not up there. I am long still Tesla. 178.50, that's only about 50 pennies in the money. I'm short NVIDIA, that's bouncing back to the upside, so that's only, it was $1, now it's about 30 pennies. I'm still short of firm. I guess when I take my next fill, it should reload. I would think so. Are we back yet? There we go. There we go. Sorry, guys. I didn't even realize. Just shout us out. There, that's me. I told you guys I was playing the other end of that G-sit. I was on the offer at 20s, looking for that. Wouldn't give me the initial scalp. So I'm the one that takes the tight stop out, but when you're scalp trading these, you pick which lane and you're in and then stick to that lane.
Yep.
Whatever. I mean, it's happened before. The only mistake that gets made for that is you should shave in front of the, when you see the orders there, instead of waiting, if everyone wants like quarters and there's size of 23 and 25, just offer 18 or offer 19.
Yeah.
Don't still offer 22 or 23 because you're not getting it at that point. Everyone else is trying to get that same price. I didn't move my order. There it is. Take that hit. I want to jump back over to Pack W if I can because we're jumping around because different things that we're actively pursue trades and some of you're holding on to more structured. Like for me, like NVIDIA and Affirm, been in that for a while. But Pack W just reclaimed 560 on a decent volume spike and is now generally going higher. So double bottom all of a sudden. The short off 560 worked, but it only worked to the low of the day. So it was really only worth about 20 cents.
Yeah.
And then double bottom, you're holding above here. So I'm going to stay away from thinking about that short again until, like, I guess it has to like break the low, show me a complete flush, halt down. Like, it's not really falling apart. It's still general downtrend. But when you hold that double bottom, I was thinking you're short into it, then it breaks that support, and then you're all the way beneath $5. That doesn't feel like maybe it's in the cards, it just doesn't feel like it's in the cards anymore.
I'm watching this Google breaking through 123, potentially looking to go long if it fail breaks this right now. So if we get back into like 123.05 area, I may go long. Need the futures to bounce off that 4,200 as we start to make some new lows here, and well, not make new lows, sorry. Start to get into the lows of the last like 5-minute candle, that 4,200, that 13,850. So we'll see if we can hold there. If we hold there, I go long Google. That Amazon position is still kind of chilling, basically break even, 10 cents out of the money, whatever. That's not a big deal on Amazon. Maybe add to Amazon. No. I think I'll spread the risk on this one. If we hold, instead of adding on Amazon, I go long Google instead. Google is stronger stock today. So yeah, this is probably a good one to go long as well, as we do kind of hold there. So let's see if we can get some bids. 05s. All right, so now we're long Google, we're long Amazon. Hopefully the market bounces here. If not, not a good look for me. But yeah, we're long pretty much 05s on Google right now for that 123 hold.
I just realized it's past noon.
Really?
Yeah, it is. It's like 12:08. So I'm going to get out of here and go grab some lunch. Sean's done his lunch. He's locked and ready to go. Are you drinking tea? No. Oh, then why? That's like a tea. Whatever. Usually you drink out of, it doesn't matter. I guess it's a coffee. What? It's like usually when I see that kind of a cup, doesn't really matter. I'll be back. We'll be back at 3. He's got yeah, we're thinking bearish, so I guess he's got the red mug there. He's got another coffee. I'll probably get another one in me. But thank you guys. It's been a blast. Have fun in the teal. Respect the teal, as you say. I still think that's a pretty nice shirt. That's a nice looking shirt. I should have something like that for my trip to Paris. But thank you guys. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But Sean's going to come in here. I'm just going to log out. It looked like linen, and I'm like, it's going to be hot there. So.
No, it's not linen. It's not linen. It's just straight cotton. But this is a nice one, actually. Yeah. Scandinavian cotton.
Classic, what did you say? It was classic Oxford?
A classic Oxford, yes.
Who says that?
Max I don't know.
Says
apparently
that.
Me.
That's it. All right, I'm getting the heck out of here. Mr. Katina is going to come on over there and join you. So we'll see you back in a bit. Take it easy. Good luck on your trades. The shorts right now look like the better of it as far as I'm concerned. We'll see.
For sure. And I am only long, so let's see how this goes. But Google is holding that 123 for now. I do really like this level. This was the breakout level. Let's pull up the 30-minute here. So we did kind of break out from here from yesterday. We have good news on Google today. So yeah, I feel like 123 is the level that holds if this is going to hold today. So liking this trade for now. Amazon still hanging out. Market still hanging out. So yeah, I guess we're still going on this speech. I don't see any
I think
new
it was
things.
over a while ago.
Oh, so it is over.
It's just a panel. I don't know. Yeah.
It's done. Okay. So
Finite.
it is done, and we made a minor move down and now holding a higher low. So I think that these longs might just be good.
They're not.
Sean says no. I guess Sean is only short right now.
Yeah, I'm only short.
But yeah, we'll see what happens.
I have to take a
at
fill
this
here.
4,200
People will see my positions.
and 13,850. Yeah, what's happening with Google?
Nah, I'm just playing around.
Google
I don't
making a new
know.
low.
I don't know.
Well, you're probably like $2 in the money on all your shorts right now, as you tend to be.
Yeah, no, not this time. I actually got wicked out on Microsoft. That would be the biggest and the baddest of them all. But we did get wicked out there on that move up. It just happened a couple minutes ago where we spiked up and then right back down. I think it was that 4,200 level that you and Mr. Roberts were so eloquently discussing there live on the show. There we go. My position should show up now. And you're going to see the no position alert right there for the longs, and you are going to see some shorts. So yes, you are right. Max. And all right, let's get ready to rock and roll here. I'm just setting up my layout, and what I have to do is switch over from computer to computer. And I don't know, Neil doesn't do this, but I don't know how he doesn't, because it makes me insane to log out and back in, because then you get all those wicks on your candles. And honestly, I just lost my mind the last couple times we did this when we first started. Before, I think it was with Sharif. I don't know if I've done the midday show with you before lots of times, but I don't know since I've remoted in if that has been the case. But yeah, we're short the TQQ. Whoops. We're short the TQQs here. What do you got long? Google? I mean, at least you have Google.
I got
long.
Google and Amazon long right now. Amazon basically flat. Google starting to get out of the money, but holding the low at 122.90. I feel that this is like that liquidity grab, and then we blast through 123. All depends on the market, though, really. See what happens with the ES and the NQ. Although Meta just not really caring about either of them.
Isn't Meta straight to the south side?
Yeah, and then it stops.
Switch.
So
Yeah, okay.
it stops at 243.50, and now we're trending back into 245, which was the breakout level yesterday. So I did want a Meta long. We got to see what happens with this market first, though. I want the market to break back towards VWAP, and then we look
That's
for
what I was
that
going to
Meta
say.
long.
I don't know if it's a wise idea to just hop in right this
No,
second.
no.
I mean, I'm already, like you mentioned before, I know, kind of just joking, we're not $2 in the money on anything, but we are pretty good, man. We're 17 in AMD, we're 30 cents in JP Morgan, we're 70 cents in Starbucks, and we're 20 on the market. I actually hopped in, and I'm going to talk about this in a minute once my charts are set up, which they almost are. What we're doing, it's because I'm moving over my I have to move over my trading layout and my signal layout. Okay, we are ready to rock and roll. All right, so welcome to the Midday Show. My name is Sean, this is Max, and it's always a pleasure to be on your show. So thank you so much for having me here, and thank you for filling in for Sharif.
Anytime.
Whose show it really is right there, as Sharif had some business to attend to, as he usually does. I wonder if he's picking up another car today, that guy, no stopping that guy. All right, so just quickly here, we shorted the market on that pop-up. So I actually got wicked out of Microsoft. Now, I say I don't like that term wicked out, so I shouldn't say it, but it took out VWAP right there, and we got taken out of it, so which really does suck, because here's Microsoft, and here's the move down. I actually had a decent amount of shares right here, and you could see we are getting out if it takes 18s, and it actually did that 318, and it goes all the way to the upside of 305, so it's pretty happy to get out. We actually got out. It was so fast. We got out at 92, so we actually wind up saving ourselves a little bit of money there on that, but look where it dropped down to, man. It just kept on going to the downside. I was like, no, tell me it ain't true. I was actually on the phone with my wife right when that happened, and I was like, I got to go to the show now. She's helping out with Pizza Day.
Pizza Day.
Yeah. Volunteers everywhere, that lady. But anyways, we got right back into, at the school. At the school.
Okay. Yes,
I have two
recall
kids in elementary school, Max.
All right, forget this.
They have pizza days. You had pizza days when you were younger?
I did, and my mom volunteered at Pizza Days
See?
when I was younger, yes.
Awesome.
There you go. And I talk to my kids, too. My kids go to a school that only has 130 kids, and there's 8 grades. So it's...
Wow.
What's up, Michael Lloyd? What's up to Ponzi Fonzie? What's up to Sailor Moon? You ever watch some Sailor Moon?
Of course.
I did not. What's up to Saucy? What's up to Soze? What's up to AG Monster? What's up to Nas Industry? Everybody, Darwin is in the building as well. And what's in the building is the TQQs is in the building. I wish that I told you we would flip it up, man, and start trading some of the futures. So that's exactly what we're doing. So let's start to do that right now. As we saw that high wick, to me, that is a signal that, hey, you couldn't break VWAP, so it is downtime. And I'm sorry to say that. I don't know what your longs or shorts are. You talked about Google and Amazon, both in the long. I like Google long without looking at the price. I haven't looked at it in a minute, and I do not like your Amazon long position. It's probably the other way. It's probably Amazon's probably working, because I just remember Neil and I were looking for an Amazon short earlier, and we were unable. Holy, wow. Okay. Yeah. Wow, these futures, when they get going. And the TQQ, why are we in the TQQ?
Awesome.
Because it is triple the NASDAQ. So we could sit here and just play 1-to-1, you know what I mean?
Forget that.
Forget that.
Leverage
Forget
up.
about it.
Leverage up. Why
so
not?
we'll take a little bit out. What's up to Dominic? Go Brew Crew? All right. I'll be more about Go Packers, but I'll support Milwaukee. I'll support Milwaukee. Right there, been there, very, very lovely. The state of Wisconsin, been there a couple times, and I do love that. You were just in South Carolina.
I was.
That was nice.
That was nice. Very nice.
What'd you shoot?
Oh, terrible.
Disaster, right? Yeah, you told me.
Absolute disaster at the old Ocean course. But yeah, you know, paying $600 for your tee time doesn't mean that you're good at golf.
AMD ripping right now, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like I might have stopped out of Google
I just
early.
got stopped out.
Amazon's starting to work now. So we
Good.
did just wick that 4,200, going
Okay,
to the
you gotta
upside
agree.
now. I think maybe the market has put in the higher low.
Yep.
I'm not sure though, because I haven't had a lot of calls correct today other than the Amazon short, and now I'm long it. So maybe Amazon, the only stock that I know what I'm doing on
What's up,
today. Why is my
Vishwas?
chart going crazy?
Love from India.
Yeah.
Vishwas.
Oh, and that Palantir went back to the same price. Come
What?
on,
I
man.
meant to, I was like, when you were talking about that, I missed 78s. Oh, no.
Oh,
okay.
it went into 74 again, 73. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Be
Come
careful with
on.
that. I was long Palantir, and damn it.
You have to have that dip buy. Come on, man.
Come on, man. What are you doing? You got to.
What
have
are
that
you
dip
doing?
Buy. You got to have that dip buy.
Ah.
All right, let's go over to Google. Google is bouncing off that 122.50. Where are you long? Oh, you're out of it.
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, I bailed at like 80s, I think, 82. So not too much of a hit on
Man,
Google.
it's hard
20
to hate on
cents.
that, honestly, you can't.
Yeah, I think if we hold
I
123
still like
now,
the short.
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like we just got taken out of AMD, so we'll flush ourselves. I mean, AMD, well positive. It's my number one stock today here, but we just took a short, and it just got out as we took out the top. So we were short there and out. We just took another one in front of 106 and got out again. And this was a very, very quick. Like, what is going on with my stop orders here? Like, I get short and get out immediately. I'm going to have to recheck because moving over here, we've talked about that sometimes trials and tribulations of switching your spot, but it's okay. We're still in the big shorts. Oh, JP Morgan was a pretty good short. We shorted that at 139. Here's the 50 period. We took a piece out, and a piece out all the way down to 50s right there. So short, JP Morgan 96s, out 50. My best fill was 53s or so right there. So that was about 45 cents. Now you're coming back in, and we're going to have to watch out for JP Morgan as it's moving around. And the TQQs. Good thing we got a couple fills down here in the 60s, man, or else that would look pretty bad. We got that wick bottom, we took some out, but now it's starting to go back up to the upside. Still a very, very positive idea there on the TQs, and I think we do actually want to reload this. So it's coming up here. I'm going to be a little more patient to try to get something where we had it before. So let's look at 88s and then 85s. I'm going to put an order right there at 84-ish. I just don't want to be, I mean, we can be wrong. Like you said, there's going to be some days where you're wrong. We're still doing fine. Our net is still okay. We're still in the pocket here of where we want to be. Tesla and Nvidia also moving right now that I see on VWAP. What's up to Gerard? TOO? Oh, no, that's TQQs, not the O's there. Oh, it might say TOO at the bottom. You see how it wicks down those Qs?
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think.
TQQ.
I don't know that we can call the bottom just yet. I mean, if you look at the markets,
just
the
call
major
it the bottom.
indexes, like, you know, we're still consolidating below the consolidation. So we're in this little range here. We got to get back above 13.8. We got to get back above, what is that, 42.10 in order to really say that, like, the bottom is in. So if you are short bias, reloading up in these levels is what you want to do. And, like, an Amazon, like I am long right now, this is where you would want to short it if you're thinking short right now, right at the low of this consolidation, high at our current one. We are breaking out now, so 30 some odd cents in the money on Amazon, but that ain't nothing on this stock. You want dollars on it. Well, I don't know about dollars, but like 50, 60 cents probably on Amazon as the long does start to heat up. I don't know if it's every name or just this one because the market's not going crazy yet, but Amazon's kind of starting to pump over 117. So let's keep this one going. Where is VWAP now? It's 117.20. That was my target.
I'm going long Tesla on a break, dude.
John going long Tesla.
Not yet.
On
a break of
180? I like that. I like
You
that
know,
level
you're
this
breaking
morning.
up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, we're breaking above. I mean, it could not go. I mean, there's a very good possibility this does not go. 180, there's a lot of congestion up here at 180, but you guys know that I like even dollar levels. Plus, you got VWAP right now trying to break. Well, it has broke and held break, right? So if the futures can break a little bit higher right now, this is the NASDAQ futures right here. So if we can break higher on that, then I think boom, boom, go on Tesla. I think that's all clear. You're up 1.55% on the name, so it's an aggressive name to the long side. And we've talked about why we like Tesla long. I feel like that India news, I love that catalyst for them. We've seen it sort of spark a little bit of a rally with Apple. Of course, you have an iPhone. Is that an iPhone over there?
Of course, we
Good
got
job,
the
man.
iPhone.
I like that. iPhone is in the
make
building.
sure that you break it every 2 years so that you have to get the new
You
model.
force yourself to get a new one. Yeah.
Yep.
I like to not break mine and then sell it.
Yeah, so I used to do that, but then like this year I broke it, so now it's worth like $200 instead of 600.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what I stopped doing?
Oh, I just give it to my kids actually, but.
Nice. I
What?
stopped buying the Apple cases.
Right.
You know how expensive those are for this piece of plastic?
My wife has it, and
It's like $80.
and it broke or something on her.
Yeah, they wear out. So I buy
wear-
these Amazon ones for like $20,
looks nice.
and it looks exactly the same. It feels
Yeah, mine
exactly
is
the
really
same
good too. Mine's like a clear
Yeah.
blue, but now I got to clean it. It's got some, but anyways, yeah, Apple.
Some
What do you have?
schmutz in
I
the
have the
back.
12 Pro.
14
Yeah, you
Pro,
got the
I
new
think.
one.
Yeah.
You have a lot of money. So. Okay, so that's good. We'll watch that. Don't drink and phone. Yeah, you know. Oh, do you know
Well,
what?
you know.
You know what it is now in Ontario? My wife told me this. If you are caught even holding your cell phone while driving,
Yeah.
this could be at a red light as well.
Yeah, that's.
It's a little sketchy, but you know what? There's a lot of people who've lost their lives due to distracted
Exactly,
driving and things like
exactly.
that. It is $650 fine here if you're caught with your phone while driving.
That's
And I don't know what
That's
system they have in the
nasty.
United States, but it's also 3 demerit points.
Yeah.
So when your insurance hears about that, you are not going to like what they have to say. But okay, some big sides there on Tesla right now at 60. I mean, it's not huge, but there is something there. It's just dancing around. We'll see. I still like that break. We did not, unfortunately, get that short. Oh, that is highway robbery. We are at 88s. It went to 87 there on the TQs. I was like, why am I not have more shares? But that's what we waited for, and it didn't come through, so that's okay. We will wait on that one, of course, as it comes through. That is our TQQ position. If it does come into the 21 period here, let's just put a bid quickly at 72. I mean, we didn't get out of anything on the way up, right? In fact, we actually averaged into it. We take an 80 fill and then wait for that 88. So if we can get something back down there on a reloaded position, we should probably take that and be happy to do so. So that is what we're going to do right now. And then we're just going to watch, hopefully, this continue to be good. Starbucks was a good trade for us as well. I mean, shout out to anybody that hit this Starbucks trade with me. You guys know what's good. We just put this on right before we went, we threw it down as 1040. So look at this huge move down to Starbucks to 105.30. We're short up here at 106.20. So that was, we take 15 cents, then it comes down into the 80s. And why did we get out there? Pretty simple. It was yesterday's support right there. So we taken out just ahead of it. And then it dips down. And I didn't notice this, which we should have got out. But here I am not. Down there to 105.30. Sort of the pre-market and the open from yesterday came in for Starbucks. So that should have been watched, but this is still a great short. We're still in this one. And possible reload situation. I know you and Neil, it's going to break. I might just let this thing break and get out as we are up. You know what? I mean, we could put on a little bit more for JP Morgan right now, but the thing is we're well above, and we're nowhere near the VWAP. So we take advantage of this, but we still have a piece of this on as we're back to 139. So this is the short position that I have. Might be worth talking about it to take some more. We could have just had some more 99s, but I don't know. Pac W, were you in any of that today?
Yeah, I got a little spun around on Pac W.
Okay.
I don't know where it's at right now. We can take a look at the old Pac W.
I am worried about that.
Yeah,
Michael
it's starting to
Lloyd.
trend up now. So I guess people not scared of this one going to 10 cents for whatever reason. I would be if I was long, but whatever. So Pac W retracing this kind of dip and not making a new move down. NVIDIA is super strong right now, so it really did not want to keep going down.
Yeah,
NVIDIA,
same as AMD, man.
it held that 310. So you see it consolidating above 310. You get this little breakdown, but how many minutes does it actually spend below 310? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're back above. So that's a hold if I've ever seen one, and just trending back up, even when the market kept going down, NVIDIA kept going up. So. Yeah, this one potentially, I mean, if we get back above like 316 today, who knows on NVIDIA. Strongest stock in the market all year. Yesterday's high, 318.25.
Okay.
I don't know.
TQQs.
I don't know.
No, I think honestly, man, the more I'm going to cancel. I'm canceling my Tesla. I mean, Tesla gave it a shot there. Oops, that's still JP Morgan. Probably should have been reloaded there, but we didn't do it. I'm with the longs. It's not that I'm not, but I just don't know about going long any of these tech names right now. There's Tesla. It tried to go, and then it only got as high as 77. We can hit this again at some point, but I mean, until the NASDAQ really does get to go, I feel like we just cleaned up a little bit. We got some 72s there and here it comes right back in. I'm going to take another one, another 72 if I can get it, and then maybe down. We'll leave it from there, and then we'll see if we get some 60s. But yeah, let's see if we can take advantage of a move down here in this market and try to capture some more outs of our TQQ position. So down here to 73. I'm going to take 73s instead of 72s if we can get it, and then we'll wait to see for a possible move to the downside. I guess that bet is done, man. I bet red, so I guess red on Streamlabs. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. I guess that's all been updated. We'll have another point situation for everybody on the closing show, but right now, anybody that bet red, we were going to stop it at 11:30, so pretty sure at 11:30 the market was red, but maybe not. Bears versus Bulls can confirm that, and you guys can all check your points. But I think doing pound or exclamation mark points or so. But there it is. We get a 73 on TQQ. So that's supposed to be new position, but I don't have any new positions. But that's an out right there. Starbucks is actually retracing pretty good right now. Just have to make it, just at 70s. Now we're going to see about breaking 50 to the downside. And I'm just holding the shorts, looking for some new trade ideas. To be honest with you, we should have ignited into that JP Morgan max, but we did not. And then, I don't know, what do you want to talk about with your Amazon? Because
I'm really not liking what I'm seeing with the market right
I was
now.
about to look at that trade.
One more dip below 4,200, I'm out of Amazon. I can't help but feel that I picked the wrong stock. I liked Meta for the dip. We talked about it so many times earlier. And yeah, holds this 244, and now we're trending up 245. This was the dip by name. Amazon was not. I wanted Amazon to the short side today. What the hell am I doing going long when I wanted Meta to the long side? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It's Friday. I guess, my head is at the bar at the moment.
You know what, though? No, it's not even that. Well, that may be true. But what I was going to say is that that's the life of a trader, man. That's how you know you made it. When you sit here and you question yourself over and over again, what the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
That means, Max, you've made it, my friend. So congratulations. You are now just as stumped as the rest of us about what to do in the market on a daily basis. But that's why we just trade what we see. And you're going to sit here, I see that all the time on the show. Oh, it looks like I shorted the wrong name, or, did this, did that. And that's why I've sort of gone over and looked at the TQs and the market a little bit more, because at least that way, if you get the market right,
yeah,
then you can't be like, oh man, I traded the wrong market or something. It's like, I'm in the NASDAQ. So if I think Meta's going to go down, sometimes it is good. Take a piece of Meta, take a piece of the market. So if you're wrong on Meta, you can also be wrong on the market sometimes.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's a double-edged sword on that one. Okay, McCarthy says, we can't be spending more money next year. Okay, fair enough. Well, the deficit, now that it's under control,
yeah,
they can't spend any more, so that's okay. Democratic, so this is 32 minutes ago, White House official, Democratic votes will be needed to pass any deal. Yep, thought that would be the case always. Real differences between sides on the budget. They're working hard on a bipartisan debt solution. Meanwhile, money is just pouring in right now as the market goes to the downside, because look what we just did. Damage. Bang, as we load it up right there. You like that one, Max? Hey, you're going to get a lot of this guy next week, so get ready for that one. It's a TQQ party, and there it is to the downside, man. Welcome to the show. You are now part of the best of us. Now you can be with the rest of us as this market is going down. And no, it is not Festivus.
Festivus.
Do you watch Seinfeld?
Not
well,
enough.
It's Festivus for the
Not
rest
enough.
of us. And it is a holiday that it was George, right? I believe came up with Festivus, Neil. Yes. So there it is. It's just it's his dad. Yeah, they were having a discussion there at the dinner table, and it is just a festival for the rest of us.
Yes.
Hence Festivus.
Okay.
Because if you're Jewish,
yes.
Christmas, Catholic, I mean, we don't have to go over holidays here, but we are going over a TQQ move to the downside right now, as there it is, man. We told you we put on our futures hat. Yo, Arun, what up, dog? This is a nice move to the downside right here in this market, and there it is, man. We reloaded it, and the real crime of today was that I was missed by 1 penny right there, and that's like you talked about it before. You know, sometimes you'll hit the name, you get stopped out by 1 penny, or you miss a trade by a penny, and the rest is history. So what's up to everybody? What's up to Big Dogs? What's up to Renata? What's up to Renata? What's up, Michael Lloyd? And what's up to everybody celebrating Festivus today? There we go, Super Chat, 99 cents. I missed it. I don't even see it. Oh, there it is right there. It is from Corey, I guess. Khoury. You think that's Corey? I believe that's probably Corey, the way he wants us to pronounce that. Thank you for the 99 cents. I don't know what we'll do with that, but I want to thank everybody for everything, because it just goes into the pot to pay guys like Max to come and host the show. So thank you for that one. Starbucks now 70 cents in the money. I don't know if they sell this at your local Starbucks, but we smoking right now. We're actually not smoking
Cannabis-infused Starbucks beverages, I can see that doing pretty well.
Really? Then yeah, me too. So I'm going to get out of this position if you ever hear an announcement like that, because right now we are short Starbucks, and look at this trade, guys. I mean, bang. They said that they can really tell my mood changes if I'm making money. They're probably right.
Probably.
I mean, isn't that...
I think that's like almost every trader.
It's pretty much human nature, I feel like, when that happens. But, nah, you know what? The thing about trading is I just get frustrated when... what's up, T-Daddy? I'll talk about why the TQQs. I don't know, why do I always get that question over... Like, if I trade SQQ, everyone's like, oh, that makes sense. But the TQQ is just a triple levered NASDAQ product. I don't understand why I always get asked why I'm in that as opposed to anything else. But again, like, look at the move down here. We're really, really doing well on this name. And the TQQ is simply just the NASDAQ ETF. And you can see down 1.37. The market's only down 0.4. And the reason why, this is the real answer to this question. Here at Day Trade the World, I'm going to get another piece out of these TQQs right now at 54 if I can get it, is that the reason why I trade it is we don't have any borrow costs on this name. So for me, like, I look over here and I see, as Max could see as well, all red on the blotter. So if I go long the SQQ, that means it's going to go green. And then to me, psychologically, if I'm seeing green on my blotter, like, I have red, my Starbucks is red, my JP Morgan is red, I know I'm short. So I just choose to go short the TQQ.
Yeah.
So as opposed to going long the SQQ, but I do understand and do respect what you're saying, because at the end of the day, hold on a second, I got to get out of more JP Morgan. It's all about, look at this JP Morgan trade, my guy. This one is a money-making trade.
Oh my God.
Right there. Look what just happened to JPM.
That is getting smoked. So
that
what's going on in
the
what's going on in the banking sector here? How's I mean, I imagine. Let's take a look at maybe KRE. The regional bank ETF. So where do we open today? So KRE getting smoked today. Maybe that's what What am I doing going short PAC-W when I can just short the entire regional bank market on KRE? Probably would have been short in this 39 area, and it basically chilled there. Hasn't gotten above 39. We're trending back down into 38.50. 38 being a key level, that's the 30-minute. Here's the daily. 38, a key level on the daily chart, which I actually went long off of the other day and mis-executed, and it went all the way to 40. Sad tears for me, but yeah, now getting back into that 38 level. Maybe that's the support eventually if we get down there. Kind of far away from there right now, though, so, you know. That would take a big move to get down there, and
you are out of
definitely
positions.
be printing.
And I tried to tell you I didn't like those longs, but I mean, I don't know anything.
Well, yeah, you were definitely right.
From my, you know what, right there. But that was a good one.
Yeah, getting 50 cents in the money on Amazon definitely should have taken something out at least.
Oh, that thing that wicked also to 117.
Yeah, above 117, and then just over, and just let myself get stopped out.
That's what happened to me on Microsoft, man. Exactly the same trade.
Yeah.
Oh, darn. Yeah, here's Microsoft. This what happened to me, man. We were short all day on Microsoft, and then we got taken out on that top move through 318. And then now, wow, it broke even the bottoms right now as well. So, I mean, I would be a lot less happy if I didn't have some of these winners on board right now today. But I'm really glad that we switched over the the bulls into a bear. Neil did that. We were all wondering if it was a jinx. It appears not to be, as it is making that move now to the downside. Finally, you know what? Okay, so AMD, if there's going to be a long, honestly, I know that we stamped the short on AMD, and AMD is my well, scratch that. The TQQs is the #1 position now, but AMD is right up there as well. We just got stopped out on that short. It does go up to 106.50, but look what we just did. This is why I brought this to my attention. This VWAP. Wow, this VWAP stuff, man. Shout out to Brian Shannon. He's going to be here next week on the 24th. And we're going to be talking to him, Brendan and I. We're going to be asking a couple questions about anchored VWAP and why that would be different than VWAP itself. I know why. You anchor it to a event in time, and then it just starts counting from that point. We'll talk to him about why that's important. But look at that. Bounced off not only VWAP, but also, see, these are like the little notes that I'm going to make. And not only does it bounce off the VWAP here, notepad notes, here we go, we're going to make it. It also bounces off the 200. So the 200 and the VWAP kind of collide right there and right back up to the upside, giving a nice trade for AMD. So wow, and I just said, like, if there's going to be anything that I feel like would be strong today, it might now be AMD. So mind changing now on this name as we bounce off of that. So I'm just going to write this down to make note and then go back and study it perhaps after I pass it over to Obi. We'll go back and we'll have a look to see how many times this happened. That's what's kind of cool about trade ideas and about eSignal that I use more, is the fact that you can backtest a lot of these ideas.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, definitely an uptrend there on the chips. Like NVIDIA just a series of higher lows there. Palantir also holding that 1175 kind of area. I don't know that I necessarily like the long at this stage, although the market is bouncing back again. So
we should go long that name.
I think, yeah.
Not just because we love Palantir, but just because that is a good risk to reward because it has so many catalysts.
Yeah, I mean, Palantir only trending up on the daily, only trending up on the day. And now the market is trying to go back to that 4,200 little double bottom there. Yeah, so I should have just been smashing that 1175, 1176 level. Now probably going to have to chase this. Yeah, we missed it again, sadly, on Palantir.
We didn't miss anything. Just take it now.
Maybe see if it dips here.
I'm taking it now.
Sean is taking it now, all right.
I just tried 83s, and I went right up to 85.
Anytime you want it, it just runs away, and then it's like now my risk reward's all screwed up on this one. But
that sucks, yeah, because we just did miss it. That was darn it. I'm gonna put a bid. Now it's 88. Oh, I'm still on the TQQs. I was looking at it on my other screen there. It was 83 was on the bid. And that goes just back to the days of, trying to rebate trade and catching things off the bid rather than the ask. I thought I've gotten better at that, but we should have just punched that long right there. We'll see. If it comes back to 83, we'll take it. We do have a small bid at 85. Then we'll go to 83, and we'll see what happens from there. But I'm going to put a lower bid now. This, anything into 75. Like, we got out into 75 last time. On this long. So we've had Palantir a couple times today. It was a big trade for me early, which is why it's the #1 stock for me. And then we took a long there, averaged it in, got it out, then dropped it out right there. But look at it going right back up to 90 max. You hit this one, man. We were just talking about going long something. Palantir seemed to have been the right name there. As we're pretty much at, I am at the highest spot I've been at all day right now. So we're going to try to, because we were able to take advantage of that TQQ move, we're going to, I'm going to buy Palantir now that I'm looking at this. I mean, worst case scenario, it drops through 70 and we get out.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like, if we can't hold 20 cents against us or something, then we're way too oversized. So let's just let it fall back in just a little bit. I don't want to take any here because this is like the biggest move in the last hour, straight back to, and it's bouncing off VWAP again to the downside. So I think we could retrace back in and then take a bid. So I'm going to put I like your 75 area. Let's go a little bit closer than that. 77, maybe something, and then we'll be able to hold this trade through. So we'll put it out, and we'll see what happens down here on Palantir.
Yeah, I'm bidding 81 here on Palantir.
Yep.
I think
like that
that could be good. Maybe we just like bounce off the high. I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna wait for 81. I'm not gonna chase this. Palantir, I mean, it moves kind of slow. So do I want to get in high and have to hold it all the way down? Not really, so I'm not gonna do that. If it fills me, it fills me. If it doesn't, the trade isn't there. So can't cry about that. Looking at the small caps, there's really nothing. Well, that W key actually is starting to pop off. So I remember this one from 2021, I think. I recall $40 for some reason. Now we're trading at $3, but 10 million shares of volume today. SSR has that 390 high. What a move off the open. If we go to the daily, maybe we can find some levels on this. So it was at 420 just a couple days ago. So very similar chart to that GSIT that Neil and I went long. That 420 breakout. It's always 420 on small caps. I wonder who's trading small caps, People who care about 420. 575, what is that? Yeah, 575
we don't actually
key
think
level.
that those prices mean anything, do we?
I mean, it shows up every time. $5 very key level. So 420, $5 are the levels for me on this W key. Maybe a 420 breakout.
Why is Meta so weak today, by the way? Did we know about that? Actually, it's not that weak. It's only down 0.76. AMD's down 2%, so.
Yeah, Meta kind of is holding the bid around that.
But you see what it just did to VWAP again. I don't know why I didn't get noted to that. Meta right there. Oh, maybe I wasn't. We just weren't looking, man. This was 5 minutes ago. What? Or no, 15 minutes ago. Meta right up to 240. What were we doing? Were you looking at Meta?
No.
Okay. Yeah,
no, I missed my dip, so I kind of took it off, but.
Missed opportunity right here, man, because we had this 245.60 come into play on Meta, and we just missed that. That came right up to VWAP again, and I mean, we hadn't seen VWAP all day until just now. So it's dangerous to take Meta, though, because you think it's coming up, you think it's going to break it, right? It's that whole Tesla trade that I thought may happen, but it just came right into right there. And if you're respecting VWAP, I mean, sure, you're never going to expect this kind of a move because it's bouncing here for 10 minutes, right? This is a 1 minute chart, but you could definitely take in something here around 40 or 50 against 60, and then you would have had $1. Like that's 20 cents risk max, and if you're going to hold it, even if you hold it to your line right there of the 21 period, is that what the teal is?
Yeah.
The teal's a 21. Okay, good. So the power of the teal would have given you about a 2 or 3 to 1, and then you would have got more on the downside there if you would have held it. I don't know how anyone would know about that, but what does this mean? It means a new position. So Palantir comes in, fills us at 83s. We're just starting. We're just starting on this Palantir position. Let's see. We told you that we're going to wait for 77s. And then I feel like if we break this level, 70, we'll get a little bit out, probably the majority of them. But then I'm really looking if we extend this down just a little bit. I was thinking about this level here, 65. As the ultimate, I done screwed up level.
65 is a very key level in the daily for me.
We're instantly in the money, 5 cents. Did you get the long there?
No. I have my 81s. It went to 82, I think.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, fail on that one.
You might be the smartest guy here because let's see if we can even win on this trade. That's the first part before we start slapping some fails around right now. All right, thank you to everybody, man. We have the watch list on tradertv.live. If someone's wondering where we get some of these names from, that's a hot list that's built every single day by us. Brendan, Neil, everybody. Spencer today helping out with it. And you're helping out with it. No, okay, it's giving you some credit there. Anyways, check that out. Watch us on tradertv.live. And I have the sticky note, and you make some notes as well. And I think that's the most important thing is to make your own notes. Look at some ideas that other traders might have. Like today's sticky note, I mean, just for example, we can call it up here as we're in a little bit of a lull in the market. I mean, we're not in a huge lull. I got to update this soon. We're going to be at 400, so 385,000 subscribers right now. But here it is right now today, the sticky note. you know, again, Disney 91 long. Let's take a look at that when we're done this. AMD, we really saw the weakness there and we hit it early. That was a really great trade. The Google strength today off of that 123 bottom gave you $3 up to one. It wicked down to 123 off open. So that was a fantastic fill, like our Micron yesterday at 65. And then we knew we wanted the Palantir long. So it's just a couple ideas. And then I'll do my, where is it? If I click on it, maybe the words will come, and I'll do my best to sort of explain why I like it. If you can't read said note right there, I'm working on my penmanship, but I'm not really. I'm just, that is my penmanship. So to the downside there, so I kind of rush making it. They're just notes. All right, so did you get Palantir now?
No. Cancel that bid. Looking for lower now.
Looking for lower. Okay, well,
yeah, just low. Because like the low was 83 there, I wanted to wait and see what happens here.
Yeah.
Before
That only went to
placing a
88.
bid. Yeah, so possibly looking for 76 if we dip down to there. I'm just gonna watch it. I'm watching right now. Have it on my level 2, so 77.
Ooh. As if. Okay, there we go.
There's 76. So some selling coming into Palantir. The market's not really.
I mean, we're
doing
short
much.
the market, so I can deal with this. But
yeah.
we don't want to lose just because, you know, I don't have the market short as a hedge. I've been getting out of that. I only have 15% of the market short left. But yeah, this Palantir, please don't do it, man. Don't do me like that. Let's wait to see what happens. Because you know what? Like, we got stopped out there, then it flushed, and then this happened. So that was a problem. So we're going to wait to see if that happens again. That level's 70, though, this time. All right. I mean, we don't even have that many shares
we got
right
a
now.
decent-sized bid here, so I just got long 78. Instantly moves up. So bid moving up on Palantir, 500 lots was at 77, now it's at 78. See if they chase it up. They are chasing it up. Somebody's trying to get a fill on Palantir.
Oh, they're going to get it.
And we are starting to cruise up, so let's see if we can print
Let's
into
just
those
hope it's
80s.
Kathy Wood. Let's just hope it's
Yeah,
Kathy Wood.
Kathy Wood chasing Palantir up. You heard it here first. Not financial advice or whatever.
On non-confirmed rumors.
Yeah, totally unconfirmed rumor just created by a host of this show.
I took some out at 80.
Sean took some out at 80, all right.
Or
so
long
let's see if-
77 there.
Yeah.
But that's not, literally when I say some out, it was 5%. Like, I think we can go. I just don't like seeing that size and then it kind of stops. Like, it's not chasing it, it's just sitting on the bid. And when you did, like yesterday did 170 million shares.
Yeah.
This is
so
50,000.
No big deal.
You know, like that's like, I think Brankel's default over there. So, I mean, you know, for all we know, that could be Brankel's on the bid right now of Palantir. So we'll wait to see what happens with this name. But yeah, I like it. I like the name. And we're just going to wait to see if it wants to fill us up or not. But target area, the VWAP is up here at 90. That's perfect. But I will get some out. And that's the target is up here because we failed last time. So if we could take 15 cents just on a smooth little ride, hopefully we have more than half by the time it comes up there. But I'm looking to get out of a quarter of the position if it comes to 85, where we have the 50 period and the 200 period just stone cold chilling right there. So we'll watch out for that, Phil. Anything else you got looking at here?
That W key just bounced off of 399 there and pulling back. Maybe that one breaks $4 and halts. Yeah, market really doing nothing. We need to get above that 42.10 for the confirmation or below 41.90, right?
NVIDIA?
NVIDIA is just going up today.
Is it? Okay, so that would be something because all I've really looked at is AMD, honestly. I'm trying to be more focused, man, on certain names. Oh, we have a new member, by the way. I want to say a big shout out. We have about 2,000 or 3,000 members right now. It's $5 a month. I want to thank you, Polo on the Grind. Thank you so much. If we could show his picture here, I'd like to do that if possible. Shout out to you, Polo. Thank you so much for joining the best trading community now and for free. I mean, I know this is $5, but thank you so much for that. And, this is Max. I'm Sean. And we have, just because it's the first member for the first time, so you're joining other members, and now you get to be part of the community, which you can be anyways. But thank you, Polo on the Grind, for that. And, we're coming back in the afternoon with myself and Neil. And then in about 10 minutes, it's Obi Trice coming through for everybody, fast and furious there on that. So here we go. What the hell just happened? Palantir. Oh, what? Oh, no. I had an 82 offer. Oh, that's okay. Well, whatever, man. That's 5 cents. That was for another 5%, man. I mean, it was not a big trade there by any stretch of the imagination. But okay, so now I'm just going to cancel my 84s and put them a little bit higher. Although that might have been a good fill at 82. I don't know. We'll put it back at 84 and see if we can get it. Palantir is kind of putting everybody to sleep here, I feel like.
Yeah.
This market, if you look at it over the last little bit, here's the market right here, not doing anything. So although Powell's been in the building and now out of the building, this is VWAP. This is the 50 period, and I like to go short if we are below the 50 period, which is making me slightly nervous about that Palantir call. As we're short Starbucks, we're short the market, and we're short JP Morgan right now. And the JP Morgan came running back, man. And I mean, we could have got into more short. Look at this. We just had this on JP Morgan. Like boom, boom. We just took 80 cents, and it just ripped up another 80 cents. Let's put on another short here. I don't know. The market's below. What's the ES doing right now? So here's the ES. So the ES is a little more aggressive.
ES is trying to push.
Yeah, it's stronger. And again, because of the names that's in that, there are no bank names in the NASDAQ 100. So you know the ES is trying to hold out a little bit. As JP Morgan's fine. It's just the NASDAQ being brought down by some of those. We talked about Meta being red. What's a name that I haven't looked at? Have you looked at Apple today? I've just been
Not
on
really. Apple kind of muted today.
Okay.
I like.
It is positive, so that's helping the ES for sure a little bit there. ES, NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ, Microsoft and Apple are 14% of the ES, I believe. Seems high now that I say that, but I believe that's right. And even higher than that in the NASDAQ. Hold on a second here. NASDAQ 100 weightings. I'm just going to, there's a thing you could do now. It's you can like Google stuff and it shows up. So I don't need to use Chat GPT for anything here. Yeah. So I'm going to be right. So the weighting on the NASDAQ is 25% for these two guys right there.
Yeah.
So NASDAQ 100 weighting. So if I type in here SP 500 weights by company, you're going to see, yes, I am
Oh my God.
Wow, I actually got something right right there. Apple and Microsoft, 14% of the ES. Can you believe that?
That's
this
big
is supposed
for
to be the
500 companies.
The top 500 companies, and this is why you have a lot of risk. As if Palantir goes up to 84 and stops. Dude, as if.
They got your
right
number.
now.
You got to stop telling people what your offers are.
Nah, it had nothing to do with that, man. I mean, I already spoke to Kathy about this, and we're going to try to get this up to $12 today. So getting a part out right now just to make sure that this works, and then we'll see. But yeah, just stopped on a dime at 84 there. Maybe switch up our gateways that we're on. But yeah, so that's it, man. S&P 500 with two of the top companies there taking up such a huge percentage. And then when you look at the NASDAQ 100, this is part of why I'm thinking about switching over and trading the futures more, which you can see today, which is now the #1 stock, actually. Well, no, still AMD for me, but switching it up, because if I'm going to go short Apple and Microsoft, I mean, unless there is company-specific news, it seems like it's the right thing to do would be to also short the market at that time. So, and you get 3 times the push on the TQQ. So let's see if what this wants to do. We're still waiting for a VWAP retracement on this.
Yeah, so Apple, as you asked me to pull it up there, or ask about it, somebody asked about it, I guess, it just goes and wicks down low of day and then makes a push like 30 cents back above. Yeah, I really liked Apple at like 174.50, 174.60 today. Never even got there. It's just like, I don't know what happened to Apple. It does nothing now. I guess it's just too big to make big moves anymore. But yeah, I mean, yesterday we broke that 175 at the end of the day. I was thinking we can break back below it, and then maybe you get that like rocket kind of move up, and then start breaking higher levels. But I mean, 176.50, that's pretty good as a high today for the largest stock in the market. Or no, is Microsoft? Which one is taking over right now?
No, dude, we just talked about no.
We did?
Yeah, you know what? Here you go. I have it up. Yeah,
Apple
very,
is number
very
one.
close. Apple #1, followed by Microsoft. But as you were just mentioning, that's probably changing daily because, and not daily because it takes a lot to change the weightings. But as we go, Microsoft has shot up against Apple because Microsoft is up was it 50-something% this year alone from 230 or more than that now. What I mean, Microsoft's what, 315? I mean, I was trading it today. I should know the price of this. The bottom, I believe, was 230 or so on Microsoft. What did we get here on January? Let's go. Yeah, okay. See, so sometimes I'm pretty good again on that one. 225 or so, up to 320. So yeah, you're up. Yeah, exactly, about 50%. So $100 on 220, straight up to the upside right there for Microsoft. So as opposed that to Apple's move, which is not still chart-wise looks just as good. And actually, no, it's very, very similar, man. 125. Add half back to that. So you need to be up here for it to be matching Microsoft. But anyways, Microsoft doing the heavy lifting on the NASDAQ this year as opposed to Apple. But either way, man, if you're in any of those names, you are a happy camper, to say the least, on that. So I don't know, man. Are we just going to, like, am I just going to sit here and be like, I need to take 6 cents instead of 7 on Palantir? Like, are you actually even just joking right now on this stock? Hopefully it can get going.
We do have a couple bids kind of starting to stack up on Palantir. The bid is looking thicker than the offer for now, but yeah, we really need to get back above the 50 here and start pushing into that 1190. I don't see why we can't get back to like 1210 and then maybe 1230 if
there we go.
The market decides to go today. I mean, you know, Neil and I were talking about Palantir and how much room we have to the upside on this one. This is such a beat down name, and finally the tide kind of turning for them. Like, we could get to $13.50, $14 before long on this name if it starts to go. I don't know what the short.
That will not be today, though. That's the problem.
It won't be today.
You and I have to be flat at the end of every single day, so it is hard to hold that. So I did see that note. Thank you, Lily, right there. So thank you, Lily, for that right here. What should we do? We should love XOM, I'm guessing is what that means. What should we do with XOM? So let's go have a look quickly at the biggest and the baddest. I am a love XOM. I like XLE. I like the oil patch. I think you can get some good returns there this year. Although oil's been going up and down, and more down than up recently, as actually they talked about filling their reserves back up there in the U.S., so that should be enough of a catalyst to get oil going, which it has been recently. There's XOM. So I mean, I think it's a buy, no matter, like, anyways. You have a nice dip. They had record earnings. They have the monster buyback in as well, matching with Chevron. I mean, these guys are just putting money back into their stock literally every day. I think it's 70 billion on Chevron or something like that. And XOM is right behind. You're above the 200 period, but this was a little scary because you took the 50 and then you made that move down. So I like all this. I think you could buy XOM for a minute here and try to hold on to that if you're looking for a day trade. Fortunately, I have this crazy wick right there. I'll have to get rid of that. But yeah, look, above everything. So we got the max line. We've got my lines here with the 200 and the 50. Then we have VWAP. So I like XOM. I would prefer a pullback in. Again, besides Palantir, we're short the market. We're short Starbucks. And I would prefer a pullback into 106, Lily. So I think if you can get that, then that's good, and play it off that bottom for the day. But hey, if the market really does collapse, I would be very, very careful, but you have to put your out right here at 105.83. So let it pull back like it seems to want to do right now. I'm still watching because Palantir, it's a good thing we got something out there at 83 because now it's back down to 80 as if. I mean, we're hoping it goes back up the other way. But anyways, I like XOM today, Lily. So thanks for asking that one. You can see it's a nice trend on the 5-minute as well. And then on our 20, very, very strong over the last couple of days, as you can see right there. So good question, and I like that, but I prefer as an investment just diversify and go into XLE because then you get a little bit of everything. The top 2 holdings of XLE for everyone out there are Chevron and XOM. So looks very, very similar. I think it's about a 3% dividend, and then you just get a little more exposure to other names as well, rather than just being in the biggest and the baddest, which is XOM.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about Tesla coming into that 180 level, but a bit of like a triple top kind of action here at 179.70, and then rolls over and gives you like 50 cents again. So, I mean, it's make or break time for Tesla, I would say. Market starting, I mean, we just bounce off the same levels. Like, the market's got to pick a direction here.
It's picking down.
It is, yeah.
It's going to be. I feel like we could do another prediction right now. Well, let's wait for 2 o'clock. But I think at 2 o'clock, we're going to have Streamlabs going up, and we're going to talk about over under zeros for the day. Oh, here we go. Let's go. Wake up, Palantir, because you're starting to move a little bit now. So let's see if we can get this to go, get it to go. I don't know why we say that. Like, nothing I can do about this name going. So hopefully it will go back up to the upside. So there it is. Let's go. 86s. We just took some out at 86. We are waiting for 89s right now, but I wouldn't be myself if I didn't take some 87s. So let's see a little bit of a break up there as we hit Edge A. Boom. There it goes up to the upside.
There we go.
There goes Palantir. All right. It's time to do this. Watch the screen. Watch the screen. Max? Good trade, my guy.
Pumping on Palantir
right
here.
there. So there it is, man. And a shout out to everybody that's out there as well. You know, we did the little reloaded on our little gun action there earlier, which we shouldn't really do because that's not a positive image. But there it is. The props is a good one. And there goes Palantir, brought to you by the People's Trader and Maximilian. We just both bought that one and we waited for it, so that's a good move up. I told you we'd still be at more than half when that broke up, but where did our targets go? Our targets were 1190. So now that I see that, I will put another offer right here. And if it breaks below 87, I may actually punch a little bit more out on that 87 level. We're now in the money a dime. It's the whole range. There we go. I got some half prints. Oh no, I just sunked it. Right there, I punched. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh shit, Nicole Harris is going to be all over this. Okay, sorry about that, Nicole, on that one, but we just punched out a little bit and it created somewhat of a waterfall down there to the downside. But it's all good, man. We are going to be back at deuces. It'll be Neil and myself. So for now, it will be you and the man who always has the force. It will be Obi. So don't force any trades. Be very, very patient here as I will get out of here and say ciao to everybody and pass it over to Obi once I get out of this seat. So thanks, Max, and have a great rest of your afternoon and good luck.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming on, pumping up this Palantir trade. Yeah, we wait on Mr. Obi. I wonder if he traded Amazon today, the king of the jungle over there. I have something to say about that. Obi, Tarzan, 1 Kenobi, I imagine, traded the Amazon today. Somebody asking where's my Google position gone? That one went down the toilet like an hour ago. Yeah, Google, I was long over 123. We're well out of that one now. And Stonk Squeezer 69, nice username. Watch WTER next week. Thank you for the super chat. What is WTER? Assuming NASDAQ. It must be a water name. Let me pull it up on Trade Ideas. It has done exactly 35,000 shares of volume today. I think, the smallest trainee account behind us could do more volume on this name than that. All right, let's see. The Alkaline Water Company. Oh, I remember this one was going for a while. Or a couple days at least. 9 million float, 2% shorted, no news today. I imagine you are swing trading this one to the long side. Let's see the daily chart. Okay, big move up. Consolidate. We kind of smashed down, and now we've kind of trapped some people in this area potentially on the daily, and now consolidating above it. So watch for that 150 break. And obviously $2 very key on that one, but not a day trade today, that's for sure. Basically zero volume done on this one. Notionally like $55,000 or something. So yeah, that's nada and not worth a trade. What's going on with Palantir here? It's just holding. I am going to offer out like 98s on Palantir whenever that comes. This one more of a bigger idea than a scalp, but I don't want to see it get below. I don't want to see it get to my price anymore. So that's basically break even or make like 20 cents on this one. I like that risk to reward. What else is going on in the market right now? Meta back over 245. Oh, Tesla's going for that level, and the market. I decided to look at the markets on a 30-minute chart because the 5-minute was giving me headaches based on all that chop. So kind of breaking out on the 30-minute. If we look at that like 42.10, that's the breakout level. but definitely, making higher lows here and starting to push. I mean, this could very quickly just reverse back down. It feels like the volume is quite light right now. Probably waiting for Neil and Sean on the closing show today after 2 o'clock to get that volume really in the market. But if we can't take out 4,200 back down, obviously there's only one way to go, and that would be back up into the prior levels today. Tesla is chilling at that 180. So how do we trade Tesla right here? Is there size? Did it just wick 180? Let me check my other platform. Hi there. Why isn't it telling me? Yeah, so it did just wick 180, and now it's going back down maybe. So yeah, Tesla, I kind of like the idea of a short on Tesla below 179.75. Can I structure that appropriately? There's some size on the offer at 96s. Do they get filled? Does that push it down? If that can't get filled right now, I would say Tesla's going down. So let's see what happens here on that. As we start to make a move down, I mean, low of that candle is still like 89. So, and there we go, it gets filled. So back above 180 on Tesla. This is probably going to chop around for a while. I could sit here all day spitting out numbers on Tesla, and I probably wouldn't have a voice by the end of it. What's going on, Obi? You all set up over there?
I am set up. What's going on? How is everybody doing? What's up? So yeah, I guess I did trade a little bit of Amazon today. Did you take pieces off of it, or did you have any experience with Amazon today?
Yeah, I had 2 shorts off the open. I got a little stubborn with the first one.
Yeah. Nice. But I came in a little late today. I missed out on those opening opportunities.
Yes.
I had some things to deal with in the morning. But yeah, no, definitely. I was watching on my phone. I was like, oh, damn. That was a nice flush right out the open. Some pre-market low breaks across the board. But yeah, no, some great trading. A lot of fugays.
Yeah.
I had a good trade and I had a horrible trade on Amazon. I guess we can talk about it if you want.
Sure, let's have a look.
I'll pull it up here. Let me blow up this chart. And all right, so coming in, I missed a good
second.
chunk. What's happening?
Meta is absolutely
what's
ripping.
happening with Meta?
Do we have news on Meta right now? Let me
That looks
see.
like
more layoffs, 10,000 more layoffs.
More layoffs at Meta.
Twitter.
Oh yeah?
Instagram is making a Twitter competitor and more layoffs at Meta. So Meta pumping to the high side. Can we dip by this around?
Yeah, that's moving the market as well. Amazon's pushing.
Sean said that he's getting out of the TQQs based on this. Meta is starting to really rally here. So yeah, that's the one that you wanted to be long, buddy. That would have been freaking nice to be long Meta right now into this rally. Where can we catch a dip? Yeah, can Meta announce the deal with Palantir now? Yeah, actually, I'm done with Palantir. Just got out for a half-cent loss there. So where do we get long Meta right now? I'm going to wait on this one.
So they're going to release a new product.
Yeah, Meta's releasing a Twitter-like product. I think the high of this consolidation here, that 246, if we fail break right now, that's how I would get long Meta. So let's see if we get back above 246. If we just sell, we just sell. It is what it is. But news on Meta can be very spicy. Maybe this 245.50 where we consolidated 245.60 is the spot. I believe VWAP is right around there. 245.51, 53 VWAP for me. So yeah, if we get down into the 50s, that's probably the banger long.
Yeah, a quick reversal on that move. No real follow through on that 247 push, eh?
Yeah,
Let's see if we can catch some bids on top of this previous consolidation here, 245 area. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm long right here. 245.77. Let's see, this might not be good. Going right back down. Yeah, I'm just gonna bail on that. That's a bad trade there on Meta, but small size. So let's see what happens here. I'm gonna let it consolidate for a bit. Is that just a liquidity grab? Do I take the next little high here?
It got bid right back up off the 245 area. I don't know.
Yeah, that's,
And I guess that's what we kind of want to see above the previous
it
consolidation.
is what you want to see. Yeah, I don't know.
Will
how to
it
structure
follow
this.
through? That's the
I mean,
question.
Yeah,
right?
and the
Is
volume
there
is
gonna
really
be
not
follow
that strong.
through?
Like
Exactly.
we're not seeing the tape fly right now. I think just stay away from this one. I'm not going to take another one. That's.
I mean, looking at Amazon, that little pop pushed up right into like this kind of downtrend from earlier, and then we're selling off. So like it just confirms maybe a little bit more confirmation of that downtrend. But yeah, what a crazy move. This was crazy as well. Going back to the Amazon trade that I took, like initial bounce was nice. I took a piece, but here chasing the bottom, right? Meta still holding that 245. I want to see this 245 hold to even consider trying to take a position in here, because there was no follow through on that push, that catalyst, intraday catalyst. A lot of intraday catalysts as of this month.
Yeah.
Max, what do you know about that?
I don't know. I like it when they show up, add some excitement to the market, but kind of weird. Usually you get those at the beginning of the day, and then everybody gets to decide what they want to do and how to bamboozle people.
Yeah.
The intraday catalysts are often a lot easier to trade because you get that quick directional move. Right. This one not following through at all.
Yeah,
so I guess Meta was just a short off that news. Kind of weird that we even get back into these levels here. I figured we would hold like that 246 and then blast higher. I mean, I don't know. Like Meta did that 245 breakout yesterday, which was like quite substantial on the daily chart, 244.50. I think, Sean, you stopped out of Palantir now? Yeah, Sean just got stopped out of Palantir. I punched out of it 10 cents ago. So did not do the move we were looking for on that Palantir. Big sad there. I guess, next level 11.50, and then $11 is pretty big on Palantir. So if we get down there in the next couple of days, I'm going to be smashing that one long, very likely, if there's something there. Meta just consolidating here, so maybe I should have been a little more patient and tried to buy these low 245s. Sean says he's long Meta. At 245.36, that's probably where I punched out. Maybe I punched out into your bid there. Yeah, that looks decent. If we break out of this little consolidation here at 245.75, get back above 246, that looks like something. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would execute that one, but there we are into the 80s and potentially getting above 246. Such a muted move today on Meta. I don't know. Nobody's buying, nobody's selling. We've only done 12 million shares of volume when other things are doing much, much more than that. Speaking of that name, Tesla, that does all the volume in the market, that wick high on Tesla was the wick high, if it'll load up for me. 180.18 there, and then just reverses back below 180. So that 180 price proving to be quite decent resistance on the day for Tesla. We'll see if it retraces back down into these levels as that Meta. Yeah, really doing nothing on Meta. So I don't know why that news isn't pushing it higher. I figured we would get a much higher break today. Obviously, market didn't react super well to.
They were reconvening for like whatever conference or whatever at 1.
They are, so it's not over.
So like they started about like 15 minutes ago. It's not necessarily over. Yeah, I was watching it earlier today, and it said, "Oh, we're going to reconvene after lunch at 1." So I was like, "Yeah, it's not over yet." Pretty crazy movement. When they went off. It's like they start their meeting at 11 and then they take a lunch. Yeah, they take a lunch. 11 to, what just happened? Oh, yeah, 11 to 12, and then lunch break, back at 1. But yeah, right after they left, the market did a little bit of a retracement of that fade that was happening while they were talking.
Yeah.
And I got caught up in a piece of that, but I kind of As we talked about, like, reviewing some of our trades here, like, this is not a good trade at all. Like, I try to punch the bottom here, right? I'm trying to punch the bottom.
That's
this hard buying comes in. Here, I'll make this a little bit bigger. Hard buying comes in, right? I'm like, okay. And then right away engulfs that buying, breaks the bottom of the trend, and then looks like it's going to continue further. I chased this a bit. I was in a bit of a chasey mood because right before this, let me pull it up. KRE, I don't know what they said, but at the conference, these guys were talking about regional banks.
Yellen was saying that there could be more bank mergers on the way.
Right.
That we're not necessarily done with those yet.
I saw what KRE was doing right here. Started dumping off of whatever they said. So I just tried to, I just wanted to be along for the ride, and I was there a little bit late under the 39. I just started hitting the bid because the sellers were extremely strong. But right when I started hitting these and we broke into this 3880, 3850 into 3850 area, like the buyers kind of stepped back in. I was like, well, it is what it is. But like this right here got me in a bit of a chasey mood. And I was like, okay, I caught a win because I chased like the selling pressure. And I think I was in that same mindset for that Amazon. So I kind of punched the bottom there. Worked out of it and got a little lucky because it retested the bottom of the range. But that was a really sweaty hold. Not a good trade at all. But, you know. It is what it is. I guess we learned a little bit about like working out of a position, but I don't know if that's what I should be focusing on right now.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be doing, but that's all right. I hope you are still positive on the day.
Yeah, I'm still up on the day, but like that's not really like I'm trying to take some good trades, and I'm missing out on decent opportunities, which is kind of. Not the best, but the day's not over. The bell has not rung yet, and
the bell has
gloves
not
are
rung.
still on. So, you know, looking for more opportunities during the day. Like these guys are gonna stay talking. We're gonna have more volatility, like range breaks, whatever it is, tape reading. Like there's a lot of it going on today.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody's saying GSIT breaking 7 again. So let's take a look at that one. That looked promising for a while there. Yeah, back above 7. Really muted volume though. See, look, you look at the volume here on the original 7 break, and you know you got a lot here. You've also got a lot of volume off the open here. But yeah, this is a pretty muted action. So I think 730. Yeah, 730 was the level from a few days ago that I had. So if 730 breaks, potentially some people are underwater. And yeah, if we look at that W key as well, small cap. This one just did that.
Oh, is that today?
Yeah, did the 4 high.
Okay.
And then tries to get to 420, which is the level that we were talking about. Can't get there and just quadunks down, and now we're consolidating at this 330 kind of level.
I like that we're stepping up though. I kind of full disclosure, I kind of have some of this in the long term.
You have this
from the low lows, yeah.
Really?
It was an old NFT name, and I was like, I like these prices down here. This is a lot of selling is kind of out of this name, and I'm waiting for because it's a repeat offender, right? It'll go on like multi-day run, stair step squeeze, and then have a nice backside. So like, I don't know. I was looking at my account. I was like, oh, I should have had some sells at the $4 level, you know. But it might have more to go because it is kind of stepping up.
Yeah, definitely starting to make a move. Interesting that you have that one in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have some crazy names in there, you know, a little bit of some how would I say it, like I don't want to say like a gambling position, but like, you know, it's a decent price, and the probability of it like doing something crazy over the year might be something, you know.
Yeah. So Meta just got back above 246. Still kind of still being slow. Sean took a little bit of profit there, he says, and still long though. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. Like you would think after that news that this would go kind of, you know, parabolic, almost like that AMD did, and Meta did the downside news a couple weeks ago as well. That was just straight downside on a ton of volume. This is so muted, but uptrend on the day on Meta.
Yeah.
Since making these lows, obviously. So uptrending, and I mean, a lot of people are probably caught I mean, all the volume basically on the day has been done below 25.50 or 245.50. So you have to assume that there's a decent amount of people that have placed bets below 245.50 and now holding above that. So we'll see if we can get above that 247. Maybe we make a big push higher on Meta. And I mean, it still needs the market to help, but market still doing nothing. So bring the ES.
Yeah, we're still holding that 42. That 42 hold is pretty.
That's the key level, right?
stubborn
4,200,
right now,
and it won't even go back down there. This 30-minute candle is only 6 handles wide, not even 0350 to like 0850. So 5 handles wide on a 30-minute candle on the ES. That's nothing. So we're just consolidating, waiting. Somebody has to press the button to make the big market move, it seems. Yeah, Meta and Tesla are kind of trending up. Where's AMD pulling back? What about?
Yeah, what's our friend AMD doing? That was another crazy intraday news ticker a couple weeks ago as well. That was a crazy move.
Absolutely, yeah. AMD just pulling
Still
back.
around 100,
NVIDIA is at
100.
VWAP, unless I have the wrong price of VWAP. Let me check trade it. Yeah, so NVIDIA at VWAP right now. Market. No, that doesn't make sense. Market's not. If the market was at the lows right now and NVIDIA was at VWAP, I would be interested in buying that. But market's kind of in the middle, so not going to get any large caps long at the moment.
Yeah,
unless Meta starts
ES hasn't
really
even
going.
retraced like the fall that we've had out the open. We haven't necessarily retraced like 50% at all yet, right? Like we're holding this 42 and we're kind of sandwiched in between these I guess these pre-market levels. But yeah, I think we can get maybe more direction if we can really push either way off of this 42, right?
Yeah.
On the ES. We'll see. We don't know what's in store for the day, but maybe some crazy things in the evening, right?
Maybe anything could happen. Today feeling like a nothing happening day. MVIS small. No, it's only 6 million shares of volume, but it is trending up. MVIS, former runner from 2020, I think. Making a move up, only 13% though. I know some people in the chat were talking about it. But yeah, like very, very muted action, kind of thick-ish for a small cap. But trending towards the top, taking a look at the daily, we are trending up. Wow, that's a lot of green days in a row. So what's
That's
the
a
short
trend.
float?
That's definitely a trend.
All right, short float 27% on MVIS
That'll
with
do it.
175 mil float. And we have basically, 3 weeks of uptrend in a row on this name. So definitely room to go on MVIS, but no volume. So you need to see volume to make a trade. If we take out the high today and then start doing some real volume, maybe get something going on that.
Meta's pushing this
Meta's
high
starting to
right
push,
now.
yeah. So
246.50 pushing. I was debating buying into this breakout, but like I said, I think the decent trade was the bidders on top of the 245. Like that I really like. That I kind of missed that piece. So a chase here for me, I don't know too much about that. But like if you're already long, then that's pretty solid that we're retesting these highs from the Catalyst news. But yeah, no, I'm definitely going to be keeping this name on watch. What are your ideas on taking a piece off this move?
That 247 level definitely kind of interesting. I mean, what's this low here? Yeah, 246. The 246, 15, 10 kind of area, just like in and around 246. That's where we consolidated pre-market,
Right.
and then once we break that during market hours, this is where we kind of stop before moving up. 245.50 as well, interesting. So if we can hold this above 246, I mean, 247.50, 248, 248 being that
Here's
like
a
key level
247.
on the daily, as 247 coming in hot on like zero volume. So once the volume does come in, Sean hitting the bang over there for his trade. Now $1.50 in the money in like 10 minutes. Nice job over there. Yeah, let's see if we can get
We're just
past
about
this
to reclaim the
247
opening
level.
print, eh?
Yeah, what's
We're
the
like,
opening price?
247.47.
47 there, yeah. So that could be spicy for a breakout, actually. 247.50. That's
Nice.
That's where Sean's offer is. So I say breakout. Sean says take profit. That makes sense today, as none of my ideas particularly working today. Yeah, I think if we can get back above 247, 247.50, and hold that 247, that could be a mover for the afternoon. But obviously, we need the market move, which just isn't happening at all. NASDAQ slightly starting to trend up, but we need to get back above, 13.8, 13.9 really is the level that we got to get back above today for this market to really continue. Kind of a muted down day today on the market, not popping really off the bottom yet, but Meta might just drag it as we go towards that 247. There is no size on the offer here. There's one guy for 10 lots. That's only 1,000 shares. Obi could take that right now.
Get him out of the way.
There we are. Okay, so now we're actually heating up on Meta. This is getting very, very interesting for the breakout idea. Maybe get to 250 today on this name. That's what I was expecting. So I was expecting a move from 245 up to 250 today. We did not get it yet, but Meta's starting to curl, and we have all seen what these bottom buys on Meta can do. That is why I was trying so hard down here, but maybe had to wait until after that speech to get those money fills. And this news is propelling this name.
Yeah.
High of that move, 25s, 247.25. So looking for that opening print and then the drive through 248 on Meta. Maybe we can get some kind of pullback after that for that afternoon trend. But the market is pulling back. So Meta is going up in the face of a pullback market. And Meta did just indeed turn around.
Yeah, we're testing the bottom of the range on Amazon as well. I got eyes on that, but yeah, this 42, man, this 42 is gonna potentially give us some trouble if we're trying to take like a larger move, because I think we might just continue consolidating above this for now.
Yeah, I mean, when you go up on like these very light volume moves, it's very easy for the volume to come in the other way, and then you kind of dump down. So
there's nothing really in the way, right? Just like a low liquidity move, you can just wipe back and forth when there's nobody sitting on the bid or the ask. Yeah, crazy stuff. I'm looking for potential like a relong here if Amazon can kind of firm up the bid on top of this 116. But yeah, no, the market's looking like it still wants to teeter here on top of the 42. So if we can kind of start continuing here and that coincides with like a bit of a hold on this, then yeah, potential long could be in play. 247 pullback off of on Meta. Still holding this trend, right? We're still very well trending upwards, even with this heavy pullback. So like, can we see like the bids firm up near the bottom of that trend to hold it in place? That's something I'll be looking for sure. But yeah, SPY 420, right? Yeah, let's. SPY was in this range, this 412 orbit for like a good 2 weeks, right? And it couldn't necessarily break while the rest of the names were going. And then now finally, the past couple of days, we've broken that range straight to 420 here. Let me pull up this. Yeah, straight into 420 and then pulling back off of that 420, some relief into this 417 area, previous days tops. But yeah, what are you thinking about this 420 area on the market? Like, is it time to buy some puts or well?
No, I think we're breaking out on both markets. We need a pullback day. So, pull back. We're pulling back above 4,200 and just kind of testing these, closing areas, 4190, and then we blast off. For some reason, I'm missing yesterday's action, but am I? Yeah, I'm missing yesterday's candle here. But yeah, I think really what I had in my notes this morning is that there is air to 4,300 on this ES market. There are pretty much no recent levels until 4,300. We just kind of slammed down off of that in 1 or 2 days, back below 4,200 the last time we got up there. So, I mean, there's no like resistance really up into that level. I don't think we go there directly, but also like NQ is absolutely flying right now. NQ.
Yeah, on the larger time frame. Yeah, definitely.
On the longer
bit of
time
a
frame.
Vacuum into the level. Yeah.
Yeah, that 14,000 level. I mean, we were consolidating below 13.3 for the longest time, and now we hit 14,000 overnight, I believe, as Palantir starts to get off the bottom. So that 1165 level, which I had talked about. Sean's, of course, long at 64.
Yeah, I already got my ass.
Yeah, Palantir, I talked about 1165 being my my level there, and yeah, it comes in again. I don't take it again. We make another higher low. So yeah, Palantir looking to make the move off the bottom. VWAP being 1189 right now. I could see that being a decent target for a trade if we can get through this 1175 level that was previously proving as support.
Damn, I tried to take a meta short just now, but.
Try to take meta short.
Yeah, just for a quick, just to see if we can retest the bottom of the trend and firm up, but I missed an order there. Just wanted to get short 46.50s, but yeah, I don't want to really chase it down here. It's already given like 20 cents off of that. But yeah, no, Amazon testing the bottom of the range. Let's see if those bidders firm up on top of this 116. We know they've been there a couple of times already today. So let's see if they kind of re-enter the field in these levels, 116.20s.
Yeah, I don't know about Amazon today. It just, I mean, it didn't really make a move down when the market was making a move down. Like,
muted.
Like kind of muted. Once it hit that 116.30 price, it just didn't really go anywhere. So, yeah, wondering about that one. If I don't know. I already tried the bounce play on Amazon today. It didn't really work. Meta was the one to do that on, and Apple. Apple now at VWAP actually. So if we go to Apple, so because channel down, and then finally makes a double bottom, breaks it by a couple pennies, and then now we go back up like 70 cents from there. So maybe Apple's the one to get the market moving in the right direction. I'm just looking at the ES on a 3-minute chart right now, and we are just doing absolutely nothing on tiny volume here. So hard to get too excited about anything that's going on in this market at the moment. If you guys got anything in the chat, let us know what you're trading. G-Man. Baba getting ready to explode.
Baba had earnings recently.
Yesterday was Baba's earnings.
Oh, so maybe a second day play on Baba?
All right, so Baba yesterday, 85. Oh.
Yeah, look at that. We gapped down below yesterday's range. And then,
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely Baba looking not the greatest at the moment. This 85 was providing support. If you guys come to, okay. This 85 level was providing as resistance before here. Then support once we break above, and then earnings day, we get the move down into that 85. It's support, and now today we're gapping below. So I would be looking at 80 as an inflection level on Baba. Do we hold it? If yes, back up. If we break through this, I'm expecting that to be resistance back to the downside. Probably see some levels in the 70s, maybe even high 60s on Baba. Do I think we're getting back below 60 again? Not really. I feel that the narrative on Baba has been a little bit overdone, but the market keeps selling it off. So don't get stubborn when the market is telling you what it wants to do with a name, and Baba is a sell, according to the chart. Uber.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Support 39s.
Yeah, Uber just holding 39 all day. Won't even touch 39. So are you involved with this one, Neil? Neil is short into this. Yeah, that breakdown of 39 looks pretty juicy. Do we have anything on the daily chart here at 39. This is kind of...
Oh, yeah. We can fall into yesterday's levels into 3880s and then really push. That's possible.
Yeah, there's definitely not a whole lot supporting Uber. Maybe 3875, 3880, as you say, and then, 3820s. So, yeah, just trending down all day, all day, all day, looking for that flat bottom break, the term that Neil did coin. He definitely did. Yeah, so he's looking for the flat bottom break. I like that idea. Bounces off VWAP here. So it just like, you love to see when something starts to hold different and more aggressive trend lines when you're going on the way down. So it breaks that 50 period, comes back, rejects VWAP 1, 2, 3 times, and now we're holding the 50 to the downside. And we'll see if we start to hold the teal to the downside. But like such a muted, slow move into that 39, and then I can only imagine that the volume will pick up once we get to that price. But yeah, let's see. I like that trade for Neil. Short on Uber. What happened to Meta? So Meta back below that 246. So I guess they are just fading that move on Meta. That 247 wick top, that's a nice spot to get short on a move like this. When it wicks the high, then you have your defined risk at 26, and you're probably getting in maybe in the mid-90s, so you're giving it 30 cents of risk. You're looking for that dollar move, and you get that dollar move right here as Meta comes back into the 50 period, back into VWAP, which should be right about here at 245.50. So VWAP and 50 period at the same spot. Is that a breakdown short now off that 245.50 level?
Maybe, yeah. I liked the short when it was at like 246.50, missed the fill, so whatever. I kind of caught out of it, but yeah, that trend seems to be kind of really testing its limits there. I did start a bit of an Amazon long, but I don't know. These bidders in the 20s, I don't know if they're going to firm up as much as I thought they would, but yeah, they're still there. 1620 is the low of day, so let's see what we do with that level there. I'll give it some room to see if we can kind of expand out of it, but we'll see. I'm not necessarily on the right mindset for trading today. I told you I was a little late, a little shaken up in the morning coming in, but yeah, we're trying to make things run smoothly as well as possible. Yeah.
Fair enough. Donkey Kong flat bottom break. Let's take a look. Load up, load up, load up. Yeah, that's interesting. Donkey Kong 2370 area. 75 was the low, or 77 here was the low at 10 a.m. That's where we come into right here, that 70s area. Yeah, once we break the 77, it only goes a few pennies, but flat bottom break through that 72. I like to just go to the even 10-cent level, so through 70. Could be a trade there if, I mean, I don't even think you need the market with this one. Like DKNG doesn't necessarily trade with the market. If we go to the daily, we had that pump up yesterday, which I recall somebody in the back had a decent trade off this pump yesterday. Now today, we get into these levels at 24.45, kind of can't get, I recall this is earnings day right here. That 25 level was a banger short. You just had to give it a little bit of space to kind of work itself out above 25, and then once it finally gave it up, it never looked back. And now cannot close like above 24.50 at all. So yeah, decent short on this one. Flat bottom break. I mean, I don't see any levels at this price really. More like 23.50 being a level on the daily, but yeah, there's definitely room to the downside on DKNG, back down to the low 23s, and that does look like it's setting up. However, I don't like shorting names at lows like this when they're not doing crazy amounts of volume, and the time of day is a little bit not the greatest for any kind of breakdown trade. So I would prefer to structure a trade maybe off the 50 period, which it has been holding all day. So get short in the 80s, risk the break and retest of the 50 period. It kind of looks I mean, it's probably 50-50, whether we do the breakdown or we just break the trend and then start to go back up. This is probably something that I would be looking at to break the trend versus continuation, because there's probably more upside and more ability to structure a trade off of a trend break than a trend continuation on this DKNG down 1% today. What else are we looking at? Softy breakdown, says TJ Hammer. Let's take a look at Softy. Yeah, I don't know. That's not much of a breakdown, really. Softy pretty hot, pretty strong off of the bottoms here, and does that little, what I like to call liquidity grab thing, where you're consolidating above 317.90 basically. We break down for a minute and a half, and then we go back up. So Softy actually looking pretty strong off the 50 there. And let me try to find VWAP on my other platform. So yeah, consolidating above VWAP at 317.50. So yeah, Microsoft actually looking more like it wants to make the move up than make the breakdown move. But you never know with this market. It's basically, what does ES want to do and what does NASDAQ want to do? Both of which just consolidating and doing nothing and giving us absolutely nothing to talk about. But yeah, Microsoft, that 320 break is looking pretty exciting for whenever that does come in. I don't think it's coming today, but 320 key level on the daily chart for Microsoft, and you know, nothing but strong recently.
Yeah. I like that we saw a little bit of bidders come in the 1620s here. I like that. I kind of added some more into the area, but still looking for the follow through on the move. Like, we're still in the 20s here, nothing too crazy. They have started to show up, but like, is there going to be follow through? That's the next question, right? So positioned a little bit into the area where I'm seeing these bidders coming in, and we've seen them before as well, and they've kind of shown up again. So let's see if they hold up well enough to kind of push the top of the range. We are kind of still in this heavier downtrend on the day. But yeah, just trying to take pieces of the chop, right? Nothing too crazy, no crazy to the moon moves today. Just trying to play the range that the market's kind of giving us on Amazon. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm watching Meta as well. Just broke back below the 50 and is at that 245.50 area. So I was thinking maybe it's a breakdown short, but now I'm considering whether this is the spot that we bounce from. I mean, if you look at the move on the day, everybody's kind of in below this 245.50 area since like 10 a.m. when we broke down. So why wouldn't we find support in this zone? Is it going to be that weak after, you know, probably an okay news catalyst to go? Is it going to be weak enough to go back to the low of day after a decent news catalyst? I don't think so. So I think I'm going to go long Meta if we don't make a new low here. What is this? 245.40 basically. So let's take a look. We will wait, be patient with our entry, not going to just punch in. Yeah, so let's see what happens on Meta here. I think we can make the move back to 246.50, no problem. Holding the trend on the day, if you wanted to draw the line here, I guess the trend is back to 245, but you know, news catalysts kind of blow these types of things up. So yeah, Meta next potential position here, and VWAP is right here at 245.60, right where the that red 50 period is on the chart. What are you looking at?
I'm still watching the tape closely on Amazon here. Like, it's retesting this 20s over and over again, kind of churning through these 20s. Market kind of came down, but these bids are still holding, and I like that, I guess. So let's see if the market kind of wakes up and really pushes these asks out of the way. If not, then yeah, I'll be out. I'll get out into the bottom, but we'll see. This market really has to kind of push. This red candle is not necessarily convincing right now on the NQ, but it is a pretty wicky day, and it's about 20 seconds for the close of this 15-minute candle. So really the next 15 print will kind of determine follow through or not on this name here. But we are holding the 20s, which I like, right? Maybe if we can push into the 30s, even the 50s, back into this consolidation range, that'll be nice. And if we get more, then more is fine. But yeah, I'm trying to go off of these 20 bidders right now.
Nice, nice, and I am now long Meta, as you can see from the position board. So looking for the continuation move off of VWAP and these consolidation highs. Probably going to add to it if we dip. Maybe not going to add to it. We'll see what happens on this one, but making higher lows on the 1 minute chart. Not that that's necessarily any kind of confirmation here, but yeah, looking for the break back above 80s and then get back into 246s. All of the moving averages are converging on this level right now. So yeah, we'll see what happens on Meta. I think that we can definitely get a move back into this 246.50. However, the market is not really looking too hot right now, Obi. We are kind of breaking down from that area that we've been at for, I don't know, an hour or so, breaking down from the 4203. Still not breaking down from 4200 though, still very muted action, nada going on here. So we just wait and see on the market. We'll see if we can get back above here.
What are these guys talking about? The Fed meeting's still on right now, right? So
is it?
Maybe the market's kind of waiting for them to step off. And are they still talking? They started talking at 1, right?
I haven't seen anything come through on Financial Juice.
Okay.
It's over now? Okay. Yeah, apparently they had too many glasses of wine at lunch. I'm guessing probably some vintage Bordeaux, if... Anyway, yeah. So meeting's not happening apparently, and nothing really going on in the market. So very muted. Going to see if that 4200 holds to see if we should get in more or get out of Meta as we kind of just bounce around my price.
Oh,
and
there's
there we go. There's a little pop.
There's something. Can it continue?
Popping a little bit here.
We're just gonna pop, lock, and drop it. I don't know.
Pop, lock, and drop it.
I mean, that happens sometimes. There's been some pop, lock, and drops in the morning, right? Wipe up, wipe back down, and just, yeah. It's a market mechanic that's trending today, I guess.
That's what's trending today? All right, all right.
Yeah. People talking about Google. Google has been a pretty crazy runner in the past couple of days. Off of that AI news that we had, off of the meeting, if I just pull it up here, take a look at this. Like after the earnings, we kind of popped up. This 125 area was really nice this morning. Both ways, really. Like you could have taken the long and then the short back through it, and the short kind of like followed through. I like the 125 as well, psychological area, and I think there's some key resistance areas as well above the 125, like longer term, and we kind of pulled back off of that. So yeah, Google's a great name. I think they're really showing themselves as I guess the sentiment is showing itself after they announced that AI news, and really coming off of these 100 lows on Google. Yeah, I really like that look.
Yeah, I like 123 on Google for like that over/under kind of level, if for the next few days at least. Meta finally getting a little pop here, so back above 246. Looks like the my thesis on this 245.50 level is kind of correct for now. There's definitely some interest around this level, and now we're holding. So lots of people in the stock around these prices. Hopefully lots of them are short, so we can take advantage of the squeeze. Yeah. Yeah, Tesla's kind of trending up, Meta trending up, market trending down. So, you know, we'll see who wins here. So 4,200 coming back into play on ES. We can just, you know, pull this up. Watch it live. Should it break, we should probably bail on the longs, but we will see if we support that once again, do another wick low.
The hold of it.
Maybe change this to a 5-minute chart because the 3-minute is a little bit aggressive. So yeah, let's see what happens here. You know, stop me out or do something. I am getting really bored, market. Friday afternoon, I think the market makers and the big money traders have gone to the bar.
Yeah.
would say-
Early weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
early weekend today. Just us minnows in the pond trying to bite each other's toes off. Yeah, nada going on right now.
What's that? How's that? What's that saying? As long as you can hit the bid or pay for the ask, we can make money. I think that still stands true.
All right, I don't know. Yeah.
All right.
What's going on in the chat? What's everybody
245 is still holding on Meta, right? That could
we just
still
kinda
be a
spiked
thing.
up.
That kind of failed to follow through on the sell-off back in, and kind of where we were looking at buyers earlier, they showed up again. Maybe this trend will continue. Maybe that initial reaction off the catalyst was an overreaction, right? And then we're kind of really pricing that news in now, maybe on Meta.
Tough to say. Good to see a little spike there as the market takes 4,200 and Meta spikes back up. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, nothing really going on. This stock has been kind of muted today. You would think after like a news catalyst that Meta would have done 30 million shares of volume by now, but nothing really. A little size on the offer, 2,000 lots on 246 there. So let's see if we can take that out. Start printing some higher levels. I would like to see 246.50, 246.60 before I start taking any kind of profit out on this trade. Do I think that we can zoom back up to the tops today of that like 248.80? I think 248.80 high. I think we definitely can if the market holds this 4,200, which it is doing for now. So 41.99 barely printed, and now we're at 42.02. Meta just takes out that size on the ask, so more size at 07 here. Let's see if that guy gets hit and then gets smoked if he's short. And yeah, just waiting, seeing. We are in a definite uptrend on this name. Everything else kind of in a downtrend, so that is what you like to see if you are long. But want to see, you know, everything else to pop off, so this name can pop off with it. Or, you know, let's see a crazy move to the downside. I'm down for anything. We can get the shorts going. MVIS took out the high, but still no volume there. So took out the high by 1 penny. High was previously 377, now it's 378 on MVIS. So even the small caps are falling asleep today. Not much to talk about.
Very muted market, yeah. Let's check out some of these large caps, and you guys in the chat, let us know if you guys want to look. You want us to look at any tickers. But I know Apple was kind of muted as well today. Apple's just still in its consolidation range from this morning. Hasn't really gotten anywhere, while the rest of the market has been kind of making moves. Because we see the top 5, right? Apple, Amazon. Amazon's made a move, right? Microsoft, still the same, very similar to Apple kind of action, consolidation. But yeah, these names have almost retested their highs, right, from COVID. That's what we were talking about. Like, how are we back to almost all-time highs on some of these large caps while we kind of have a sentiment on the market that's kind of like, oh, we don't really know where we're going. SPY has been in like that 412 orbit. Maybe today this past week we've broken above that range, but really, like, I think it's pretty crazy. Like, we missed out on some. I remember we were here playing that the Tesla 100 a few months ago. And now Tesla is almost at 200, right? Like, talk about premium on those options, right? But yeah, these markets are pretty crazy. Reaching back towards these highs from last year could be pretty juicy if we do start to break out of these highs. I know there's definitely a lot of short interest kind of piled in over the past couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
And they have gotten paid pretty well, but anybody who's kind of holding the bag on their shorts and hasn't really covered, they're starting to sweat a bit, I would say.
I just added to this Meta long because I like what I'm seeing in the market right now. So 4,200 just held. Meta does this little BS dip that I like to see. So added to that long, basically same price, and looking for the move back over 245 into 245.50. This is what you want to see, that little liquidity grab and then shoot up. So we'll see if we can shoot up. If we don't, we're done. Stop going to be like below 245.50 basically on Meta right now. Do I add back over 246.10? Maybe. We'll see what happens. But definitely holding trend here on Meta and looking for that next move up if the market can help us out. So this is what I saw on NASDAQ here. So this wick down candle, and then we start to trend up, and then Meta just does that little move down, which gives you the perfect opportunity to grab some more shares long for the move up if it does indeed happen.
Yeah, Amazon seems to be holding right around my price here, which is a little sketch, but I like that it's still holding above the 20s. We're in the 30s now. Market, yeah, pushing off that 42, which I like. But is there going to be follow through? I keep asking that same question. Will there be follow through off of that bounce, right? And that can give me maybe some tailwind on this long. But yeah, that 42 churn, I think we can keep on expecting that because it is a key level. Like there's a lot of interest there. But yeah, we can keep on taking pieces off either the bounce or the fail of that 42. But unless and until it really makes a decisive move off of this level, I think we're gonna probably stay muted on a lot of these names, like we're seeing, like on the Apple and Microsoft, some of the larger caps showing that, I guess, lack of direction, really, undecisiveness.
Yeah. Today's definitely a day to make sure that you have a good price, because you know they're not bouncing around, they're not flying off. So if you're long too high, you're short too low, like. Your price ain't coming back.
Yeah, I showed you earlier when I chased the bottom. I was like, I had a really garbage price, and I had to pay for that, right? I mean, I got lucky, managed to work out of it, but horrible trading if you don't have the right prices, right?
Yeah, and we always talk about like when you do decide to size up, can you hold those against you the same way that you're doing when you're not in so much size? And the answer is straight up no. You can't. You can't. You know, you can't be holding a trade that you want to make 50 cents on, 70, 80 cents against you, and expect for that to be long-term positive value. But we pay these lessons early on in our careers with small amounts of size, so that when we do have the large size, we've already learned the lesson and we know what to do.
Oh yeah, got to play the meta,
Gotta play the Meta, and we gotta be long Meta right now as we start to move back into 246 now, like 15 cents in the money finally.
I like this the 1640, 1650. We're kind of back to where kind of my target for the position is, like 1650s. 50% of that kind of retracement of the move that we've had, a bit of reversion to the mean. Let's see if we can really push and follow through. Actually, the 4,200 kind of came in hot on the ES right there, right away, right as soon as I said that. So I kind of lightened up a bit. I do have another sell at 45. Let's see if that one fills. It should, if we can kind of just bid up a couple more pennies. But yeah, no, if there's no follow through on this move, 50% retracement was kind of what I was looking for. And we're getting it now, so let's see if there's more. There's more on the table than we expected, and I don't expect there to be too much more, but let's see if it's there, right?
Yes, Ponzi Fonzie asking, what is the Lambo trade of the day? I'm sorry, man, there ain't a Lambo trade today. This is muted action. There was off the open probably a couple of Lambos, but for this afternoon, we'll have to wait and see. I'm predicting not so much. Somebody in the chat just said, bye-bye Kyle Dubas. Did Dubas get the boot? Did they finally break up? I'm going to have to look at that one after the show's over. Oh, the show is almost over. Wow. It's basically 2 o'clock, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, started heating up as that 2 o'clock timing came in. So I like that. We might have some more things to, like a more lively market once we get back to our desk, right?
Yeah. Hopefully for that. If not, it's Friday. It's going to be a good day regardless. Yeah. Kyle Dubas is out. His own decision? Yeah. Neil confirming Kyle Dubas is done. That's I don't think that's a very good thing for the Maple Leafs. Yeah, no
And I'm
more
out of
GM.
there. But we shall see. Kind of got out of the position.
He didn't have a contract, so he had to sign a new contract, and one of the parties has decided not to renew. So bye-bye Kyle Dubas. I think it was him because that's not a good position for the Leafs to be in with no GM and moves to be made.
Yeah, I got fully out of that position because the way that 42 kind of retested, that was really, really rapid. And I did not like that at all. And as you can see here, the next 15-minute candle is printing below, like we opened below that 42 and kind of starting to push below. So let's see. I got some profits on a decent piece of the position, but that last piece was all pretty much break even, maybe a couple penny loss. But yeah, a bit of it's kind of funny. It looks like my entries and my exits are similar prices. But yeah, look here, we're really coming down. I really did not like that push down on the ES, and it's showing itself on some of these caps here, retesting the lows. Those 20 bidders, they're not there anymore. Maybe range wick below that, but we'll see. But yeah, I think my time here is up.
We are overtime, Obi. So closing show to begin shortly. Nice hour. Happy Friday to everybody. I think Brendan is ready to go up there for the closing show. So thanks to everybody for watching. I did just get out of Meta, by the way, so done with that one. And we will see you all on Monday. I'll be on the main show.
That was a pop, lock, and drop it, wasn't it?
I think it was.
It was a pop, lock the ask, and then you dropped it.
All right.
I'm just saying, guys. All right, have a good weekend. Take care.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, Friday afternoon, 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left until the weekend. It's a long weekend here in Canada. Not so much south of the border, but we